Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Anti-Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a quiet night across Mizudafu. A gentle breeze flew carrying an eerily humming to those who listen closely. This is when the residents are out on their own, no heroes to depend on since there's no point in saving someone if you never get the credit on the media's face. But this time one teenager, who perched on a roof, age 13 years old, who wore a classic suit as if he was going to work, an eye patch that covered his left eye, with twin pistols at his ready, and a smile that would send a demon shivering in fear. Beware, for he is coming. Naomasa Tsukachi was not having a good day, as he buried himself in paperwork of the latest case he has been assigned to. The blood eye cases. At first Tsukachi didn't understand why he had been assigned to the case since he was just a detective with a lie-detecting quirk working in the police force, but as he looked through the victims' profiles it seems as this ender was also a vigilante. Usually, vigilantes just gave him and Eraserhead headaches from the paperwork they received from their actions. Some vigilantes use unnecessary force in taking down villains, which creates high property damage, but they usually get the job done. But vigilante is a crime even with good intentions, as it hinders to work of the professionals, as he always said. But the blood eye was similar to Stain, the hero ender who had ended 17 pro heroes and leaving 23 crippled badly that they had to drop out of commission. But the blood eye didn't just end pro heroes, he also ended many thugs and villains as well. His latest victim was another rapist who hasn't been identified yet. How did the police force know who was the victims of the blood eye? Every victim was ended with a certain way: 2 bullets shots to the lungs and a knife to heart with multiple knife scars all across the body. It was brutal to say the least, and near the victim there was an eye drawn by the victim's blood. Before he could finish any of the paperwork piled on top of his desk, his coworker called out, "Tsukachi! Pro Hero Eraser is here." Sansa Tamakawa is a lean man with large yellow eyes and the head of a ginger tabby cat who wears a blue button-up shirt with a protective vest over the top. "Send him in, please." A man who wore baggy black clothes and a unique gray scarf that settled around his neck and long black hair that reached his shoulders with tired-looking black eyes. This man is Underground Pro Hero Eraserhead, or known by his colleagues as Shota Aizawa. The man might not look like it, but he is one of the most efficient underground heroes there is, with handling vigilantes and specialized in one-on-one stealth takedowns with his quirk Erasure, which nullifies the quirk of a person in his eyesight range, and the latest member to be added to the bloodied eye case. "Ah, Eraserhead, pleasure seeing you again. Cut it with the formalities, detective. Get straight to the point. I have a patrol to finish." Yes, so the bloodied eye has currently ended 43 people, with 13 who were abusive people or sexual predators and 22 were high-level criminals and villains, as well as 8 pro heroes who seem to have a bad PR record. And Eraser's eyes widen at that statement, and before the detective got to read the rest of the crimes. "How bad?" "I'm sorry, what, Eraser? How bad the heroes' PR records were, and how did you figure that out?" Tsukachi's mood seemed to darken for a bit. Then he pulled out a thick file which all were marked with an eye symbol. "We found this near the corpses of the pro heroes." Curiosity got the best of Aizawa, and he started to rummage through the contents of the binder, and what he found inside of them made his blood boiled. "Detective, how in the world did these heroes got away from these crimes in the first place?" Inside the files were tons of files, pictures, testimonies, security camera feeds, videos, and evidence of several crimes from physical abuse to sexual assault, and what's more infuriating was the mere fact that all of this was swept under the rug. "We are currently working on it as well, Eraser. We are looking for more crimes under other heroes as well, but for now we currently haven't found anything else yet." "So, detective, what else do we know about this villain?" "Well, we know that he seems to use firearms and knives, and he seems to have a certain pattern when ending pro heroes." The detective then pulled a conspiracy board and showed Eraser a map with red dots scattered across it. "We narrowed the bloodied eye appearances and victims, and we found a pattern that tells us that his next victim is at Mizudafu." "How do you know that this isn't a trap, detective?" Tsukachi sighed and then pulled out a card with a message. Dash. It says, Piyusifu, which means that he might be staying in Mizudafu for a while. I already alerted the local heroes to be on guard, but Eraser, you are our best chance in catching him now. Aizawa rubbed his dry eyes and sighed. Looks like he isn't going to get any sleep anytime soon. Okay detective, I'll update you on any changes. And with that, Eraserhead left the room, leaving Tsukachi alone to finish the paperwork sitting on his desk, and he sighed. Looks like I will be staying up all night too, it seems. On the edge of the roof of a high building, a cloaked figure dressed in a suit with two long tails that rested on the roof's floor. The figure scanned the alleyway below it. There lays his prey. Gazing up to the night sky, the figure jumped down to the alleyway with silence and grace as the figure landed on the pavement, alerting the person who was in the alleyway. Show yourself, villain. I the pro hero dash. Ignoring the pro hero's monologue, the figure rushed toward the pro hero with high speed that closed the gap of distance between the two. What the dash? Not giving time for the pro hero to act, the figure drawed a Ballister Molina with a laser light mini-becker attached to it and sliced right at the pro hero's throat, but it was too shallow. Why, you little dash? The pro hero condensed the air near his palms and made blades and started to attack the figure, but the figure dodged with ease and just kept closing its distance with the hero as he fell into rhythmic pattern. Left, down, right and up. The figure then managed to stab another hit to the hero's chest, but the hero was grinning as the blade didn't do anything, and the hero blew a gust of condensed air, pushing the figure to the wall and damaging it. Jirth, that's going to leave a bruise. You like that, villain? My quirk is called Condenser. It allows me to condense any material I touch, making it more dense, even air. So face it, villain, you lost dash. When the dust settled, the figure was gone. What dash? The figure then appeared at the hero's back and kicked the hero, causing the hero to stumble, and then the figure spoke. Yes, your quirk is interesting, but your weakness is clear. Then in a blink of an eye, the hero's hands each had one missing finger. The hero screamed in agony. Unless if you can touch it, you are completely quirkless. The figure then stabbed the pro hero's throat and ripped out the artery, making the pro hero bleed. You dash? The figure didn't stop there. It went faster and dug the blade at the hero's shoulder, and then it shot the firearm at the hero's chest and straight to the lungs. Gah! The pro hero hesitated from the sudden puncture in its inner organ, but that was enough time for the figure to get a clean shot at the pro hero's other lung and glided to the left and appeared at the back of the pro hero and dug its knives to the spine of the pro hero, damaging the hero's backbone and immobilizing the pro hero. The hero then fell to the ground, still breathing but was at a high level of pain just from trying to breathe. The figure then started to impale the hero with multiple stabs while reciting the hero's crimes. Sexually harassments, deaths, greed. You don't deserve the title pro hero. Stop. Please. I beg you, please. I can change. Stop. You don't deserve forgiveness, not after what you done. The hero pleas and screams were unheard from anyone, and as the figure stopped his torture at the pro hero, the figure took out a K-bar knife and thrusted it at the pro hero's heart. The pro hero let out a gag and spitted out blood, and the figure let out a chuckle and said, "Scream for me, just like what you did to them." The hero let out a drowned, muffled scream as he bleeds and suffocated to death. After making sure that the hero was dead, the figure sheathed the blade which stabbed through the hero's heart. The alleyway has blood splattered everywhere. The figure then proceeded to draw an eye with its victim's blood and dropped a folder next to the hero's corpse. The figure then left the crime scene, and as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, he stopped on one and took of his cloak. A teenager no older than 13, with locks as green as the forest, eyes that glimmer like emeralds, and 8 diamond-shaped freckles ever present on his face. This is Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya, a lawyer, and Hisashi Midoriya, the dragon, a member of the Yakuza. Fundamental force, male reader X my hero. Hisashi Midoriya was not having a good time. Have a child, they said, it will be fun, they said. But in all of his years as a Yakuza leader, nothing other than maintaining friendly ground with the shy Hasaikai and the underground boogeymen is as hard as keeping his 3-year-old son in one place. Papa, look. He swears that every 5 minutes or so Izuku would appear somewhere in the house, and how in the world did his son have this much energy? Is it a quirk? But it couldn't be dash. Papa, what's this? How does his beloved wife manage to actually tame his little dragon and make him calm down? He probably won't know. Anyhow, he had to baby-proof the entire house just to avoid any accident, and I mean any accident. Coming Izuku, just wait for Papa. Because the last thing he wants to anger is the ferocious mother bear that is Inko Midoriya. The last time he made little Izuku cry by accidentally burning his All Might figurine, he swore that his life flashed through his eyes when his sweet Inko's smile turned into something downright terrifying. Papa! What's this L-looking thing? And he froze as he saw what Izuku was holding. A P365X, a handgun. Hisashi knew that Inko would spare him no mercy for letting a 3-year-old holding a gun. Izuku, could you put that thing down first? Hisashi was sweating bullets because if Inko got a wind of this dash. Sweetie, why is Izuku holding a gun? Well, at least his underlings would mourn for his death. In the bad parts of Mizudafu, many resorts to crime, not or any villainous deeds but rather for the sake of survival, the need to feed their loved ones. Some may ask a hero for help, but almost no heroes patrol this place, and it is completely ignored by the commission, which makes it the perfect place for criminal starters to get a taste of committing crimes without the fear of getting arrested. Well, that was before, but now in the shadows of the place, it became the perfect home for the Jade Punisher. Izuku, who was using a green hoodie and long black cargo pants with a t-shirt underneath that said, "Pants," was having a normal day. Well, normal in his life as a vigilante or villain in the face of the police, but he doesn't really think himself as a villain or a vigilante since he doesn't have a quirk, so he can't technically be charged of vigilantism, and a villain in his book are people that don't care for the well-being of everyone. So what does he call himself then? Well, he prefers the civilian who couldn't just stand by and watch. Sigh, 2 broken ribs and 1 slightly cracked. Well, they will heal anyways, nothing too fatal. Oh, I have an appointment with Tadao Fune-sensei on potential recruits, but I don't really. He really should have kept his eyes on the sidewalk he was walking through. As he is lost in thought, he crashed into someone who was running the opposite direction of him. Oh, I should have paid more attention. He then looked at the stranger he bumped into, and oh my gosh, it's a girl. The girl had brown hair that curved inwards when reached its end at her shoulders, with large round eyes and a perpetual blush present on her cheeks, and was wearing oversized baggy clothes that looked worn out. "I'm so sorry, sir. I have to go dash." The girl then collected all of her belongings that was scattered across the ground, and if I wasn't a criminal himself, he would haven't noticed that she pickpocketed him. But before she could run away, I grabbed her hand and didn't let go. "Excuse me, miss, but I think this is yours." I pulled out the wallet that she stole and slipped a card inside of it and some extra money, since by the looks of her it seems that she needs it very badly. "Next time make sure you have all of your belongings, okay, miss?" The girl seemed a bit shocked but kept her neutral face on. "Yes, thank you so much, sir." As she started to walk out of my sight, I knew who she was after noticing the pads on her fingertips. She was the thief that had stolen a few cash from certain homes nearby. Rumors say that she has some sort of telekinesis quirk or floating quirk. Looks like he has found a potential recruit after all. She looks like someone who needs help. Well, hopefully she will find the card that I slipped, but for now I have other matters to attend to. Izuku then went inside a shady alleyway and knocked on a wall and spoke. "Ashes of the dragon's breath. The flames of eternal life. The phoenix shall rise and rule the world." The wall then was opened and I went in. Inside was a clean and modern-looking like bar with multiple tables and chairs set up to make a pathway towards the counter. The interiors were decorated with many carvings of dragons with a color scheme of red and black. I went up to the counter and ordered a smoothie. I would never drink something underage, I have my standards too. Then after waiting for about 5 minutes, and then a 32-aged man with white hair and black eyes and pale skin in a professional suit who had a cigarette in his mouth sat next to me. This man is Tadao Fune, my dad's first henchman and my right-hand man and current de jure leader of my father's Yakuza clan. "Good to see you again, boss. I have the list that you wanted." He then slipped a folder to me and I started to read through it, but before I could indulge myself further into the contents of the folder, I faced my CQC teacher. "Fune, choose any drink you want, my treat." "Boss, you don't have to, I can dash." "I insist, you done a great job managing the clan, so just for this once." I smiled at him and I knew that he has a soft spot for me and his colleagues. His quirk is called Smoke Converter. He can use his quirk to change the contents of smoke, which is air that has color and odor, into anything he wants, such as sleeping gas, chili gas. Who knew it would be that versatile? And many more. He uses his cigarette to store smoke in his mouth, so he Has his quirk at the ready. Okay, you win, boss. Geesh, your smile is irresistible. Down beneath the intimidating and professional looks, Fune is actually a bit of a shy and kind person. He just acts harshly just to avoid getting attached to anyone. Boss, not that I doubt your intentions, but why did you ask for names of kids in foster cares and orphanages, sir? I stopped reading the folder and set down my smoothie and looked towards Fune-sensei. I want to find those who are in a bad house life just because society has deemed them as villainous or weak quirks. I want to help them and guide them to reach their dreams. Wise and humble as ever, boss. Enough chit-chat, thanks for the file. Any new recruits, Fune-kun? When I asked him that, he twitched a little before gaining his composure back. Well, nothing so far, but dash. Good, I have someone who you might be interested in. She will probably come here, so deploy someone here to stand guard. Who is it? I'm sure that she has somewhat a broken life. I'm not sure, but I will scout her out more, and even if she can't join us, we will help her anyhow. I stood up and walked away from the counter and towards the door, but then I remembered something important. Fune-kun, is there anything big fishy going underground? Nothing too much, boss, but there is a new group called the League of Villains, and rumors say that they have the underground boogeymen as their sponsor. That doesn't sound good, but that's not the only news I needed. What about the Shai Hasaikai? There has been rumors that the original boss went in a coma and their new leader goes by the name Overhaul. Sai, I really have a lot on my plate right now. Well, better get started. Thanks, Fune-kun. I expect an update next week, and good job on helping those who need it. Sure, boss, thanks for the drink, and take care of yourself, boss. Sure. I then left the bar and looked at one of the names in the folder. Hitoshi Shinso, quirk, brainwashing, very interesting. The want to be a hero? That's perfect. I'll see if he really can be one, and maybe help guide him to the right way. I then walked down the street humming a tune to myself, and as I gazed up to the beautiful sky, I smiled a sad smile. Did I miss you? Ochako was confused about her encounter with that boy, not only when she managed to pickpocket him, but how in the world did he get his wallet back? A quirk? But the other thing is that he thought that wallet was hers. It just didn't make sense. He should have taken her to the police, but instead he gave her the wallet. Well, she isn't going to pass down money. She needed it, not for herself, but for her parents. What's this? A card, an address. Where could this lead? No, Ochako, don't fall into a trap. You need to train. Just 7 more months and you can stop stealing when you get into UA. Mother, father, I'm home from work. Okay, sweetie, hang on a minute. A sweet and caring voice replied, and there came from the kitchen was a woman with similar brown hair like her, and behind her is a man with short dark beige hair. So, sweetie, how was the side job today? I really don't like lying to them, but I also don't want them to be disappointed with me. I put on a fake smile and told them my story on where I work, and then after we ate dinner I went into my room and eyed the cards suspiciously. Is this a trap? But it says that I can get more money, but it doesn't tell me what I have to do. Should I consider it? No. Of course not, since it's too shady, but I might go to the address tomorrow. Ochako then placed the card under my books and laid on my bed and fell fast asleep, not knowing a dark figure who was watching from a rooftop through the window. Yes, she will take the offer. I know that naive look too well. The figure then jumped to another rooftop and began to head to its next destination, where he will find someone who had been thrown to the dirt and spitted on by society. The figure then chuckled and spoke to himself. Hitoshi Shinso, let us see if you have what it takes to be a hero. Behind the dim lights of the streets, a certain underground hero looked up and saw a shadowy figure moving somewhere, and he smirked. Detective, I found him. But why did this happen? How did this happen? A boy was seen inside what seems like an apartment room, but almost everything was on fire. The wooden furniture, the hero posters, the curtains. But aren't heroes supposed to save others with a smile? Where are the heroes? The boy's surroundings were covered in flames that lights anything on fire that it can catch. In front of the boy with viridian locks, laid a woman with similar viridian locks like the boy. She was bleeding badly with blood covering her right arm and head, with burn scars all over her left side of her exposed skin. She looks like she is about to die from blood loss. Izuku, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you any longer. She spoke with a hoarse voice while coughing and blood came out of her mouth. No, you can't die. I will. I can't, Dad will be broken. The boy spoke quietly while crying and sobbing. The boy, who was no older than 8, was holding the woman, his mother's hand, while silently spending time with his mother for the last time. Izuku, promise me, you will find happiness again. I might be selfish for asking you, but I want you and my dragon knight to be happy again. Can you keep my final promise? The boy knew that his mother would pass out sooner or later, and he knew he could do nothing but accept this cruel fate. His father always said, "What happened you cannot change, my little dragon, but the future's strings you control." I'm Sniffles, sorry I couldn't help you, Mom. No, sweetie, you have done enough. You and your father are the most precious thing for me in this world. The woman then smiled her last smile and fell on the ground in front of the boy. The boy tuned out, not hearing the screamings of the firefighters or heroes. He just sat there, full of grief and sadness. But the boy just thought, why indeed? Shota Aizawa was busy finishing his patrols when he went into the bad parts of Mizudafu. Honestly, he was just looking into a trigger deal that may happen, but he is surprised by the amount of crime he had to stop today, and there was almost no other pro-hero other than himself. It also seems like there is a vigilante in this part as well. Many of the criminals he took said something about Jade's apprentice or something like that. Looks like he has to report this to Tsukachi as well. What else is going on here? First, the surprisingly high crime rate, and second, a vigilante. Before he could ponder on these thoughts for longer, he saw a silhouette racing from rooftop to rooftop, and he saw an eye symbol on the figure's glove. He called the detective on his phone, and the detective answered almost immediately. Eraser, what's going on? Detective, I've found him. He could tell the detective was smirking, and his tone changed into a more serious and professional voice, and Shota was chasing the figure as he was on the phone and connected it with his earpiece. Keep a close eye on him, Eraser. This might be our only chance in catching him. Roger that, detective. Eraserhead then proceeded to trail the figure while keeping a safe distance to make sure he didn't get caught or seen by the dark figure, but after a few blocks of chasing the dark figure, it stopped and disappeared. What? Where did? Before Shota could comprehend what happened, he almost didn't manage to dodge a quick knife/aim towards his eye. If Shota hesitated, he would have not seen another attack directed at him. He activated his quirk, Erasure, and he tried to use his capture scarf to throw his attacker off, but every time he shot his capture weapon towards the figure would just use the capture weapon against him. He's quick, has an intellect, mind, and skilled. As they both dodged and attacked each other, Eraser noticed that the figure was getting slower. A fast and quick assassin, huh? Looks like I can. Suddenly he felt a huge pain on his left upper leg and blood came dripping out, and he remembered what the detective has said. Well, we know that he seems to use firearms and knives, and he seems to have a certain pattern when ending pro-heroes. He saw that on the figure's left hand there was a handgun with a knife attached to it, with a knife at the right hand. Dang, I forgotten he uses firearms. And he hesitated, and that gave the figure enough time to shoot a clean shot into his chest, but not deep enough to reach his lungs. He cursed himself internally for underestimating his opponent. You didn't expect a fight, did you? Every time you fight someone, that person would think that without his quirk is powerless, right? How did he? Well, let me tell you something, Eraser. And how did he know about his pro-hero name? I used to respect you. You fought against the favoritism of flashy quirks. Shota knew that his movements were slowing down, his left leg and chest are spewing out blood. He might pass out from blood loss. Then the figure halted his attacks, enabling Shota to look closely at the figure's appearance. He was shocked to see that the figure was wearing a classical suit with tails that reached the figure's ankle, and the figure was actually shorter than him, and he was using a hood that covered his face. Even though the figure's voice was deep, it had a stat-icky sound effect, meaning that the figure was using a voice changer, meaning that this figure was a child no older than 12 to 18 years old. Fighting down the pain caused by the gunshots he received, his mind was racing, trying to reason with why a child was doing all of this. He used his scarf to try and wrap the figure in it, but was surprised when the figure, first, used his handgun as a stick to wrap his capture scarf around. Second, the figure's knife then went up in green flames. Third, the figure cut his capture scarf, which was made out of a carbon with a special metal alloy, with ease, which cut it in half and rendering it useless. And fourth, shot at him again in his right lower leg. You have a super clean record. You always prioritize civilian lives first. But you are an abuser? What is this child talking about? What is a teacher? Shota? What type of question is that? Is that some sort of trick question? And how does he know his civilian name? A teacher is supposed to guide and help their students excel and strive in the world, no matter how dull or broken they are. While the figure was busy monologuing, Shota tried to alert the police, but as he tried to reach for his earpiece, the figure shot near his ear, shattering his earpiece, and then he saw that the figure's right eye was glowing red. You spare just one glance at your students, and judge them based on that mere encounter alone. You expel those who you deem having no potential. You are supposed to help them and guide them to become into the best person they could be. You are just a coward. Shota's eyes widened at that statement, but before he could open his mouth to argue back, his vision started to blur a bit, but still clear enough to see the figure throwing a tantrum at him, criticizing his teaching methods. You might re-enroll those who you expel, but you already made them doubt themselves and developed low self-esteem. Oh, you may want them to feel death, but are you really growing them? You are shadowed by Oboro's death dash. How in the world did this kid knew that too? That's not something anyone can hack their way into? And cower in fear and pain of losing someone again, but newsflash Aizawa. Everyone dies at a time in their life. You can change, I'll spare you this time dash. What in the world is going on right now? Does he have a concussion now? But if I meet you again and you haven't grown out of this terrible mindset of a teacher, I will personally teach you a real lesson. The figure then left, leaving a confused Shota bleeding in the alleyway alone. Shota then reached his phone and called the detective. Eraser, are you okay? I couldn't reach Dash. Tsukachi, I'm heavily injured at an alleyway. Please send the paramedics. I think I am going to pass out from blood loss. The phone then slipped from his hand, hitting the pavement on the ground, and as Shota was about to pass out, he could hear ambulance sirens in the distance. Sorry, Hisashi. I won't be home for dinner tonight. He could hear just a few words from the detective before his vision went black. Eraser? Eraser? Curses. Meanwhile, the figure was cursing himself as well. That encounter wasted so much time. Looks like I'll meet you later, Shinso-kun. Todoa Fune was going down an elevator and he was annoyed, frustrated by his lack of ability to get more recruits. But seriously though, why did Izuku-sama needed more recruits anyways? He honestly can't even predict what Izuku-sama is going to do next, well aside from doing goody two-shoes activities. In the eyes of the underground, the Acheron is the high-ranked, feared Yakuza clan that have members that are skilled and competent in what they do. At the leadership of Dragon, they flourished and managed to secure many connections and wealth, but that all changed when Dragon's, or Hisashi Midoriya, wife died in the crossfire between an A-rank villain and a certain flaming dumpster. The villain was later tortured by almost every member of the clan. Seriously though, Inko-san was the resident angel in the clan's eyes. But the tragedy didn't stop there. 2 years later, Dragon died and his mantle was passed down in secret to his son. I sure hope Izuku-sama stays out of trouble this time. He really has a habit of breaking bones. Last time his arms were purple and flopped as if it was like a zombie's arm. Shortly after Izuku-sama had accepted the role of the leader, he started to change the clan's activities into something unusual. He used to have a dream of becoming a hero, but he quickly grew out of that dream about a year ago. Even he, the right-hand man to Izuku-sama, didn't know what made him snap and decided into taking his matters into his own hands and started ending heroes and lowly criminals. He is absolutely disgusted by the idea of abusing someone, let alone raping someone. In the span of that 1 year, Izuku-sama had trained under someone else. Izuku-sama just said that his trainer was someone who has the right ideals, but that's all that he knew. The elevator door opened and revealed a huge underground mansion that looked almost futuristic, with many children playing on the garden and grown-ups watching them, guards that are on the standby at every entrance, gardeners who are taking care of the plants, and teenagers who are chatting amongst themselves. All of them are the ones who are shunned and thrown away by society. Izuku-sama suggested this idea of creating a sanctuary for those who are abused, traumatized, shunned, and hurt, so that they can have a fresh start in life with people that supports them. Sometimes I wonder, does Izuku-sama knows how much he has actually done here? He has done so much to everyone here. To us he is our king. What he says we shall do. Oniai-san, you're back. A sweet voice spoke, and Fune smiled when he saw who was approaching. A girl at the age of 7 with blue hair that was styled into a singular ponytail that reached the hips with skin that looked almost like fish scales and glassy yellow fish-like eyes. Wearing a cyan casual dress and a choker that seems mechanic and black shoes, this girl is Rin Kurata, the first girl he saved and the light of his life. Her fish mutation quirk makes it so that she needs to water her gills around her neck from time to time, which is helped by one of Izuku-sama's support items. He found Kurata on the streets. She was kicked out by her parents for having its disgusting appearance and a useless quirk and was heavily traumatized, and once she was healed both physically and mentally, Izuku-sama decided that it was best to leave her under my care so that I could learn compassion and other skills for dealing with kids, and that because she viewed him as her hero as well. While she hugging me tightly, I then spoke while blowing mist out of my mouth to lower the humidity around us. Yes, I'm back, Kurata. Was father okay? Yes, he is fine. Why don't you go and play with your friends while I do my paperwork? Okay, Oniya-sama. She then ran off to find her friends inside the mansion. I then smiled and thought, yep, I won't trade my life for anything. I love my life. In what seems like a park, sitting on a bench, two boys aged 4 years old. One had blonde spiky hair and a grin plastered on his face, while the other one has green locks similar to a bush with stars on his eyes, admiring the other one. Kachan, I heard you got your quirk. Yeah. It's explosions and it's as cool as F-. The blonde kid, identified as Kachan, held out his palm and created explosions that looked like mini fireworks, and then as soon as the fire show stopped, smoke came out from his palms, signaling the leftovers of a combustion reaction. Wow. I haven't gotten mine yet, but I'm going to accept whatever I get, even if I'm quirkless. But being quirkless makes you weak as heck, Deku. You won't be able to be a hero if you are FING quirkless. The blonde said with a scowl on his face. He was about to press his argument further, but the green-haired one beat him to it and opened his eyes. Kachan, what do you think is a hero? That's FING easy. It's someone who wins every fight that he comes across. Wrong. Kachan, if a hero wins but people die, is that hero really a hero? The blonde was not expecting that sentence to come out of the green one that is identified as Deku. He was torn to answer that question. Heroes are always supposed to win, right? But All Might always wins, right? Before the blonde could reply, the green one would say something that Kachan would remember forever. Kachan, quirkless doesn't mean powerless. I can easily create explosions or other things that quirks do with the right tools. I don't need genetics to do great things. Deku then stood up from the bench they were sitting on and started to walk away, but before he left Kachan, he said one more sentence while facing his back against the blonde-haired kid. Rethink what is your definition of a hero is, Kachan, because if you just prioritize winning over others' lives, you are no hero. The Deku then walked away, leaving a dumbfounded Kachan sitting on the bench just watching the green-haired kid disappear from his line of sight. Hitoshi Shinso was not having a good day. Okay, so he hasn't really actually had a good day ever since, well, his quirk diagnosis. Ever since he got his quirk, brainwashing, he has been exiled and bullied almost every day in his life. Well, if you could say that constantly getting hit and ridiculed by his school peers, bullying, in his eyes it's almost the same as abuse, but that was pretty average. No, the thing is that after school, some of his classmates decided to teach him a lesson for trying to get into UAS hero course with an villain's quirk. Did he told you that he absolutely dislikes those with quirks that society prefers because he does? Sighs, why the heck they won't leave me alone? I really don't understand why they call me a villain just because of my quirk. He was bruised and battered from punches and kicks that his classmates launched at him, but that is not going to stop him from entering the hero course. He is going to prove everyone wrong and that he could be a hero too. Looks like I'll have to patch myself up first, huh? I wonder what his UAS entrance exam would be? While busy thinking in his head, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden crash from a dumpster next to him, and he saw a teenager his age covered in scars and with a muzzle on him, and the teenager croaked a few words. Please, take muzzle off. Shinso did exactly what he was told. Was he helping someone who he didn't know in a dumpster just because he sympathizes with him? Yes, he knows how it feels to be born with an villainous quirk, and judging by the teenagers, who he sees as a boy body state, the boy was probably abused and he wanted to be a hero, right? So why not start being one now? Thanks. I dry cough. that was painful dry cough. What's your name? Shinso, Hitoshi Shinso, and you are? He finally got a good look at what the boy's appearance looked like. He had black hair that covered his left eye and covered his ears, and a red right eye with clothes that are ragged and had holes that looked like were made of something sharp. He didn't even want to think what happened, but he could just guess, and burn and cut scars all over the boy's exposed arms and legs. Akatani, Mikumo Akatani, so thanks for helping dry cough me out of that place. You want some water? I can give you some? No. Actually, dry cough I might take some, if you don't dry cough mind. I gave him a water bottle from my bag and got him up and set him down on the bench nearby, and as soon as I handed him the water bottle the boy chugged it all in just a few seconds. Holy shit, how does he drink water that fast? He then opened his mouth and smoke came out? And then he started to cough again and I thought he was going to choke, but then a burst of fire came out of his mouth and into the sky. Sorry about that, Shinso-kun, my throat does that sometimes, and it's kind of annoying, but thanks for the water. Huh, turns out he has a decent quirk. But before I could try to deduce on what life Akatani has, suddenly I see him closely staring into my eyes and I yelped and jumped away and maintaining a distance with him. Oh, sorry Shinso-kun, you seem hurt. Is there someone hurting you? What? That's the only thing that I could say. Seriously, what made him get to that conclusion? And why do I feel like I want to rant about what's wrong with society with this guy? Akatani seemed sheepish and gestured me to go and sit next to him again. It's not healthy to keep up your emotions bottled up like that, and the reason I tell you that. And then he started coughing hardly and spitted out a cylinder that looked like some sort of machine from his mouth. What the actual F dash? He had that inside his throat? I am quirkless, Akatani spoke while looking away from me. And then all the pieces clicked in place. He is just like me, shunned by society for quirk reasons. I then smiled and started to strike up a conversation with Akatani again. I don't know how to describe it, but Akatani has this aura around him that when you feel it, makes you feel welcomed and loved. How I miss this feeling, maybe? That's not a problem, Akatani. I guess we both are similar, huh? What? You are quirkless too? No, I just have fish. My mind then went into a spiral of thoughts that urged me to stop that conversation there, but before I could say, it's nothing, Akatani then spoke in a tone that was calming and almost fatherly. Shinso-kun, I would never judge someone based on their quirk alone. I was about to protest and state my opinion, but curiosity got the best of me and I asked a question that I have been wanting someone to answer in a positive way. Do you think that someone with a villain's quirk can be a hero? I expected him to answer no, but what I didn't expected was that he smacked me in my forehead with a rolled-up piece of paper and said, "There is no such thing as a villain's quirk by birth, Shinso. A quirk is perceived villainous only if the user is using it to hurt other people and for their own gain. You never did that, did you, Shinso-kun?" My eyes betrayed me that moment, because I suddenly started crying. No, just dust in my eyes that made my tear ducts opened. In front of him. No, it's just that. No one has ever believed in me before. I didn't know why, but I felt as if by this one person who believed me, the person who I just met in a dumpster, made me feel like I could actually do it. Hey, you are applying for UA, right? Yes? Meet me at Takoba Municipal Beach Park tomorrow, Shinso, because even though this and this is hero material, this and this is not, so I'll help you get in UA's hero course. Akatani was smiling and it was as if his smile was like the sun, but I didn't understand why he pointed to my mouth, chest, heart, and his muscles. Sure, he isn't a sports guy, but if Akatani, the first person to believe him, is sure he can get him into the hero course, he is willing to take any chances. Okay, should we change numbers? As asked, Akatani, and then he reached in his pants pocket and pulled out a flip phone. Here, I don't really have a good one, but here. And then it struck me, one very important thing I needed to know. Akatani, where do you live? That must have overstepped his boundaries because his happy demeanor quickly changed into something depressing. I don't want to talk about it, okay, Shinso, I will tell you, but not today. See you tomorrow. Wait, but before I could ask Akatani anything else, he ran and disappeared. I then sighed. I gazed up at the beautiful evening sky and for once went home with a smile plastered on my face, and well, for once something is going in the right direction for once. I wonder what does Akatani has in store for me. Meanwhile, Akatani was grinning widely and pulled out his hair, revealing that it was a wig and revealed green locks and an eye patch on his left eye. He wiped his face, clearing his makeup, revealing 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each side of his face. Well, Shinso-kun, you are going to be a great hero. I will make sure you do. Ochako was nervous. No, that is an understatement. She was sweating bullets approaching the address she got in the card inside of a boy's wallet that she stole. She was currently in her thief attire, which was a skin-tight black suit with dark pink lines aligning several parts of her suit, and she was wearing a mask that covered near her eyes and nose that shaped like an infinity symbol. She then approached the address, which was in an abandoned warehouse. I sure hope whatever this deal entails, I get something good out of it. She prepared her Apache revolver on her left hand. It has a black color scheme, and opened her fingertips on her right hand and smiled as she remembered where she got them from. I really owe that purple-wearing smoker a lot, huh? He helped me get ahead in this game. Huh, come to think of it, I should treat him a drink if I see him again. She then went in carefully and quietly. The inside is dimly lit by the moonlight, but what stood out is a table with a chair, and there was a person with a kitsune mask on. The person was wearing a black military combat jacket and long pants with red, orange and green outlines on his clothes and kitsune mask. The person also has a katana strapped on the person's hips and with a trinket that is 3 marbles in colors red, orange, and green. Well, hello Singularity. Okay, I don't like the pause that he is doing to me right now. Or should I say Ochako Uraraka? How? Ochako internally cursed herself inside because she just confirmed what the person said. The person then chuckled and stood up from the chair and slowly approached Ochako. So, let's talk business, shall we? Sit? The person gestured for me to sit on the chair, and then the person sat on his chair, and while she couldn't see beneath his mask, she knew he was wearing a sheet-eating grin underneath. So, Singularity, what do you really want? What? Sensei, what will I learn today? Inside of what appears to be a rundown training area, we see a man aged 29 using a red mask and has a red and black bulletproof clothing with multiple knives attached across his clothes, and a teenager aged 13 who was wearing a black hoodie and black cargo pants with a K-bar knife handled on his right hand and a gun holstered on the right side of his belt. I don't have anything else to teach you. What? But Sensei, I dash. With incredible speed, the man then drew his katana and attacked the teenager, but the teenager dodged backwards with ease, leaving the katana pointing on the ground, and the teenager counterattacked with a thrust, but the man gripped the teenager's wrist and flipped the teenager down to the ground and slashed his katana at where the teenager was, but the teenager wasn't there. Using my blind spot again dash. The katana then clanged with the knife, and the man saw the teenager was behind him and started to fix his stance and charged again. This time the teenager struck with a slash movement, but the man blocked it again with his katana. I wonder, is he getting sloppy? The man and the teenager kept dodging and attacking each other with their sharp objects. Every time one attacks, the other would react and counter it with amazing speed, and if one counters the other, the one being countered will attack again. Parry, strike, parry, slash, thrust, dodge. In the illuminating light of the moon, it was as if the two were dancing, with blades that clang and sparks flew. It's as if both were at equal ground, but in reality, it's not. He is pretending to lose. He is really trying to lower my guard. The man thought, and as the teenager hesitated for a single second, the man lunged with his katana. The sound of blood splatter echoed through the entire room, and the man was in a state of shock as he saw that his katana went through the stomach of his apprentice. Why didn't he dodge dash? The man then smiled internally as the teen took that chance and with lightning-fast speed thrusted forward and held his knife just a few centimeters below his chin and across his throat, and the teenager didn't seem fazed at all with the amount of blood spewing out of his stomach area. Sensei, didn't you say that you should never let your guard down even if you win? The man then smiled and then sheathed his katana. You already learned everything I taught you to a skillful level. You have already passed my level, Phoenix. I shall take my leave and sat safe, my pupil. The man spoke while ruffling the teenager's hair under the teenager's hoodie. Of course, Sensei, and thank you for everything you taught me. The teenager, who was identified as Phoenix, said while bowing. The man then left and disappeared into the shadows, leaving the teenager alone in the training area. The teenager then looked around for any intruders or eavesdroppers and then spoke into the darkness. Mamoru Yoshinaga, you can come out now. Then, a figure with a kitsune mask fell from the roof and gracefully landed on front of Phoenix, while kneeling. "Sir, are you returning?" "Yes, thank you for guarding the Acheron while I was gone. I'll meet you back at home." "Of course, and it was my pleasure, sire." The kitsune-masked man then stood up and followed the teenager who was walking towards the exit. "I'm stronger now, don't worry Hataru Nakama, I won't fail anyone else like I did with you." Beep beep beep. The first thing that Shota could hear was the beeping of medical equipment as he woke up. He started to open his eyes and found himself laying on a hospital bed with his colleague Hisashi Yamada, or better known as Pro Hero, present Mike in his civilian attire, sleeping on the chair beside his bed, and before he could remember what had happened a nurse came in and seemed surprised that he is awake. "Oh, you're awake, let me get the doctor and your associate, just wait please." The nurse then left, and by closing the door waking Hisashi up, and then he had to use his erasure quirk to prevent his colleague using his quirk voice and shattering his and everyone's eardrums. "Shoo. I was worried. What happened, Hisashi?" I asked him, but before he could answer my question the door opened and Tsukachi came in with Nedzu on his shoulder. "Good to see that you're awake, Aizawa." "What happened, detective? My head's a bit fuzzy." "You passed out due to blood loss and you had to do surgery to remove the bullets that were in your legs and chest after your failed attempt to apprehend the blood-eyed." And as Nedzu answered my question, my memories came back to me as clear as glass. The guns, the knife, the pain, and the rant he received. "So, Aizawa, we would like to hear your statement." I then described to the detective and Nedzu what happened in super detail and as how I could remember, but before I could tell them about the rant, the blood-eyed gave me the detective cut me out when I described the kid. And then the kid stared me with a dash. "I'm sorry, what, Aizawa? You think the bloody eye is a kid? Isn't that a bit far-fetched, you think?" "I'm pretty sure." He was shorter than me and had a voice that was deep but had a static-y sound to it, which indicates that he was using a voice changer. "Anything else you remember, Aizawa?" I then told them about the rant I got from the supposed kid. Tsukachi said that he will do some more digging to find out if that serial ender was actually a kid or no, which Shota silently prayed that the serial ender wasn't, because no kid should be endangering his own life like that, let alone murder. Then after Tsukachi left to deal with the reports and paperwork, it was just me, Nedzu, and Hisashi in the hospital room, which was dimly lit. "Do you think that I'm a bad teacher, Hisashi?" I asked the question that was nagging in the back of my head. After my encounter with the serial ender, I began to wonder if I really belong UA as a teacher. Well, from certain standpoints, yes, but other points are no. It's just the matter of perspective, Aizawa. Nedzu stated while enjoying his cup of tea. I then thought about it and blamed myself internally. The reason why I came teaching into UA was that the previous teachers couldn't teach the students real lessons on what the job pro hero really is, and I thought I had done a good job at it, making sure all of the kids I teach make it through at least 5 years of their hero career. "Shota, you don't have to take the blame. The kid said you can change, right? So, focus on that now," Hisashi said while pulling me into a hug. Hisashi is right, the kid did say I could change, and why not now? The reason on how? Don't worry about that, Aizawa. I have listed a couple teaching seminars you could attend to. How did Nedzu set that up in a short amount of time? He will never know, but if that will help him grow his students better, so why not? Before Shota could answer to Nedzu what seminars he would attend to, the door slammed open, and there at the door was a woman with sky blue eyes and spiky dark purple hair that reached her thigh, wearing glasses and a sweater with a jacket on top and boots, and as soon as she laid her eyes on Shota, she quickly tackled him into a hug. "Shota Aizawa, you cannot give me a heart attack like that. I was worried, you know that?" She spoke. "This is Kayama Nemuri, or better known as Pro Hero Midnight. Let go of me, Nem. No. Not until you are fully healed, and don't try getting up or I will personally put you to sleep. Gosh, I need more coffee to handle this." Mamoru Yoshinaga was eyeing the girl in front of him, thanks to the lessons he got from Izuku-sama. Even though Izuku-sama never actually did teach him, he just picked up Izuku-sama's habit of being overly observant. He saw that the girl did indeed had pads on each finger, which indicates a 5-point activation quirk. The girl strode with a flirtatious walk, but as a veteran criminal, well, former assassin, he saw behind the looks she put on, he could see that this girl, Singularity, was a rookie, a new criminal, someone who was not doing criminal activities seriously. Basically, she looks like she won't be doing this gig for a lifetime. She might be planning to stop sometime soon and he knows why. So, singularity, what do you really want? That must have set her of about what she was expecting to hear. I could relate since getting a card from someone leading to a shady place with a stranger who seems to know your real name, yeah, that's not something that is nerve-soothing. What do you mean, mister? Please, call me Saishin. Yes, I know it's lame, but I take pride in that name. It is true, I treasured this new identity that was given by Dragon, and the position by Izuku-sama. I know you might be terrified and confused, and I would be if I were you since meeting someone who knew your real name while you are in your criminal persona. Cut to the chase, Saishin. Tell me, why did you invite me here? And I'm guessing that boy was your slave, huh? So why am I here? Calm down, miss. I will answer all your questions. First of all, I invited you here because you are a potential recruit, and we'll get to that, but to answer your second question, no, that boy was not my slave and you shall not address him as one, got it? I spoke with a tone that said obey or die because how dare she address Izuku-sama as a mere slave, and she seemed to understand that, and she shut her mouth shut. Sorry for my sudden outburst, so the reason I wanted to recruit you is because you have the skill that we need, a quick-footed and agile person, and someone who has the right morals. To put it in a simple way, you will be getting a good amount of cash every job you do for us, and I mean enough to fulfill, let's say, your parents' lives. And what type of jobs am I going to be doing? I then smiled. This method mostly works. Dangle the prize in front of you enemy's eyes, then they will think irrationally and are more prone to make mistakes. But this girl didn't let that get into her head and asked the conditions. Izuku-sama's eye is never wrong. Looks like she will be a good addition to the team. Cautious, eh? I like that. The jobs will vary from simple espionage missions to regular construction working and such. And no, there won't be any blood spilled on your hands. We have a strict no-ending policy unless if it's necessary. This sounds too good to be true, you know that? Yes, miss. But I assure you that after joining, you can leave if you feel unsatisfied. But as a new criminal like you will be untrained and easier to capture, and then, what would your parents think about that? Manipulation always works. I really don't like doing this, but it's a must-learn if you are a... Never mind, no point in dwelling at the past. So, what's your answer, miss? She was fidgeting while sitting on her chair and was probably thinking every possible outcome inside her head. I think I forgot to explain something, but I just can't remember. Anyways, she stayed silent for about 5 minutes and then she took a deep breath and gazed at me with those brown eyes and finally spoke. Fine, Saishin-kun, so when do I start? I smiled as she finally accepted my offer. Now no need to rush, meet me at this place, and then you will start your new mission. And what would that be, sir? Well, I guess I should tell you, you are going to try and infiltrate you. And before she could ask why, I used my quirk, soul energy, and teleported me to the nearest living thing, which was a crow that was perching on the roof, and then I blended into the darkness. Ochako could only think of one question after the encounter with the kitsune masked man named Saishin. Why would he want me to infiltrate you, eh? I'm sorry, miss, but your son is quirkless? That statement rang throughout the entire room, in where a green long-hair woman who was at the age of 31, a kid at the age of 4 with similar green bushy hair and diamond-like freckles scattered on his cheeks, while the doctor was bald and was wearing unique goggles which had 3 lenses, which the third lens was on the upper left side of the right lens, and a mushy mustache who was wearing a doctor's coat. You should just give up being a hero, kid. I'm sorry, sir, but you can't just say that out loud to my baby. The woman stood up from her chair and started to voice her opinion on her boy's so-called condition. While the boy was deep in thought, most would have cried or fell into despair after finding out that they are the 20% of the world's population that didn't have a quirk, or some may call it meta ability, but this boy was different. He was built different. I'm afraid that's the truth, Ms. Midoriya. No one can be a hero if they are quirkless. Before the doctor could voice his opinion further, the woman used her quirk and threw a nearby pen, missing the doctor with her quirk. Attraction, the woman who was identified as Ms. Midoriya grabbed her son's hand and went to the door, but before she left, "Thank you, Dr. Tsubasa, let's go, Izuku." Then the child who was identified as Izuku and Ms. Midoriya left the diagnosis room, and they both exited the hospital. And as they went inside the car to go home, before the woman unlocked the car door, she kneeled down to reach her son's height and ruffled the forest-thick locks of her baby boy and spoke. "Izuku, I will never treat you differently just because your lack of a quirk. Don't listen to that doctor's words. And then as they went inside the car, the boy was still thinking in his head. The mother seemed to remember something and then said to the boy while she was driving, Izuku, I will always support you and I will always love you, no matter what, okay? She said while smiling a reassuring smile which the boy returned back to his mother, and as they reached their apartment room but the room was empty. What? I swear I turned on the lights dash. Then suddenly confetti popped all over the two and came a man with black bushy hair with a party hat and red eyes, who was wearing baggy white clothes and black jeans while holding a cupcake with a candle. Congratulations on getting your quirk? The man instantly read the mood and it wasn't what he expected. He expected a cheery, happy mood, not this silently depressing mood. Something wrong? My little phoenix? The boy then went straight to his room and ignored the man who seemed to be his father, leaving the father alone with the mother. What happened, Inko? The woman who was identified as Inko told her husband on what happened during the doctor's visit, and what the doctor said made the man's blood boil. The man then walked to Izuku's room only to find his son scribbling furiously on several notebooks with the computer on which had several tabs with different websites for each one. Okay, not what I was expecting. The man thought, and then the boy noticed the man's presence and rushed to one of his notebooks and held it out for the man to see. Papa, can I learn this? The man then looked through the notebook page and saw a list of contents that his son said wanted to learn, and some of them were downright dangerous. Gun wielding? Knife handling? Hacking? Support gear? The man closed the notebook and looked up to the ceiling to let out a sigh, and came out from his mouth was a puff of smoke. He was about to say to his child no, but when he looked at his child, Izuku was using his puppy eyes on him. Please, Papa? And how could he, a father, resist that innocent tone and those big adorable eyes? And on the bright side, if he did train Izuku to actually learn all of this, at least his son would get supervised by professionals, and he knew his son was determined and persistent when it comes to certain things, so yeah, he could settle with that. Okay, Izuku, let Papa get Mommy's approval first, K? Okay. And his son smiled one of the brightest smiles he has ever seen in his life, and his son tackled him into a hug while continuing to repeat a certain word while sobbing happy tears. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, the only challenge is to get his beloved Inko's approval. That's going to be hard, but his wife should understand his points. He just needs to survive the first few sentences and seconds of his wife's wrath. Is this a beach or is this a trash dump, Akatani? Hitoshi Shinso, after a day of surviving his junior high school, which was hiding and avoiding his bullies and sometimes his teachers, and finding an excuse to tell his parents why he was going out for the rest of the day, even though it's Friday, finally meets Mikumo Akatani, who gestured him to follow him, and they arrived in what looks like a trash dump while the sign clearly stated that this is Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Yeah, it's pretty rundown and sort of disgusting. Disgusting? Rundown. This place literally looks like zombie apocalypse. But why are we here exactly? I just don't understand how this is going to help me get into the hero course. Well, first of all, you can't just rely on your quirk, so we are going to build up your muscles and stamina. Second is that by cleaning this beach you actually help the people who are disturbed by the garbage, making you their hero. And third, similar to the first, is that I will teach you how to fight like an animal. Akatani said while beaming brightly as if this was something normal for him. I then sighed, but I guess he is right about all of those points that he brought up. So, what are you waiting for, Shinsu-kun? Get to work. Akatani then laid on top of one of the piles of garbage while taking a sip from his mineral water. I have to clean up all of this by myself? I questioned Akatani, who was grinning like a madman, and then he reached into the garbage and threw a hunk of scraps at me, which I had barely enough time to react and dodge it. What the heck, Akatani? What was that for? Also, we will be improving your dodging abilities, so I will do this dash. Then he threw a ball of cables which I dodged. Then I started get to work. Mostly I could just try to lift up some of these trash, clang. I clutched my head as I saw a balled-up grocery bag which hit my head. Never let your guard down, Shinso, Akatani called out. Great, so looks like I will have to endure this for the next. I then dodge another piece of scrap that was thrown at me. After 5 minutes of me continuously dodging whatever Akatani threw at me, I couldn't even move a budge on the trash. Shinso, use your brain and start from the small trash then the medium. Is he giving me advice on the go? Looks like it. Well then, I will start. And I barely dodged the can that was thrown at me. After using Akatani's advice and after a few hours I managed to fill an entire dumpster with the small bits of trash and the small medium ones. Good job, Shinsuke-kun. I was panting heavily after running, trying to both dodge the barrage of garbage that Akatani threw at me and putting the garbage in the dumpster, and then just when I thought it was over, Akatani threw a bottle at me and it hit my head. Hey! I thought the training was over for now. It is, Shinsuke-kun, Akatani said while drinking his cold water. Then I protested. Then why did you throw this at me? Shinsuke-kun, never let your guard down even after a fight, because if you do dash. He then made a finger gun and pointed it at my face and imitated a gunshot, and then he continued his sentence. You will die, or even worse, someone else will. Then he started walking down the sidewalk. I then ran to catch up with him and questioned him again. Do you think I can clean this garbage off the beach in time for the entrance exam? What do you think, Shinsuke-kun? Do you think you can do it? Why are you deflecting my question, Akatani? Then Akatani stopped walking and looked me in the eyes. Shinsuke-kun, never let anyone's judgment cloud your mind. Yes, it is best if you consider what the other is stating, but before you ask someone if you can do it, ask yourself first, are you willing to do it? And are you going to do your best to reach it? Then I realized what Akatani was trying to teach me. Chase your dream with the fullest of your abilities. I then smiled and looked at Akatani with a determined gaze. Yes, Akatani, I can do it. Good. Because we have only 6 months left, so let's meet up again tomorrow, he said with his usual energetic and cheery tone and skipped away from me. Bye, Shinsuke-kun. He waved at me while walking away. I smiled back at him and then I walked back to my house and my smile faded away. I then braced myself for the isolation and other rules I would endure here, but I was filled with determination to be a hero. I will get into UAS hero course and prove everyone wrong, no matter what. Are you sure, Funei-san? I mean, no offense, but isn't this a bit much? Ayuna Uyemura, who was a woman at the age of 29 with black hair that had crimson-red highlights at the edge of her hair, which was styled as a choppy lob, who had crimson-red eyes and was wearing a gray blazer on top of a black sweater and a red knife-pleated skirt and black slip-on shoes. Her code name is Blood Queen. Her quirk is Blood Demon. She combusts exposed blood and set it on fire, give blood sentience if the blood is meet a certain criterion, and she can use her blood to enhance her body, but in doing so she will grow 2 horns on her forehead and her scara will turn black, and the drawbacks? Well, it's not pretty at all. She was concerned about the amount of paper, tapes, CDs, and other things that are litter across her coworker's work desk. Turns out Izuku-sama, or as most of the kids at the Acheron calls him Oda-san or even Oni-sama, tasked him in locating a serial ender who was on the loose, and YID Izuku-sama wanted that. Only Funei knew, so she isn't going to pry into that. Yeah, I know, but if we are going to find traces of this serial ender, we need to look into evidence or connection we might have. Seriously, the police are so ineffective, they barely got anything in their files. What Funei-san did say was true, considering when they found most of the children and teenagers that are residing inside the Acheron Haven didn't have their missing status and was left as alive. If I may ask, why did Izuku-sama wanted to meet this serial ender anyway? Funei's mood seemed to darken before returning back to normal and then pushed a pile of paper at Ma, and I could only make out a few words such as demon, blood, assault, and child. Izuku-sama thinks that this serial ender is no older than 16 years old, one with a blood-requiring quirk, and Izuku-sama guesses that the child parents didn't approve of that and didn't let her drink any blood, turning her mind into a primal state which just puts her need to survive, which is blood above anything else, such as morals and rational thinking. She was just like me. Before I meet Dragon and Izuku-sama, before I could reminisce my past, I was interrupted when Funei-san smacked my back with his hand and offered me his soda. I can tell that you are sympathizing with the serial ender because of similar blood-based quirks, but first we need to find this child before they end up going deeper into thinking that they have to be a villain. Okay, do you need help, Funei-san? I can dash. I was interrupted when Funei-san held his hand out and gestured for me to see the screen, which was displaying a live video, and what we saw was a girl with ash blonde hair which was styled into 2 messy buns and cat-like canines on her mouth and cat-like pupils on her yellow eyes, and was wearing a schoolgirl's outfit and had a butterfly knife on her right hand. who was currently what it seems like drinking her victim's blood, which was spewing out of the victim's body like a water faucet that was turned on at its medium opening. Then Fune's phone rang, and as Fune answered the call, Fune put his serious face on. Then as he ended the call, he turned to face me and then said, "Blood Queen, go and fetch her, Izuku-sama's order." "Yes, in Nenra, I will do it." "Which method did Izuku-sama said?" "The gentle and trust method." "Okay, I won't be coming back for a while." By Fune. "Stay safe, Uyamura." I then left the room and went to my locker, which contained my work suit. All of the 5 members of the Divine Flames has their work suit, which was custom designed to aid each one of their quirks and impression that they want to portray. I then smiled as I put on my suit, which was similar to that of a vampire, styled with the red crimson cape and the black woman's tuxedo, but also incorporated a few Oni traits such as a few samurai-like armor platings on my upper arms and heavy samurai boots and gauntlets, and then I held the Oni vampire mask, which was in a black in the mouth and white on the teeth and red that looked like blood was dripping from the fangs. After I put my work suit on, I took the back door to leave the Acheron Haven, and as I went to the place where the security camera was positioned, I promised in my head, "Don't worry, child, you won't have to suffer anymore. I promise." Why does everyone always leave me alone? It was lightly raining with gray cloudy skies. In what seems like funeral for someone, we see a couple of people mourning over someone's death, but what stood out in the scenery was a 12-year-old kid with curly green locks and green eyes with 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each cheek, a man aged 31 with dark green hair that was styled in blinding bangs that covered the man's right eye, which was orange in color, and a woman who was aged 28 with amethyst hair that was shaped into 2 long twin tails and 4 full white eyes with black scara, which 2 of the smaller ones were located on top of the other 2 and had black 8 spider-like legs and abdomen that was a bit small instead of human legs and feet. All of them were wearing black tuxedos, and the woman was holding a black umbrella. Why didn't the heroes save him? Are heroes just some sort of lip service? The boy was lost in thought as he remembered everything in clear detail: the ring of a gunshot, the screams of the passers-by, the smell of gunpowder, the blood on his hands, the limp body of his father, the sirens of the police and ambulances, the flashes of the reporters' cameras, and his father's last words. "Izuku-sama, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Yoshinaga-san." The boy then approached with the man and the woman, the coffin, where in front of the coffin there was a picture of a man with red eyes and bushy, messy black hair. The kid then placed the flowers he was holding and placed them on top of the coffin and then sobbed as he mourned for the man's death. "Father, I'm sorry. Why couldn't I do anything?" A few minutes after the coffin was buried, the woman escorted the man and the kid into a car, and then the woman sat on the driver's seat of the car while the kid and the man were sitting on the back seats. The boy was staring through the car's window deep in thought. He kept staring until they reached what it looks like an apartment room. The boy then started to pack his things while the man and the woman were guarding outside. "Yoshinaga-san, do you think he will get over this?" the woman asked the man with dark green hair. The man then reached into his pocket and pulled out a tactical knife and started twirling it with his fingers. "I really don't know, Masami Kano, but Izuku-sama is strong. He did get over his mother's death, but I don't know about this one." Their conversation was interrupted as the door opened and the boy was carrying a bag filled with the boy's personal items. The boy had a determined look on his face, surprising the 2 grown-ups. "Kano-san, Yoshinaga-san, change of plans, we are going to reform the Acheron." They both were confused on the boy's wording of reform, so the woman, who was identified as Kano, asked the boy while trailing behind him, "What do you mean, Izuku-sama?" The boy turned to them and they were met by the gaze filled with determination, and then the boy spoke. "I want to turn the Acheron into a safe haven for those who are shunned by society just because of some discrimination, and also for those who the heroes cannot save." What Dad said was right. If you want to get the job done right, you have to do it yourself. The man and the woman smiled as they saw that the boy was not giving up yet. They both replied in unison at the boy's declaration. "Yes, Izuku-sama." The boy smiled as he began to list everything he needed to help those people that really need saving, and then thought inside his head, "We will save those who the heroes couldn't save, because when they will fail, we shall succeed. This world isn't fair. It throws the cruelest things to our lives. Come on, Hitoshi. You can do it." Akatani was cheering Shinso from the top of the garbage pile. Shinso was using baggy clothes and his purple gravity-defying hair was full of water making gravity affect it. It was in the Saturday afternoon, 5 hours after Shinso started his routine of picking up the beach while constantly dodging the barrage of trash that Akatani threw at him, and he was exhausted. He was about to pick up another. He dodged a car door that was thrown at him and looked at Akatani. Akatani, what the F dash? Sorry Shinso, I just needed your attention. Akatani grinned and then tossed a water bottle which Shinso drank quickly. Shinso, that's enough beach cleaning for now. Let's get started with combat. Are you sure? The beach isn't fully cleaned yet? Shinso asked. After 4 months of cleaning the beach, he almost finished it. There was just a quarter of the garbage left on the beach. Don't worry, 2 months I plenty of time, besides you can't be too reliant on your quirk. When do we start? Then after Shinso said those words he was judo flipped on his back and Akatani was smiling. Never let your guard down Shins, now get up. Shinso got up and then he managed to dodge a few punches but he got flipped again after the 5th punch. Don't be straight. Be an animal. Fight with no style. Confuse your opponents so they can't predict you. Get up again. Shinso stood up but then his legs got swept by Akatani. Don't play 3D chess Shinso. Play 4D chess. Learn everything about your opponent and don't let your weakness show. Shinso could only think of one thing. Looks like I'll have to do this the hard way. Shinso got up on his feet again and gazed Akatani with his 2 determined eyes and smiled. I will get into Yue's hero course and prove all of them wrong. But then Akatani threw a hunk of metal at him and after he dodged it Akatani punched him in the guts. Never expect your opponent to fight fair and square. Get up. That is if Shinso can endure, no survive this for the next 2 months. He prefers cleaning the beach rather than this. But are we just going to give up and drown in despair? Thanks for the help, miss. You're welcome, sir, it was my pleasure. Ochako, who was in her singularity costume, bowed to the man who she helped moved heavy boxes which contents she didn't know. She then waved goodbye towards the man and left the premises. Then she went into an alleyway and then a woman with a spider mutation quirk appeared. Hello, Kano-san. Is there anything else I need to do? No singularity. Actually, I was going to inform you that you are free for the next 2 days. Hey, how about I treat you to that cafe? No, I wouldn't want to be a bother. I insist. Now let's get into some civilian clothing, shall we? Ochako then was wearing a pink shirt with blue short pants and black legging with sneakers while her superior, or as Kano-san likes to be called senpai, was wearing a black sweater with a lilac jacket on top. They both sat down on the table near the glass pane and then Kano broke the silence underlying the two. Not what you were expecting, huh? What? I mean this work is not what you expected us to order you to do, right? Ochako knew that too well. After her acceptance to the Acheron she thought she would have to steal or injure or maybe even end, but all of the errands she did were just lifting heavy things, cleaning up a few rooms, taking care of children and other things, and the pay was surprisingly good. Yes, it's very different than what I imagined it would be. I thought I was going to be some sort of villain. Kano chuckled after hearing that and then she stared into her coffee and then smiled a sad smile. Then she talked again. I was just like you know? At first when I joined, I thought the same things as you, but then turns out all I did was just guiding and teaching and guarding children. Well, that was after Phoenix took over. Ochako heard the codename Phoenix a lot during her 4 months working for the Acheron. It seems like Phoenix is Kano-san's superior and she speaks highly of Phoenix. Who is Phoenix anyways? I tried to ask Saishin but he didn't answer. Don't tell anyone this, okay? Ochako then nodded and Kano-san looked around and then spoke. Phoenix is the actual leader of Acheron but he is currently not an Acheron member. What do you mean not a member? Even I don't know, but he... Kano then looked up to see the beautiful sunny sky and smiled as she recalled how Izuku-sama met her and saved her. He was the one who held a hand out for me when I was at my darkest point. He helped me get back up. He sounds like a great guy. They continued their friendly chatter and even tough Ochako was going to take the UA's entrance exam. She decided that she will keep working for Acheron. After all, she couldn't help but feel like Acheron is the place where she belonged. No, we will rise up again, and if the world isn't fair? Toga Himiko was currently skipping her way through an alleyway. She was having a great time. It has been 4 months since she met her new sensei, He could remember the time when she first saw her, when she was cornered by a rapist. The rapist had then exploded, pouring blood all over her, and she looked to see her savior, a woman with a black tuxedo and heavy samurai gauntlets and boots with a red crimson cape and an oni mask. She then asked her if she was okay and took her in the woman's home, who she learned was named Uyemura-san, but she calls her Yui-chan, and Yui-chan has been super nice to her. And Yui-chan said to meet her in the destination on the card she gave her. She then arrived and saw Yui-chan standing there waiting for her, and when they both locked eyes, Himiko tackled Yui-chan into a hug. Yui-chan, I missed you. I missed you too, my little blood butterfly. Himiko? Yes? If you would live without abiding the law and be yourself, would you do it? Himiko broke the hug and thought about it. She originally didn't mean to assault her classmate Saito, and before she met Yui-chan and drinking blood bags that Yui-chan gave her to satisfy her urges for blood, everything was fuzzy and she couldn't fully remember what actually happened, but she did remember that she ended a few people. What did she really want? What do I want? I want to be myself. Yes, Yui-chan, but I can't do that. People expect me to be a girl that is accepted by society. Himiko was frowning as she remembered what her parents told her to do, but before she could dwell on her past, she felt a hand patting her head and she saw Yui-chan's crimson eyes locking with her feline-like yellow eyes. I can help you, Himiko. But first, do you trust me? Did Himiko trusted her, the stranger who helped her, the stranger who didn't mind her eccentrics, who accepted her who she was, the stranger who helped cleared her mind? Yes, she does. Yes, Yui-chan. Meet me here tomorrow, and bring your belongings, and dash. Himiko hugged Uyemura while sobbing and repeating a sentence that Uyemura heard coming out from Izuku-sama when she accepted to be his anatomy and biological tutor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Uyemura then hugged Himiko back and smiled underneath her oni mask, satisfied that she managed to save another person. How she missed this feeling. No wonder Izuku-sama wants to help others so bad. The feeling that you have made someone's life better. Don't worry, child, you won't have to suffer anymore. It doesn't matter, because the end is only as good as the challenge. Sensei, look. I made a flower. That's a great flower you made there, Nakama-chan. It's pretty, just like you. In a garden that almost looked mystical, we see two figures who were sitting on the grass patch. One was a boy no older than 11 with green curly hair and green eyes and was using a white t-shirt that said, plants and blue jeans, while the other was a 6-year-old girl with long white hair with green highlights at certain parts of her hair, also with beautiful green eyes, and was wearing a dress that had a flower motif. They both looked almost like a father and son, but in reality, they are not. The girl was holding her palms to create an area that glowed, and then green sparks gathered above her palm and transformed into a green chrysanthemum flower. So, you read the book about plant anatomy I gave you yesterday? Yes. And it helped me a lot. Thank you, Sensei. Just be careful not to use up all of your mana. I don't want you to get in a coma again, but here is a little gift I got for you. The teen identified as Sensei pulled out from his pocket a cube while smiling. The girl had confusion in her eyes as she examined the cube-like object curiously. The teen then chuckled as he took the cube back and then turned one of the sides of the cube-like object, and then the object glowed and opened into 4 smaller cubes with an energy ball in the middle. This contraption will help you collect chloroplasts easier and faster. Think of it as a vacuum. That was, you won't have to use excess mana to collect the floating chloroplast you need. The teen then placed the contraption on the girl's hands and then tried to stroke her hair, but the girl flinched a bit before letting the teen's calm and peaceful hands run through her white and green locks. The teen noticed the flinch and pulled her into a comforting hug, and the girl sobbed. I'm sorry, Sniff-sensei. I Sniffs didn't mean to compare you with Sniff, him Sniff. There, it's okay. Most people take time to heal and it doesn't have to be rushed. Did you remember what we did last time? The girl forgot all her past for a second as she remembered the day her savior took her to the park. It was calm and there were so many interesting things. And she also remembered the tasty delicacy that she got to enjoy after the park. You are safe here, Nakama-chan. That person won't be able to land his finger on you ever again. I and the rest will protect you. The teen spoke while calming the girl down. Her sobs were toned down but can still be heard if you listen closely, and she wiped her tears with the handkerchief that the teen gave her. The man then let go of the hug and held her hands while getting up. I think that's enough quirk training for today. Okay, sensei. The girl whispered quietly. The teen helped her get up and they both went towards the door on the end of the other side of the garden and then opened it, which turned out to be an elevator. They both went in and then the teen pressed a few buttons, then the elevator closed. The sound of elevator music filled the air and the girl was still looking down at her feet. Then the teen looked at her and went to see her face. Nakama-chan, I won't be mad at you, you did nothing wrong. And did you remembered what I said when you decided to dye your hair? That my past doesn't define me? Yes, and also that you are no one's property, you are human, and you control your life, not him, and also because I will be here for you. The girl then smiled at the teen who was smiling as well. They both hugged each other again and the teen then held the girl up and then the elevator door opened and the teen who was holding the girl stepped outside where he was greeted by a white-haired man and he put down the girl and she held the man's hand and the man and the girl went to another direction and the teen watched in pride as the traumatized and shy girl began to heal and open up with him. She is growing up, she deserves so much more like the others, and I will make sure of it. Okay, don't be nervous, Shinso. You can survive this like you survived Akatani-kun's hell training. Shinso was currently standing on the front of UA's massive entrance gates and was wearing his junior high school uniform and his anti-gravity purple hair was a mess after the final training he got from Akatani yesterday. He was a bit nervous and asked Akatani for extra training before the entrance exam and he should have known what type of hell Akatani had in store for him, which was a continuously game of tackle and dodge which went on for 4 hours. And also did he mention that he finished cleaning Takoba Municipal Beach Park, which turns out to be a hidden gem. It was such a beautiful beach. I sure hope that I am ready for whatever UA throws at me. Then he took his step towards the location where the study or academic part of the entrance exam was held, where he was greeted with many students from many different schools. Then there he took the entrance written exam which he found mediocre, thanks to Akatani for also tutoring him yesterday as well. Really though, I wonder how many books did Akatani read in the public libraries to have that much intellect? But now it's the hard part. Shinso then went into the auditorium and he saw all of the participants seated in a U formation that was shaped like a conference hall, and in the middle, he saw a presenter's booth with a mic and he saw the person who was on it. The man had his spike blonde hair shaped upwards with yellow glasses and a brown mustache who was using a leather jacket and pants, and then the man screamed, "Welcome one and all to my live show. Everybody say he." Crickets chirping. That's present mic all right. Damn, he is loud. Then he began to tell us, the examines what we would be fighting for the practical, which as Akatani predicted were 10 minutes of robot fighting, which each robot had different points which were 1, 2, and 3, and also about where we are expected to be and that we can't attack any other examinee. Excuse me, may I ask a question? On the handout, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. A sticker to the book, Akatani always said that it will get you ended. Shinso then just ignored whatever the tall blue-haired glasses boy talked and just waited until present Mike answered, which the 4th type gave 0 points, but he knew that there was something about it. After present Mike finished announcing the rules and such, Shinso changed into his PE clothes and went to the testing area, which was a mini-city. What the heck is UA's budget? This must cost a lot. Shinso was just doing his stretches and then saw a brown bob-shaped hair who was looking around for something, and Shinso saw a keychain and held it up and was about to give it back, but then he sensed a hand approaching him and out of instincts the judo flipped the hand and saw that it was the blue-haired boy who was wearing a shocked expression. Shinso ignored him and approached the girl and held out the keychain. "I think this is yours." "Just thank you for finding it." Then Shinso saw the blue-haired boy get up and he guessed was about to tell him about attacking a fellow examinee but was interrupted when he heard present Mike shout, "And start." Thanks to the reflex training that Shinso got from Akatani, he immediately rushed towards the city, leaving all of the other examinees in the dust as he started to search for a long pole and as he found a street sign and he heard present Mike shout again, "What are you doing? There are no countdowns in real life. That purple-haired kid knows it. Now go." Shinso heard the rushing feet of the other examinees and he pulled the sign out of the street and swung it, destroying a near one-pointer's head. He then rushed to find other robots and saw a horde of them in the distance, and he knew that if he didn't act fast, those points won't be his, so he threw the sign pole which destroyed the one-pointer's head and getting the other 1 and 2 pointers' attention. He then took a hunk of metal and used it as a knuckle and destroyed the 2 robots. Is this what UA is? This is actually kind of easy. I just have to keep this up. Shinso smiled as he kept destroying the robots he could find. With the amount of training he got from Akatani, his hearing and situational awareness were increased to the point where he could sense rumbles from a few meters. His muscles were honed to the point he could flip the robot with ease, and with the number of stamina that he increased, he could do this for 15 minutes straight. He saw a 3-pointer and 2-pointer and grinned similar to Akatani. Let's play beaches. Ochako was almost at her limit with her quirk. She currently had 28 points, which she hoped was enough, but even with the CQC training she got from Kano-san, she just could defeat the robots that easy. Her only way of destroying the robots is making them fly above and make the robots fall to their demise. I'm almost at my limit, stomachs her vomit. I really need more points. She then felt the ground rumbled and froze on what she saw. A giant robot with the height of skyscrapers, and she remembered what Present Mike said during her time at the auditorium about the 0-pointer. That's the 0-pointer? That thing is huge. No wonder we are expected to avoid it. But then her nausea got the best of her and she didn't get the chance to avoid some debris and she got trapped under the rubble created by the destruction. She felt that her ankle was bruised and she couldn't move her legs and was stuck. Help! She asked out, but none of the other examinees seemed to hear her and they all just ran away. She then chuckled bitterly as she thought about what Kano-san told her when she was doing her first job with Kano-san. Now I see. This is what Kano-san was telling me about the real world. She was losing hope as the 1-pointer was approaching and she closed her eyes as she heard more debris falling and she knew it was going to fall on her and she won't be able to get out of the way in time, but then she felt a cloth yanked her arm and pulled her away just in time to see the debris falling down where she had been. Are you okay, kid? She then heard a gruff voice and as she looked up, she saw a man using baggy black clothes and had a weird-looking scarf around his neck which he held on his right hand, and it was the same cloth that yanked her, saving her from the debris. Realizing that the man was waiting for a reply, she then scrambled to her wobbly feet and tried to stand. Yes, I'm okay, Dash. And then she barfed on the pavement but luckily didn't hit the man's feet. She then got wrapped in the scarf of the man and she got dragged by the man to an infirmary and she saw an elderly woman with gray hair styled into a net bun and with a syringe poking diagonally out of it to the left and was wearing a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red vest-like designs on either side, 2 yellow buttons, and a belt with a pink R-shaped buckle and pink boots and has a helmet around the sides of her head, a purple-tinted visor joining it over her eyes. Aizawa, what happened to her? She got hit by the debris made by the 0-pointer and she suffers quirk overuse. Well, she will be fine. Kisses Ochako there. Now you might be exhausted because my quirk uses your stamina, so you might be feeling tired. Thank you, miss. Ochako then got up and left the infirmary and left the UA gates while worrying in her head, as she remembered that she only got 28 points and she was wondering if she got enough points to get in. After a few minutes, she went into an apartment room that she rented to stay so that she won't get tracked, meeting with the Acheron members. She then laid down on the only furniture in the room, which was a couch, and then thought about what Kano-san told her before she took the UA entrance exam. Don't worry, Ochako, this isn't your only chance. The Acheron will always welcome you with open arms. It's beautiful, isn't it, Midoriya-san? At the top of a mountain, the night blue sky seemed magical with multiple shining stars and the crescent moon. We see a bench on the side of the mountain. There were many flowers scattered across the plain where the bench was located. There were many fireflies flying around the place with a few butterflies flying around too. We see 2 teens. One was a 12-year-old boy with viridian messy hair with green emerald eyes who was wearing a dark and mint green Japanese kimono, while the other is a 14-year-old girl with blonde hair shaped into a bun with several red flowers inserted to her hair with cyan eyes and was wearing a red kimono with a cyan flower motif. It is, isn't it? So how are the kids holding up, Hanako Oka? The boy asked while looking at the girl who is identified as Hanako Oka. The girl then smiled a smile at the sky before facing the boy and held the boy's hand before speaking. Everyone is fine. All thanks to you and your friends, Midoriya-san. I don't know how we can repay you for getting us out of that shithole. Midoriya returned the smile at her while still holding her hand. He pulled out a green and black business card and gave it to her. Your kids and your happiness are all that I ever wanted, Oka-san. I don't want anything except for a few favors in the future. She then eyed the card closely, Then she put it inside her kimono sleeve and then stood up from the bench and looked at the boy in front of her. At first, she thought that this boy would want something else, but turns out no. And also, before you leave, would you like to join us, Oka-san? What do you mean, Midoriya-san? The girl saw the boy stood up and walked towards the edge of the plain on top of the mountain, and the girl followed him. The boy then picked a pink tulip and spoke. Once you step outside there, you need money, and I'm not sure you can get a job out there without the necessary paperwork. You and your kids need a roof to stay under and also need food. I can provide you a home here with food too, and you won't just be sitting around either, since I have the contacts necessary for you to get a borderline illegal job when you join Acheron. So, what do you say, Oka-san? The boy said while picking the tulip petals and throwing them towards the edge of the plain and falling down until no petals were left. The girl who was trying to see the pros and cons of joining the boys' organization, after a few minutes she then spoke. Give me some time to think, Midoriya. I need to consider this dash. Oka-san, I know that this all might be too good to be true, but I really just want to help you. I can't stand children suffering. Shocked by the genuine kindness and generosity in the boy's voice, the girl smiled as she saw behind the at first cold-blooded ender. Behind it all was just a pure heart that wanted to help everyone. No matter what quirk or race, this boy just wanted the best for everyone. Yes. I accept. Good, then let's get you settled in, shall we? She then followed the boy as the boy walked towards the exit, but before looking at what it seems to be a stone that was beautifully carved with expertise and love, with multiple chrysanthemum flowers around it, and it has letters that was carved on the stone which said a sentence. Here lies Haru Nakama, may she rest in peace. I am here as a projection. Shinso and Akatani was sitting on a bench on the side of Takoba Municipal Beach Park that has been cleaned up. Many people have used this place as a recreational place for people of all age. Shinso got his UA exam result letter a few hours ago in front of his doorstep, and Akatani appeared out of nowhere and dragged him towards Takoba Beach and set him on the nearest bench Akatani saw. I guess we will be seeing each other soon, since I am going to be teaching at UA this year. What the heck? All Might is going to be teaching? Shinso was surprised to hear that, but when he saw Akatani he just saw pure disgust on the latter's face, and Shinso thought he was a fan of All Might. Akatani, what's wrong? Huh? Oh, it's just weird, you know? I mean, why would All Might suddenly start to teach in you? Isn't that fishy? He must have some sort of hidden intention to actually be there, not to mention does All Might actually have a teacher's license? That's half correct actually. You done well on the written test, and with a practical score of 45 you passed the requirement of 35 points. Meaning that you passed. Shinso couldn't hold back his tears, and he broke down there in Akatani grasp as he saw his dream being more attainable and in reach. He then wiped his tears as he continued to see All Might in the projection displaying the top 10. Congratulations, my boy, welcome to your hero academia. Then the projection stopped and Akatani pulled out a tube and popped confetti all over Shinso while cheering and then throwing the tube in the air before hugging Shinso and shaking him. You freaking did it, Shinsu. You got in UA's hero course. Yes. I did it. Thank you, Akatani. Shinso said while smiling at Akatani. He then returned the hug and began sobbing as he remembered all of the rejection and disgust his peers used to throw at him, the verbal and physical abuse he endured, the unsporting faces of his foster parents, and all, but he made it. Shinso is going to be a hero. Shinso, just remember one thing please. Yeah, Akatani-kun? Akatani then stood up and walked towards the beach. Shinso had no choice to follow him, and at the seashore Akatani stopped and turned to face Shinso. He was wearing a sad expression, and then he spoke while not maintaining eye contact with Shinso. That being a hero is not just about recognition or fame, but promise me that you will be a true hero, one that puts others' lives in front of him? Yes, of course, Akatani-kun. You must be wondering what my past is, right? And thank you for not prying into it, but Akatani stopped mid-sentence and sat down on the sandy beach and gestured to Shinso to sit near him, and Shinso himself was also curious since he never actually learned anything about his mentor/friend's past. So then Akatani started talking about how a hero's negligence caused his birth parents' death, how horrible he was treated because he was quirkless, how he had to hide and clean all of his injuries at the age of 5, how his best friend distanced himself because he was quirkless, how he was treated like glass and garbage by everyone except his parents and best friend, and how a hero's misdirected attack ended his sibling. And that's about it? Shinso was shocked to hear what Akatani had to endure in his childhood, compared to his Akatani's childhood sounded more harsher and more heartbreaking. If Shinso had to endure that, he'd be pretty sure that he would end up hating heroes in a much higher degree. Now all the pieces clicked as he saw Akatani's dislike towards heroes who pass by. Do you hate heroes, Akatani? Well, I hate some, not all of them, but not to a high degree, although some are, but I don't necessarily hate the idea of heroes. It's just so many heroes don't actually realize the true meaning of being a hero anymore. I just don't see them actually saving those who actually need it the most. Akatani spoke at the volume of barely a whisper, while bending his knees to curve like a ball, and his breathing began to speed up as Akatani explained it to Shinso as if he was expecting Shinso to hit him. As Akatani told Shinso that he didn't like heroes, what he didn't expect was a hug coming from Shinso, as Shinso took his fatherly tone that Akatani once used at Shinso. It's fine, Akatani-kun, and don't worry, I will be a true hero and I will save people like you. Better keep that statement of yours, thanks Shinso. Shinso knew that his first intention to be a hero was to prove everyone wrong and be a hero with a villain's quirk, but now, he really started to see the bigger picture on what a hero is supposed to do and the huge responsibility with bearing the title of a hero. I promise, I won't let anyone suffer like you, Akatani-kun. I will be a hero that saves the people that really need saving. Izuku was in his blood-eye costume as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop. He was in a good and bad mood. The good mood is that he gotten 2 new permanent recruits and that his friend Shinso got in the hero course, while the bad mood is that he just found out that a hero was currently involved in a human trafficking, and not just any human trafficking, a child human trafficking. The thought of a hero doing that makes his blood boil and made him want to rip apart that so-called hero and teach that hero a lesson, a very bloody lesson. I remember, after this I should meet and asses all of the new members, but now focus on the present. Izuku then approached the location where the intel he got said the children would be. Izuku was wearing his usual attire, which was a classic suit with 2 long tails that reached his ankle and had a cloak similar to a hoodie covering his head, and he was using an eye patch on his left eye. How did he get that eye patch? That's a story for another day. The location was in an underground facility, and then he snuck into the vents and quietly opened the next vent that by his intel said was the place where the kids were located, but as he busted the vent opened and he landed on the ground, his instincts kicked in as he saw purple smoke in the distance and activated his retractable gas mask. Purple gas, midnight, the R-rated heroine, a trap it seems. Chuckles, they really underestimated me. Let's have some fun. Izuku grinned underneath his gas mask and pretended to be affected by the gas. First he looked surprised, second he wobbled his legs pretending to start going unconsciousness, and third he dropped down and controlled his breathing to be similar to the breathing pattern of someone when that person is sleeping. As he dropped down, he saw the culprit behind the gas. Midnight, who was wearing her hero outfit, was similar to a simple dominatrix as he suspected, but as he heard the amount of breathing, he knew that there were 2 more heroes that are present. This is the Ender? He looks smaller than I imagined. Dummy move, never call out information to your partner unless you are sure that you are all alone. So, you're the one who fatally injured Shota? I honestly thought you put up more of a fight dash. Using that moment when Midnight glanced to a location which Izuku predicted where one of the other heroes were located, he used that moment and used it to hold her in a chokehold and drew his K-bar knife and held it up her neck. He then let out a dark chuckle. Chuckles, are all you heroes so desperate to catch me, to stage a human trafficking? Your standards really have fallen. What did you mean stage dash? Don't try to lower my guard, Namuri Kiyama. I have no issue of shoving this knife in your throat. So the hero's hiding, show yourself. And as Izuku said that in his murdered tone, he saw one person come out. It was a woman with dark skin with a muscular build and red eyes with a rabbit mutation quirk. This is Rumi Usajiyama, or better known as Mirko, the rabbit hero, and her hero costume was a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim around her shoulders and waist, a wide, yellow crescent moon design over her chest, and 2 thick metal plates on her midriff. She wears purple thigh-high boots to complement her leotard, with more plating around the heel and toe areas, making her feet look like those of a rabbit. She also has a pair of thick white gloves on her hands with long cuffs, sporting small triangular protrusions around their edges, but he knew that there was someone else in the shadows, and then just as she pulled her hands up, he had barely enough time to slice a cut on Midnight's throat and dodge a sharp red cloth aimed at him, and he smirked as he saw the last hero appear out of the shadows. "Mirko, check on Midnight, I'll deal with this Ender." This hero was a slim man and a bit short, his gray hair shaped into 3 sharp points that cover the right side of his face and dark gray eyes, and he wears a mask over his lower face, covering his nose and mouth, and the hero costume was a blue mask that covers his mouth, tied at the back of his head with red yarn. Shinya sports red shinobi shizoku underneath a blue robe. His arms are covered in a thin, dark cloth that tucks into his white forearm sleeves. There are red straps attached to his belt and his robe that extend outward, and a gold mask attached to his shoulder, and sports a signature red scarf that features a white patch attached to the front of it. This is Edgeshot, the ninja hero, or Shinya Kamihara. Izuku knew that Edgeshot's skill is at least above him, so he had to play this by installing fear. He smiled as he never actually had a good opponent in so long. His maniacal grin appeared under his gas mask and took out a Ballester Molina with a laser light mini-becker attached to it on his right hand and sheathed his knife. He and Edgeshot charged at each other at the same time while Mirko was checking to make sure Midnight was alright. Edgeshot jumped up and started to use his spiral spear hand move to try to restrict the Ender's movement, and as he saw the figure's movement halt and started to prepare to use his 1,000-sheet pierce movement, he was caught off guard as the figure rushed to him with sparks of electricity surrounding the Ender's body, and Edgeshot got sliced by the knife attached to the figure's gun, and he felt a surge of electricity surge through Edgeshot's nerves and flinched a second but gave the figure enough time, and the figure shot a piece of metal from the figure's left wrist, scrapping Edgeshot's body for a second before Edgeshot could use his quirk, fold a body, to fold his body to avoid the metal whip. Heh. I win, Edgeshot, you might be fast dash. Izuku dodged another attack by Edgeshot and smiled internally as he counted in high head as the poison he injected in his metal whip began to affect Edgeshot. The poison doesn't end, but it paralyzes the victim's body. But now Izuku had to dodge for 10 seconds until the poison set in. He was dodging and saw Edgeshot prepare to use his fishhook snag move. He prepared to shot his pistol at the hero's lung, but as he was aiming he felt a presence behind him and barely dodged the Luna Arc move Mirko used. At him and started spraying at Edgeshot, forcing the latter to be on defense. He smiled as he activated one of his other gadgets and sprayed a substance all over Mirko's surroundings and took out a tube on his left hand and threw it at Mirko while kept shooting Edgeshot, and as his countdown finished he saw Edgeshot started to lose his stance. Shit! He heard a curse coming from Mirko and saw that his substance trapped her, and smiled as he saw Edgeshot lost his balance and fell down on the ground. He then turned on his electricity cloak just to mimic a quirk and was about to do his monologue. He wants to be seen as a typical villain, but his heat sensors on his eye patch started acting up and saw a huge fireball coming towards him. He smiled as he let the fire consume him, making it the perfect cover for his escape. Chuckles, that was fun. Endeavor. You are a waste of my time for now. Izuku then took off into the streets and ran away as he endured the minor burns he got from that flash fire fist. He scowled as he thought about the number 2 hero. He absolutely despised the man. But he has more pressing matters to attend to, so he began to run and disappeared into the night. I hope the interviews can change my sour mood. Again, get up on your feet. You want to get stronger, right? So, stop whining and get back up. A man with white hair and black eyes with a cigarette in his mouth, who was at the age of 26 and was wearing a black gym suit, was towering over a child at the age of 8 who had green bushy hair and green eyes, who was wearing a light mint green pea sweater and long pants. The child was holding his stomach and then wobbly got back up before preparing his stance. The man smiled and then charged at the child while giving pointers on the child's stance, punches and evasion moves. They both were in a continuous loop of punch and dodge. This kept going on for a few hours, repeating the same process as the child kept on trying to balance his defense and offense, and as the man saw the movement of the child slowed after a few hours, he then punched the guts of the kid and grabbed a towel while wiping his sweat, and he saw the child get up and sat next to him. The man then passed a water bottle to the kid. That's enough for today, Izuku. Your stance, punches and dodges have improved, and I got to say, kid, I'm impressed. You keep surprising me every time with how fast you adapt. Thank you, Fune-sensei. The kids spoke barely at a whisper level. This was the kid's 10th training session with Funai. The man eyed the kid who was looking down, clearly thinking of something for a while before nudging the kid by the shoulder while smiling. Cheer up, Izuku. Usually, it takes months for regular people to actually be on your level. You should be at least big-minded for a while. The kid who was identified as Izuku still didn't budge and kept looking at his water bottle. He was clearly gloomy and blames himself for his mother's death. Funai himself didn't expect to train his boss's son, and let alone the one who wanted the training was the son himself. He first thought that the boy would give up at least after 3 meetings with him, but the boy was determined. Alright. Heck, even when Funai told him to jump building to building, the kid actually did it with no hesitation. The kid said he wanted to get stronger so he can protect everyone, but he can see a glimpse of a look on Izuku's face. A look he knew all too well, the look of someone who wants revenge. Izuku, you are not planning to end the number 2 hero, right? Izuku must have not expected to hear that from him and eyed Funai. Funai knew that most people that got revenge didn't feel relieved at the end. Sure, it might be great at the first few seconds, but then usually it bites you back. How did he knew? He was once in a similar state as Izuku, but that's a story for another day. Izuku, listen, I know that you might feel a burning rage and hatred inside you, and it's okay to feel those things, but please remember that you will reap what you sow, because every action has a reaction created from it. Yes, Funai-sensei. The kid spoke with a barely higher voice than the first time. It has been a few weeks after Izuku's mother died, and as Dragon trusted Izuku's knowledge of the underworld and other things were entrusted to a few of Dragon's most trusted members, which was 8 in total, they would catch Izuku staring at his hands or maybe out of the window for some time. The kid has been through something so traumatic, but even though he has recovered physically, mentally however not quite. Kid, how about I make you katsudan? It's your favorite meal, right? The kid's eyes lit up at the mention of his favorite meal and then eyed Funai suspiciously before going back to his depressed state. Yeah? But can you even cook? I'm pretty sure I can. How about let's do one more session before that? The kid then stood up quickly and prepared his stance while smiling at Funai, and Funai returned the smile as the kind, caring and golden-hearted boy he knew came back in front of him. Hi, Sensei. Yep, he might be bent, but not broken, and I will make sure that he will be fixed. Hanako Oka was finishing her chores in what the higher-ups calls it, the Acheron Haven. She just finished cleaning 15 bedrooms, 3 guest rooms, and 1 kitchen room. Honestly, she thought the jobs that Midoriya-san had for her involved blood, but no, except for one which she happily agreed to do. She also was a middle up in the Acheron hierarchy system, which gives her the job of cleaning the haven and taking care of the children in the haven. She was currently on her way to interview 3 people who wanted to join the Acheron. Getting contact with the Acheron is easy, but getting in is a different story. Let's see, a thief with brown hair, recommended by Kano-san, a serial ender with blonde hair recommended by Uyemura-san, and a vigilante who was recommended by Atsushi Tagawa. As usual, a bunch of lawbreakers. Let's get this over with. She was wearing a woman tuxedo instead of her regular kimono, but she still kept her usual hairstyle with her flowers still attached on her hair and was holding a clipboard filled with questions. She then approached the trial room, as people called it. So far there have only been 25 members who got in Acheron through recommendations by other members. The other members were usually handpicked by Midoriya-san. But in his absence we use this method to make sure that there are no moles in Acheron. I wonder, where is Midoriya-san now? Sigh. She then opened the door to the trial room, which was just a plain room made to look like a private office space, and she saw 3 figures. The first one, Ochako Uraraka or Singularity. Data says that she failed the UA's entrance exam towards the hero course and lost her parents in an accident a few days. Second was Toga Himiko, or as Uyemura-san likes to call her, Blood Butterfly, who has 1 end under her belt and ran away from her mentally abusive parents. And third, Tamatsu Karata, a boy. Aged 16 with an xenomorph mutation quirk that made him look like a xenomorph but in the shade color of white with gray stripes, and was a vigilante so elusive that not even the underground network knew about him. She then sat on her chair behind her desk while gesturing the 3 figures to sit down as well. She kept a calculating look to make sure that they knew she meant business. Good, you're all here. Raise your hand if you want to ask me, so now let's get started with the interview. Why did you want to join Acheron? The xenomorph boy then raised his hand for a question and Hanako gestured to him to speak. "Excuse me, miss, but isn't it that we are given the chance to join?" "Yes, you are already a member, but this interview is to determine if you are going to be diving deeper into the Acheron's webs or no. You see, we run a lot of illegal business here, such as illegal quirk use, raids, and maybe even ending if necessary, and we don't want half-baked team members." "I see. But of course, each job has its own benefits and we, Acheron, still stands on the white side, so don't worry, we aren't cold-blood enders, first of all Singularity Dash." What she didn't know was that on the other side of the one-way mirror on her left, Izuku was carefully hearing the conversation on the trial room. He was patching up his burns that he got from Endeavor a few hours ago. He was listening closely to everything that was happening to report to Fune-san to make sure that the ones approved doesn't have an ulterior motive. He was simply sipping his cup of tea as he tried to clear his mind of the hatred he built up directed towards heroes and, especially Endeavor. He was about to leave and finish his errands, but then he heard Singularity spoke. Okasen, is there a boy with black bushy hair and red eyes inside the Acheron?" "I'm sorry, Singularity-kun, but I don't hold the list of members in Acheron, so I can't help you with that." "Oh, ok. Ah yes." Izuku remembered. After he celebrated Hitoshi's acceptance into the hero course, he found Uraraka in her civilian form crying on a bench, and he approached her as Mikumo Akitani and introduced himself as a member of the Acheron and that Kano-san sent him to check on her. "She seems to be doing just fine. At least she passed the first stage of grief." And after finishing a whole box of tissues and a few minutes of his lecture, Uraraka managed to pull herself together and overcome her grief. And if the hero that ended Uraraka's parents in the crossfire got injured so badly that the hero needed to retire, well, let's just say karma's a beach. "Thank you for answering all the questions. You will receive the answer in a few days. From your recommenders, you may leave." Hanako then left the room and the vigilante dashed out in amazing speed that seemed like a blur, leaving the two girls in the room who left as well. Izuku then took the vents and left the observation port. Hanako was walking down the hallways, and as she made sure that no one was around her, she let her business person go and reverted back into her quiet and calculating persona. She then proceeded to get a shower, but then, "Wani-sama, is everything okay?" A voice alerted her, and she saw one of her children that she saved during her time as a test subject in the Jdan vision testing labs, Riko Nakai, who was a 7-year-old girl with white hair and yellow eyes, similar to a jasmine, and was wearing a onesie with a light purple flower petals motif. Hanako then smiled a reassuring smile at her and kneeled down to stroke Nakai's hair. "Wani-sama is fine, see? Wani-sama just needs a bit of relaxing. How about we play after that?" Hanako saw as the child ran down to find her friends. Hanako was still smiling as she reached her quarters. She was grateful for all of this. She has an indefinite debt for Midoriya-san, but she was happily doing this for herself as well and all of the children in Acheron. And as she smelled the aroma of the vanilla candle on the sink, she then relaxed. Well, the hard part is done now, to enjoy some me time. So, the blood dye is a child and that he has multiple quirks? Naomasa Tsukachi was not having a good time. The team that was sent to deal with the human trafficking by a villain got interrupted when Midnight, Mirko, and Edgeshot heard a rustling sound in another room and saw a figure jump down and failed to capture the figure. Edgeshot had some sort of poison in his system. Mirko was unscathed and Midnight, who was sliced at her throat. All of them just gave their statements, and as Edgeshot called out multiple quirks, his mind was only thinking of him. But Edgeshot also said that his quirk usage was off and unnatural. He currently was in a room managing all of the paperwork from the raid. The meeting for the Blood Eye case is in a few days, so we blew up another chance in getting him caught. Tsukachi also noted from Edgeshot that he said the kid's quirk was some sort of energy-storing quirk evidenced by the high speed and endurance and the electricity, but as he searched the entire police system for a person with electricity or energy quirks, he couldn't find anyone matching the description. The closest he could find was a kid named Denki Kanamari, but that kid didn't stockpile energy. But Edgeshot also noted the kid said that he wasn't at Edgeshot's level, meaning that the kid did have training and knew who Edgeshot's fighting style, which is pretty impressive. "Hello Naomasa, how are you doing?" He looked to his door and saw a very skinny man with sharp, angular features and long limbs, his neck long and absent eyebrows, and was wearing baggy clothes. "This is Toshinori Yagi, Or All Might himself? Hello, Yagi-san, aren't you supposed to be preparing to teach this year in UA? Chuckles, yes, and actually I came here to check on you too. I heard from Nedzu that you are caught in some sort of case? Naomasa thought about telling All Might about the case, but he knew that it was confidential information. But on the other hand, having All Might could increase the chance of catching the Ender. Well, I guess if you are up for it then dash. Of course, Naomasa, I am always ready to help. As they both shuffled the papers, Naomasa remembered something. So did you find a successor yet, Yagi? Well, not yet. Mirai proposed me to give one for all to young Togata, but I still have my doubts. Unknown to the both of them, Izuku, who was in costume on the top of another building, was watching the two interact. He then pulled out a hologram from his left wrist and it displayed information he got from hacking into the Hero Commission servers, and he looked up Toshinori Yagi, or better known as All Might information. Who knew that the number one is so bad at keeping secrets? Looks like I know his reason for teaching at UA, to find a successor. I wonder what his quirk is really capable of. One for all, might there be all for one? Hello miss, are you hurt? Ayuna Uyemura was confused as she stared at this 5-year-old in front of her. She was just fired out of her job again. That's the third in this month. After she got another incident with her quirk, she was just about to search for a new job but had no luck in the past few months and her savings were almost out. She was forced to shoplift to survive, and when this green-haired kid saw her, instead of reporting her or calling for the heroes, the kid instead approached her with no hesitation at, "Miss, are you hungry?" The kid then pulled out a loaf of bread and gave it at her. She was skeptical at first but then accepted it before putting the item she was about to steal back into the original shelf. She then saw the kid smiling at her. But before she could leave, she saw a man with bushy black hair running towards the kid with a worried expression and then tackled the kid into a hug. "Izuku, don't scare me like that. You know you're not supposed dash." The man stopped mid-sentence as he eyed the woman in front of him. She was wearing some pretty worn-out clothes and seemed like she couldn't afford new ones. He then stood up and grabbed the kid's hand and was about to drag the kid, but then the kid spoke. "Papa, can we help her?" Ayuna did not expect that to come out of the green-haired boy's mouth. The man looked like he was about to object, but the boy pulled the man's sleeve and whispered something into the man's ear, and the man then sighed and came out a puff of smoke from his mouth, before facing the woman and pulling out a business card. "Excuse me, miss, I know this might be too good to be true, but if you ever need a job, you can contact me." The business card was a black card with red outlining of a dragon's head, and on it was a number. The man then was about to leave, but then the boy came up to me and whispered something in my ear. "No quirk is villainous, miss. Remember that." Ayuna was once again shocked. First of all, she meets a child who has a big amount of generosity. Second, she got a chance to get a job. And third is that how did this kid knew she had what people called a villainous quirk? Surely she didn't have her demon form on, so what gave it away? "Your eyes, it looks like the eyes of someone who needed help." And by that, as she heard that statement, she came back to her senses and saw the shop's door opening and closing, signaling the boy's and man's departure. She then went into a quiet, deserted place and she eyed the card curiously. She wasn't a stranger to the underground after all. When you were constantly beaten down by the world, you dive deep into the dark parts where you never knew existed. She then remembered a similar mark somewhere in the bar she used to work for. It was the Dragons Yakuza clan card. What the F did I got myself into? Time skip a few months later. Well, this is it. Ayuna was at a loss. She was so tired of getting fired from simple jobs just because of her quirk. Sure, she needed blood to a degree to stop her from going insane, but it's just so unfair. Usually it just takes a few months to get a new one, and she had experience for doing this for over 2 years, but the last one left such a big impact on her head as she heard what her boss said in a tone filled with such rejection, venom and malice. She was almost losing hope until she remembered the card she got from that black-haired man and the kind green-haired kid, and as she called the number, she only got an address, and she was currently at that address that was engraved into the card. It was into an alleyway that was lit pretty well. "Hello? The eternal flames?" The wall then opened and she saw an opening and went in. She saw a nice bar with several dragon carvings on the bar's furniture, and she saw the man from the store, but instead of clothes that were designed for winter, he was wearing a tuxedo and had a briefcase with him. He must have noticed my presence since as the door closed the man rotated his seat to face me. The man gestured to the empty seat and smiled as he saw me approach him. "Hello, miss. I'm Hisashi Midoriya. Let's talk business, shall we?" "Well, this is it." Hitoshi was in his UA Hero Course uniform and was in front of the door to Class 1A. The morning started with Akatani breaking into his house and using an air horn to wake him up at 4 a.m. How did Akatani blow an air horn without waking his parents up? He will never know, but anyways he was opening the door to the classroom and was greeted with the blue-haired kid in the auditorium trying to authorize an ash-blonde-haired kid who had his feet up on the desk. "Don't put your legs on the desk." "No. As a matter of fact, I don't think. Just my luck to be put with 2 extra loud students in my class." Hitoshi was about to move into his seat when he felt a small presence behind him and by instinct jumped back and saw who did the presence belong to, a homeless-looking man? In a sleeping bag? Wait, black hair, tired eyes, and jelly pouches? "If you are here to make friends, then get out." The man spoke in a monotone voice and got up while still inside the sleeping bag, and Hitoshi took that as his cue to get to his seat, and the man then got out of the bag and he had a black bodysuit and a certain trademark scarf Hitoshi knew all too well. Hitoshi recognizes him as the pro-hero Eraserhead. Holy shit, it's Eraserhead. The freaking Eraserhead. Only that purple-haired kid sensed me. In a real-life situation the rest of you would be dead. "I'm your homeroom teacher," Aizawa showed a dash. Eraserhead then pulled out some clothes from the sleeping bag and handed it out. "Wear these immediately and then shove off to the P grounds." Wasting no time, Hitoshi took his instantly and went to the changing rooms. No second to waste. Shinso Akatani, he didn't know where the P grounds are, but he could deduce where it may be located. Thanks to Akatani's lessons on perspective, he was able to make it to the grounds and saw his teacher waiting for him. After a few seconds he saw his classmates behind him. "Today, we are going to do a quirk apprehension test. But what about the ceremony? Or the guidance counselor meetings? If you want to be heroes, we don't have the time for frilly niceties." Hitoshi zoned out as the teacher told them about the freedom reputation and that the old physical tests where we are banned from using quirks and such. He wasn't listening as Akatani had warned him about all of this. Seriously, does Akatani know someone who gone to UA? It almost seems like he knew exactly. Die! The impact created a huge explosion and left dust flying, and then their teacher pulled up then score 705.2 meters and told them that it will be the basis for their hero foundation, but one student decided to point out that this is fun, and immediately the aura around them dropped a few degrees Celsius. "It looks like fun, you say?" Yep, that was not a good thing to say out loud. "All right then, the student who ranks last in total points will be expelled." Why is it that all of my teachers are sadistic human beings? Welcome to this department of heroics. Shinso and his new classmates then did what they were told, and some of them were pretty good at regular exercises without the use of their quirks, although they really excelled at the test that their quirks helped them at. Shinso was diving in quirkless. Akatani warned him that his quirk activation need to be a secret, so they devised a way to do exactly that by getting his classmates to respond prematurely and get a hold of his strings when he needed them. "Food choose. I think." Shinso smirked as he was called up to the ball throw and maintained eye contact with his Pomeranian-haired explosion classmate, and as he finished his eye contact, for approximately 4.729 seconds, he then smiled as he felt his quirk working. "Explode this ball to make it go the furthest you can." The Pomeranian classmate then did exactly what was told, shocking his classmates, and he got himself a score of 705.2 meters, same score with the Pomeranian. After his brainwashing quirk released the strings, he wasn't fazed as the said classmate charged at him. "What the F did you do?" He saw his teacher's scarf holding back the ash-blonde-haired kid and saw his teacher's eyes glow red as the erasure quirk activated. "Don't force me to use my quirk too much. It gives me a bad dry eye." The tests continued until we got to the point of revealing the scores. Hitoshi felt he did pretty good compared to the others, and as Eraserhead was about to reveal their scores, he then smiled a creepy smile while speaking as he turned the projector on. "Also, about the expulsion, it was a logical ruse to put up your best performances." Yep, once again Akatani is right again. Even to these ruses. "Come on guys, use your brains, of course it was a ruse." The onyx ponytail-haired girl said, but oh how she was so wrong. Akatani told him that the previous class 1A got expelled and re-rolled later. Hitoshi chuckled as the pressure of Yue seemed to be familiar to the training aura that Akatani emitted when he trained him, and then he walked out of the school gates, and even though he was smiling on the outside, he was freaking out on the inside. I survived the first day. Just got to keep this up for 3 more years. I'm so sorry, Saishin. I couldn't get in Yue. Ochako was currently bowing her head at the kitsune masked person when she approached him again during her second visit to the Acheron. She was just walking down the halls as she remembered what her original mission was and that she failed to even make it to the first stage, so she ran and tried to find Saishin, which she did, who was laying against the wall presumably waiting for her. So, why are you apologizing for? Because I failed the mission? Saishin then walked up to me and he gestured for me to follow him, and he let me into a garden? With multiple flowers here and there and a fountain at the middle. He then pressed a few buttons on the wall next to the door and the room suddenly shifted and the garden faded, leaving just a floor and a visionary of the night sky. You are too simple-minded, Uraraka. Let's say if a dog wanted a bone that was on the other side of a window but he couldn't get through the window, did that dog failed? Ochako then thought. The dog did fail, but there were other ways for the dog to reach the bone, but before she could give her answer, Saishin flicked on her forehead. You think too slow. You have to understand and analyze the dilemma faster, but what is your answer? No. Correct. There are other ways you could gather information from Yue. But, I'm just a petty thief. I can't get past Yue's defenses? Who said anything about breaking in? Ochako was confused. There was no specific information on Yue's website, and she definitely couldn't get past the school's firewall and cyber defenses, so how was she supposed to get info in Yue? Connections? What? Saishin then chuckled as he pressed a few other buttons and came out a bench and a mountainside scenery. He then sat on the bench and spoke. When you connect with other people, you get information. This may be a bit hard for you considering you just became a member last night, but... Saishin pulled out a binder and threw it at Ochako, who caught it and made the binder float and saw the contents, which was a bunch of names and their quirks listed, and all of them were wearing Yue uniforms. Sir, how? We just managed to scrape a little of the surface without the rat noticing, to infiltrate, try and make friends with them, which is the hard way in staying unsuspicious, or follow them and stalk them. The choice to make is yours. Ochakos felt nausea at the thought of just befriending someone for her own gain, but before she could ponder on that thought any further, she felt Saishin's hand on her shoulder. I'm not asking you to friend them for your own sake. Who knows, maybe you can make actual friends and make up for the info that you are gathering, and remember, the choice is yours. Saishin then left the room and Ochako was reading through the files carefully, thinking what she should do. After a few minutes she then left the room and decided to discuss this with Kano-san. Maybe her advice can help me determine which one should I do. Oi, what do we have here? Want to fight, huh? We see in an alleyway a group of 3 thugs, one with a bull mutation quirk and the others weren't known yet, and 2 victims, a woman who was trembling in fear as she saw the men approaching, and another was a short black hooded figure who had green gloves and shoes that seemed to glow in the night. The figures seemed to be watching the men and dissecting everything about them. Heh, playing hero, huh? Hand over the goods, kid, and we'll let you be. The short figure then chuckled and it echoed through the entire alleyway before regaining its composure. The figure's right eye glowed and he faced the woman. Run, and forget everything here, understand? The woman then decided to comply with the figure's words and ran away, leaving only the figure and the thugs left in the alleyway. The figure then began doing some stretches as if this was a normal occurrence to him. So, what are you gentlemen doing out here? What's it got to do with you? The one with the mutation quirk asked, while the one in the middle, presumably the leader, raised one of his eyebrows at the figure's question. He was about to answer when suddenly the figure dashed towards one of the thugs and did an uppercut, knocking the thug out with a swift movement. You asked for it, freak. The leader then charged at the figure while activating his quirk, making him unseen, and turned into gas, but then as he was about to punch, the figure dodged to the left and ignored him while making its way towards the other thug. The other thug then saw the figure approaching and smashed his hand through where the figure was and left a crack on the concrete, but the figure was not there. What? Where did he dash? And was knocked out as the figure who was behind him by punching an area just below the jaw of the thug, making it into a one-on-one match. The figure didn't even seem out of breath and was taking this without any kinds of seriousness. It almost as if this was something the figure did regularly. Huh. I tried negotiating with you, but every bad person needs to be judged. And after the figure said that the thug only saw black as his consciousness faded into nothing and fell to the ground, and the figure stood over the 3 unconscious bodies of thugs that he just judged and climbed up a roof and began moving to a different area, continuing the figure's patrol route. I really wonder how did this get under the Commission's views? A city with nothing but crime and lost people. Is this really the truth about the hero society? The figure's thoughts were interrupted when he heard a muffled scream from the building behind him, and he just got to see the shadows of 2 figures, one a kid and one was a man, and he just saw a glimpse of it, but he saw that the man was holding something and was about to hit the girl who was holding her head while curling into a ball. Worthless son of a dash. Before the man could do anything to the girl, the window shattered as the figure dropped in and held the man on a chokehold from the back, and flipping the man over and banging the man's back into the table, he found in what seems to be a kitchen, and as the man started getting up, he then took the toaster near there and ripped it off and used it to bash the man's head, making the man's head bleed, and the man fell unconscious and his head was covered in blood, and as he made sure the man was unconscious, he then eyed the kid, who was a girl, carefully. She was wearing torn and worn-out clothes, had beautiful black hair with green accents. The girl also had green eyes that looked afraid. "Hey kid, it's okay. He won't hurt you anymore." The figure toned his speech into one that was fatherly and filled with a genuine expression. He then crouched to reach the girl's height and saw that the girl had cuffs on her wrists, so he then approached the girl as calmly as he could while maintain a safe distance and movement. "No, let's get those cuffs off, shall we?" The figure then eyed the cuffs and pulled his knife carefully and showing it to the girl before breaking the wrists, and while he was breaking the cuffs, the girl then spoke in a timid and scared voice. "Why are you helping me?" "Because it is the right thing to do, and you looked like you needed help. They're all done." The figure then let the girl examine her wrist first before standing up again. He eyed the man's body and decided to leave the man be. He then offered a hand to the girl. "I know I am just a stranger to you, but do you want to be happy?" The girl then stayed silent for a few seconds before grabbing a hold of the figure's stretched hand. The figure smiled internally as he picked up the girl. "What's your name, little one?" "Nakama, Tatu Nakama." Chuckles, "Well, Nakama-chan, hold on tight." The figure then leapt to another rooftop while holding a girl on his back, and they disappeared into the night without a trace, leaving no physical proof of their existence, for now. Eraserhead was busy with what you ask. He has been busy trying to teach. He pulled his expulsion stunt like all times, but next step he was confused on what to actually teach his students, and that's because he didn't take teaching skills out of a book, unlike someone he knew, so he was stumped. He was so drowned in researching that Hizashi insisted to actually take a patrol to take his mind of, and when he decided to go back to the last place where he saw the kid. Also, if I remember correctly, I should investigate the Jade Punisher while I'm here. And after a few eventful hours of stopping muggings and assaults, he saw the kid who was jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He knew that he had no chance of beating the kid, so he followed the kid while maintaining a safe distance. He was trailing the kid while updating his status with Tsukachi. "Tsukachi, I'm trailing the blood eye right now. Careful, Eraser, we don't want a repeat of that incident again." "Roger that." Eraser then trailed the kid and got a better look under the moonlight and saw the short stature of the kid's figure, which confirms his kid theory. He was following the kid for a few minutes when the kid stopped and went down. Curiously, Eraserhead jumped down into the streets and followed the kid on foot, and the kid seemed to be approaching a warehouse. He was debating himself on entering or no, but then, bang! He whipped over and saw the kid standing right behind him and was holding a gun that had a flag attached and said, "Bang." The kid seemed unamused by Eraserhead's second attempt to trail him, and if Eraserhead didn't tread these waters carefully, he knew that he would end up in a hospital room again. "Chuckles, you seem lost, Eraser. Trying that hard to change, huh?" The kid still had his right eye glowing red and an eye symbol on the kid's left glove, but instead of a suit the kid was wearing a black hoodie and pants while wearing sneakers that had green lights and a green-lined combat gloves with the eye symbol being green instead of red, and with a different gun, which was AP-365XL, and as Eraserhead was analyzing the kid then sheathed his weapon and threw a book at Eraser, who caught it and saw it, which had an orange and beige color and was decorated with an elegant design and had no title. "What's this?" Just read the contents, and also remember, a true teacher will never give up on any student and will help that student get back up. Just remember that. The kid was about to jump away, but Eraserhead tried to engage into a conversation with the kid before he could leave since they have nothing on the kid right now. Wait, why are you doing this? The figure halted and then went silent, and Eraser could hear the wind howling as the figure just stood there, before facing Eraserhead, and as the figure did so, Eraserhead felt a huge pressure filled with ending intent paralyzing Eraserhead in place. Why am I doing this? It's because I can't just stand by and just watch. If you heroes can't do the job correctly, I will. And with that, the kid left Eraserhead in the alleyway, and as the kid left, Eraserhead immediately recovered from the paralyzing aura that the kid created. He then dialed Tsukachi, inform him that he was about to send in a witness report. His thoughts lingered on what the kid said, about how heroes can't do their job correctly. Eraser, please tell me that you are unscathed. Yes, and I'm dropping by to give my statement, and I got out a motive. Great job. At least we got something out of it. Eraserhead then proceeded to scale the building, and as he was on the top on the edge of the building, he saw the green silhouette of the kid jumping into building after building in the distance, and just saw the kid disappeared in the night. Just what did that kid had to endure to lose faith in heroes like that? Are you sure this is going to work? Of course it is. A trap like this will surely get you in touch with a hero course student. Now let's do this. Ochako was in her civilian costume and was currently next to Kano-san, who was her civilian costume as well. They were currently in one of her family's construction sites, and Kano-san was trying to stage an incident to blossom a friendship between Ochako and a certain student. Who is the student of choice anyway? Now, why would I tell you that? This is supposed to be your first meeting. Ochako was about to protest, but she knew damn too well that Kano-san was persistent and she wasn't a person to give up on an idea that she had, so Ochako accepted her fate of being in one of Kano-san's shenanigans. She can withstand Himiko's tendencies better than Kano-san's shenanigans because those are a mess to clean up. So, what is going to happen? First, you will walk unsuspiciously from this sidewalk to the other end. Second, that beam will fall down near you. Not going to end you if we set it up correctly. Third, the hero student sees it and goes to help you, easy peasy. But that thing can end me. Ochako was not a genius, but she also knew that if the student didn't save her, she would be flat as a pancake. Seriously, how did Kano-san think about her surviving that if it went wrong? Don't worry, Ochako, you won't die. Now execute the plan, miss. Intel says the student will be here in a few minutes. Sighed, fine, but the Acheron has insurance, right? Ochako was not buying the yes that she got from a sheepishly looking Kano-san, but this might be her only chance in forming a connection, and she wasn't sure she could get another chance, so she decided to seal her fate for the day. I sure hope I don't die. Ochako then went and walked through the sidewalk and acted as a regular civilian. Then she heard Kano-san on her earpiece. Alrighty, the target is coming right about dash. Ochako was interrupted as she heard the beam above her crack and she heard the construction workers shout out to her. She then looked up and saw the beam currently falling down to her, and she was about to move out of the way, but then she was pushed out of the way by a girl with green long hair and had a part that was braided into a bow and eyes that are oval-like and large. As she and the girl landed from their little crash, she saw the beams finally collide with the ground and created a cloud of dust around the area. She saw the girl, got up and offered a hand to her. Are you okay, Karo? Ochako then got a better look at the girl, who had a white shirt and a green sleeveless jacket with a long Air Force blue knife-pleated skirt and was wearing red and white sneakers. Ochako then took the hand and got up with the help of the girl. I'm fine, but I wouldn't be if it weren't for you. Call me Azui, and you are? Karo? Yurarka, I'm Dash. Ochako then felt pain on her ankle, which she assumed she sprained. We should get you to the hospital. Chuckles awkwardly, thanks for the help. Don't forget the mission, engage in small talk, I have an appointment, so bye. Ochako heard before her comms was disconnected, and as she was trying to make a talk with the hero student called Azui, and even though she was currently keeping her facade up, she was plotting a huge mess for a certain spider woman. Oh ho ho, you will regret dumping me after that dangerous stunt you pulled. Is all of this really necessary, Yoshinaga-san? No one is a one-trick pony, kid. If you go out there, you fight with everything at your disposal. No fight is a fair fight. A boy with green hair and green eyes who was aged 9 and was wearing a PE clothing, and a man who was aged 28. The man had mint green dark green hair that was styled in blinding bangs that covered the man's right eye, which was orange in color. The man was wearing a black jacket on top of a white t-shirt and was wearing gray jeans. The man and the boy was currently beside a table, and on the table was many firearms, from simple one-shot pistols to even a light machine gun. So, which one should I try first? The man identified as Yoshinaga then proceeded to approach the table and grabbed a hunting rifle and gave it to the boy, who held it and inspected it. Yoshinaga also then set up a target across the room and stood next to the boy. This rifle is the easiest one to aim, but if you miss, you will create a huge opening for your opponent. So let's start with your basic aim. Now I want 5 shots at that target. The boy did what was told, but instead of just shooting the gun automatically, the boy shot 1 bullet first that hit the target a little higher from the barrel point. The kid then lined up the shot a bit lower, and as he fired the second and third shot, they both landed on the bullseye and one a bit above it consecutively. The kid lined up the 4th shot, and as he shot it, he recovered from the recoil and fired the 5th shot in under a few seconds. Not bad for a first-timer. You adapted very quickly for the recoil, but your aiming could use some work. Now let's get you acquainted with the rest of the weapons. Yoshinaga-san, how do you have all of these weapons in the first place? Yoshinaga then stopped at his tracks and looked down at his feet. Then Yoshinaga let out a sigh before twirling a knife he had in his pocket. The tactical knife had a black blade with a green hilt and gray handle. It also had a small kanji engraved on the blade in red and orange color, which said determination. I used to be in the military, but I dropped out because forget it, there's no point in dwelling in that time. Yoshinaga took 2 Uzis and threw it at the boy, who caught them in both hands. Yoshinaga also took a bunch of discs and stood a good distance away from the boy. Next one, you fire those Uzis and try to hit these discs that I'll throw at you and dash. But what if I miss? The man then smiled as his left eye turned red, and as he threw one of the discs, which suddenly broke mid-air as a red slash appeared where the disc was destroyed and the remaining pieces were held in the air with a red energy outlining them. The boy stared in awe as he saw a quirk at work. Yoshinaga then chuckled as he used his quirk to move the disc remain to the side. Don't worry, I'm used to catching bullets, so don't be afraid to spray. Now let's begin. Hi. The man then threw the discs in the air, and the boy started top try and shoot all the discs, and resulted in 12 out of 24, 25 if you count the one destroyed by Yoshinaga, and finished the 2 magazines of the Uzis. The finished mags then dropped to the floor, making a cling sound. The man's left eye was still red as around him were exactly 64 bullets surrounded in red energy, and as the man's left eye became normal again after he stepped away, all of the bullets rushed and left bullet marks all over the wall behind where the man had stood. Lots of wasted ammunition. Those could have ended someone else, but considering this is your first time, you did pretty well. The boy then looked where the bullets that missed were and pictured people there. He then felt guilt drowning him again, but he felt a hand ruffling his hair and looked up to Yoshinaga, whose left eye glowed green, and he felt a surge of comfortless inside of him as Yoshinaga's hand glowed green. No one can be perfect at the first time, Izuku. If you don't want the worst outcome to happen, always practice to achieve the best that you can do. The boy Izuku then looked at the Uzis grasped by his hands and looked at the other weapons lying on the table. He then smiled a determined gaze, one that was called by everyone in the Dragon Clan as the eternal determination of the Phoenix's light. Now, let's start with a few harder ones. Ready for the challenge, little guy? Hi. Good, now try that SR-21 over there and shoot these discs again. Hitoshi was bored out of his mind. It was in his English class with present Mike, but thanks to Akatani-kun's training, who decided to use English as the language, he was forced to learn English in a fast pace if he wanted to get some tips from Akatani. No, more like getting clues to make sure he survives. This is so normal. I wonder what will the heroics class be like? The rest of the day after the classes and after getting lunch cooked by the pro-hero lunch rush, came the class which Hitoshi was really looking for. It's me. Note to self, wear earphones when All Might enters. Coming through the door like a normal person. Hitoshi decided to tune out the next loud sentences coming from an obnoxious hero. Now he sees what Akatani said about All Might being a biscript teacher. Hitoshi sighed as he saw one of his classmates criticize All Might's costume and All Might recovering from that criticism, and Hitoshi snickered. and he saw All Might showing a card that titled Battle, and told them to gear up, and Hitoshi smiled as he saw the bag containing his costume and grinned internally as he opened it. Akatani helped me with the design, and he said he put some extra addition to it. I wonder what could it be? Probably something crazy. Time skip a few minutes later. Yep, something crazy. Actually, how the heck did Akatani manage to get me a replica of Eraserhead's capture scarf? Hitoshi was freaking out internally as on the top of his hero costume, which was a black jumpsuit with purple linings and had a centerpiece that was similar to a bulletproof vest which was gray, and also a shoulder pad that was slinged on his left shoulder which was dark purple with a black symbol of a snake slithering around a staff on it. He also had military boots that was gray built, had violet neon lights underneath creating glowing steps that he could use as a distraction. He also had a glove on his right hand which was purple on the palm and gray on the other side. He also got a note on top with Akatani's signature on top saying, "Have fun with the prize of surviving training." Smiley face. Well, I guess there is no other choice than to use it. Hitoshi then twirled the capture weapon around his neck and began to familiarize himself with the weapon that he once used. He used it once when training with Akatani, but that was just a regular scarf. He then shot it forwards before reeling it in again and shot at the opposite direction while Limbo NG and yanked the scarf back to him. He then smiled as he approached the ground beta. "Alright, let's see what you're made of, you embryos." Embryos? I really don't understand how he is teaching. Maybe I can find out what his true intentions are. Hitoshi couldn't help but giggled as All Might was barraged by a bunch of questions from his classmates. All Might then told them that it will be a 2 versus 2 in heroes who will try to capture the villains or defuse the bomb by touching it, and villains who are guarding the bomb until the timer runs out, or by capturing the heroes by using a capture tape. And he burst out laughing as All Might drew the lottery box and got asked again for the 9th time by Lita, and he saw the others looking at him before he regained his composure and got his face back up. "Sorry, All Might sensei." After bursting out laughing, he then got assigned on Team A with a girl who had sideswept brown hair which reached her shoulders, with had yellow eyes, and was wearing a white full-body skin-tight suit with black parts that looked like space around her wrists and ankles. She also had yellow-orange parts near around her loose collar part and around her shoulders that was connected with a necklace trinket just below her neck. She was wearing white gloves but was fingerless on her middle and pointing finger. She also wore white high soles sneakers which soles were same color as her wrists and ankles. She also had a belt that had 2 cylinder-looking grips which was also yellow-orange colored. "So, we are on the same team, huh?" "Sora Fukuhara, pleasure to meet you." "Hitoshi Shinso, nice to meet you too." Hitoshi then shook the hand from Fukuhara and looked at All Might, who took out the teams who will battle out first, and by luck it seems that his team, Team A, will be the hero team, and Team D, which consisted of Lita and the loud obnoxious ash-blonde-haired Bakugo. He knew that Lita had a mutation engine quirk and Bakugo had an offensive explosion quirk, but he didn't know his teammate's quirk. Looks like he wasn't really paying attention to her during the quirk apprehension test. "So, what's your quirk, Fukuhara-san?" "Oh, my quirk is called space. I can create vacuum space similar to outer space in specific dimensions that I can list, like in the shape of blocks or spheres, but they aren't made of matter, so they don't interact with other materials except if it goes inside the space I created, which crushed the matter inside. What is yours, by the way? I saw that you could mind control that ashy blonde classmate over there." Hitoshi froze as she asked about that, but he then masked it away with a smile and a well-practiced lie that he got from Akatani, the lie of his quirk activation. If he ever wanted to go underground, he would have to be extremely cautious, and that's why his quirk activation is crucial, because if it doesn't meet the requirements, he is essentially quirkless, and he needed all the advantages he got under his belt. Brainwashing. I can take control of anyone if they reach a certain level of confusion. This is technically not wrong, since usually starting a conversation mid-fight or even just staring insensitively at someone might cause confusion. Pretty cool quirk. So do you have a plan, Shinsukuin? Well, by the looks of it, Bakugo will likely target me for the stunt I pulled during the quirk apprehension test dash. I swear he keeps staring at me at every chance he gets. Well, I can use that to my advantage. And Lita will probably secure the bomb somewhere in the middle to prevent us from easily getting to it from the top, and will probably guard the bomb all on his own. I guess it's better if we split up, huh? I'll go after the bomb and you will take them out. considering you can do it, but it's okay if dash. Oh, it will be my pleasure to take them out, Hitoshi said, and saw Fukuhara's face turned into a confused one before returning normal. For so long Hitoshi was itching to get a chance to test out his new skills, and since he could never get a chance in actually beating Akatani, he didn't really know how much he improved, but he was pretty sure he could actually take on someone else with ease, or he hoped so. Okay, I will get rid of the aggressors and you will secure the target, got it, Fukuhara-kun? Yep, good luck. Hitoshi then rushed in and picked a rock up and threw it to the middle floor window, and he heard a clang, undoubtedly made from a metal hitting the rock, which he assumed is Lita's armor. Hitoshi then entered the front door by kicking the door open loudly. Hitoshi was still grinning like a madman as he rushed in while creating as much sound as he could to distract the villains, and he's pretty sure he heard loud footsteps above him as he got to the third floor, and smirked as he jumped out of a nearby window and used his capture scarf to pull himself up to the next floor from the outside and crashed through the window and saw Bakugo's shocked face as Bakugo turned around. He then did a straight quick punch to Bakugo's face, who didn't react in time, and he followed it with an uppercut to the jaw, and he used his capture scarf to wrap it around Bakugo and threw him out of the building and into the air and threw a huge vent piece with his scarf into Bakugo, hitting him mid-air on the target. 1. Distracted? Chuckles, this is fun, but I should secure him. Meanwhile, inside the observation room, all of the students and All Might was in a shock after seeing what their resident insomniac purple-haired classmate just did. Easily defeated the kid who got first place on the entrance exam with just a few moves and without breaking a sweat. That was so manly. He just completely dominated him, and in just a few seconds as well. A recommendation student commented as she saw her classmate defeated another with such precise and skill, and without a usage of a quirk. She noted, since she saw the boy's quirk in action during the quirk apprehension test. Back to the heroes, Fukuhara was informed that the bomb was in the 5th floor, so she used her quirk to create stepping steps which only she could interact with. She was going to open the window, but she saw a figure getting thrown away into the air and a piece of metal. Better to stay focused. She then entered the room very quietly by concealing her feet with space, which nullifies the sound waves. She saw the huge bomb and Lita, who was monologuing. Are they not taking this seriously? She then created space surrounding Lita and rushed for the bomb. Lita tried to stop her, but as a part of his armor touched the space, it began to wrinkle, and Lita then pulled it back, creating enough time for her to touch the bomb and surround it in space. And she heard All Might stating the match was over and sighed in relief, but that didn't last long as suddenly the entire building shook and she saw the left top part of the building was eaten by a huge explosion and she fell to her feet. She then saw Shinsuke on the ground in front of the damaged building and on a huge crater whose left half of his face and left arm was burned from explosion remnants, and he saw Bakugo, who was completely wrapped on one end of Shinsu's scarf, which looked similar to Aizawa-sensei's scarf, and she saw the other end was in the air, which was holding one of Bakugo's gauntlets. That could have ended them and us, you know, Bakugo? Heh, you were lucky I reacted in time. Don't mind if I pass out dash. Shinso then fell to the ground and the capture scarf then loosened around Bakugo and the gauntlet and retracting back around Shinso's neck, and then she saw some medic bots carry him away and saw All Might approach Bakugo. Oh, that's right. Focus on what I really came here for. One for all. The last thing she saw before she got escorted back into the observation room was the face of an unconscious Shinso. She then dismissed it as she had a mission to accomplish, one that she needed to achieve to fulfill what they wanted. Now this is what I like to see. Finally, you used that brain of yours. We zoom into a white testing chamber. We see a machine? No, a humanoid which resembled a human skeleton but looked similar to a mannequin but made out of gray material. The head had a dog-like upper that only covered the nostrils and the bottom part of the nose, and bottom jaw that was similar to the dog Cerberus from Greek mythology that mismatched the shape of the humanoid head. The fingers were replaced with dulled claws. The figure also had calculating blue eyes and with artificial ultramarine hair that was styled with an arch, making into two sides on the humanoid's forehead and had a small ponytail at the back. The hair also had one strip of white hair. The figure was wearing a black lab coat that was buttoned and with a white cargo pants and white shirt with a collar piece and had black work shoes. The figure also had a name tag on its left upper pocket on the front of the lab coat that spelled LETH. The figure also had two security cameras that was attached to some flexible tube that connected to the figure's shoulders. That had a color scheme of black and blue. The figure also had a weird cylinder-looking thing that had a green glow coming out of one end on its left hand. So, is this assembled? A boy at the age of 9 was seen at the opposite side of a table that the figure was standing. On the table was a mechanical skeleton of a sparrow. The figure chuckled before giving the boy who had green bushy hair and green eyes, who was wearing a white lab coat fit for the boy's size, an unimpressed stare, and then used the cylinder thing to completely dismantle, not destroy, the bird skeleton and reassembled it all in mid-air with the tube, and then pulled out a sphere-looking device and inserted inside the bird similar to a heart, and then as the bird was finished, the bird came to life and flew and perched into. You just stuck to the rules and didn't ask me for anything else. You just used the items that were provided and didn't think outside the box. That can get you ended. Oh. But at least you managed to assemble it just by looking at me doing it, and in just a few times as well. Now follow me. The figure then did a hand scan at a panel, and the circular door opened, and the boy followed the figure, who went inside an elevator, and the boy did as well. The elevator then played music in the background and went down. You know, when your father asked me to teach you about tech and stuff, you were just an idiot who had big dreams, but you learn surprisingly fast, even though you never actually get the gist until I point it out. You remind me of a chimera I used to know. The boy just kept staring ashamedly down to his feet until the elevator door opened and the figure walked, which the boy followed in suit. The two walked through halls which were filled with huge test tubes that seemed to be designed to fit humans in the tubes. There was nothing in them, and then after a few minutes of walking the man stopped at an opening to a room, and in the middle of the back of the room was a bigger tube than the others, and it was filled with blue liquid, and a body was inside. The body seemed like a man who was aged 23, which had black long hair and had many tubes that connected to the man's back and some that were holding the man in place. The man was only wearing baggy white clothes and seemed to be sleeping with eyes closed. The man also had blue markings all over the body. The giant test tube that had many wires and pipes that connect to several machinery, and then the figure approached one of the machineries and began to tamper with it for a few seconds before approaching the boy. You see him. If you can't undo what I did in a few minutes, the tube will explode and he will die. Now go. The kid then started to panic for a split second, but then calmed down and rushed into the control panel that the figure tampered with and analyzed it quickly before looking to the other control panels scattered across the room before looking at the ceiling and then the floor. The kid then rushed to several control panels before he stared at the figure. Tagawa-sensei, can you tell me what you did? The figure identified as Tagawa threw a notepad at the boy, who caught it and then read the contents of the notepad before pulling out a phone and quickly did something and scanned the notepad before going back to the control panel and messed with it, and after redoing it with all of the other control panels, and then a ding sound echoed and all of the control panels returned to normal. The boy sighed in relief while Tagawa coughed sarcastically. That alerted the boy, who got back up to his feet before facing the figure. You failed, almost passed but didn't? The boy tilted his head and looked confused while Tagawa just stared at the boy, and they both maintained eye contact for a few seconds. The tube then exploded and mist covered the room. The water was overflowing and there was an arm that laid on the floor, and all of the equipment was destroyed. The body combusted, leaving only blood and one arm. The boy fell to his knees as the boy saw the destroyed room whilst Tagawa then sighed and pulled out a disc which was a hologram and played various times where the boy was working alongside the man. You know, you are just hindering your own progression, and I hate those who hide themselves in a shell. Come back to me when you realize the consequences of your actions. Tagawa then walked away, leaving the boy alone in the room caused by his negligence and self-esteem issues, and didn't even notice the man leaving as he was in such deep thought. Naivety will get you ended. Sorry kid, but this is only a fraction of the cruelty this world can throw. I know it all too well. Bakugo was a lot of things, such as perspective, had a great quirk, was going to be the next #1 hero like All Might, great in battle, excelled at academics and many more, but if there was one thing that he knew, he wasn't a thing at is doing whatever Deku could do. He acknowledged himself as a pretty bad person, although he never knew just how bad of a bully he was after that stupid Deku's death alongside Uncle Hisashi. He may not say it out loud, but he admitted that Deku was better than him in so many ways. While he was quirkless and that irritated Katsuki so much, it was as if he was lower than a piece of dirt. But now after Deku disappeared, he felt out of place, It's like living in a world with just one thing missing, a small change but had a big impact. Now he is at UA promising that he won't let anyone die like Deku did, but then Ibags suddenly used a movement he knew too well, a movement that he saw in person way too many times. Ibags owe me some explanation on where he learned that move. Katsuki remembered it clearly. Earlier that day during his first heroics lesson he was sure that he could sweep his opponents, but he was wrong. That purple-haired sheet threw him out of the window, and as he tried to use his quirk he got hit in the face with a pipe. He managed to land himself safely but saw the purple-haired kid approaching him, but then he heard it, the voice he knew all too well. Well, look who's here dash. That voice too. How in the world did Ibags know that voice? Katsuki was so blinded by his emotions that time and attacked Ibags, who had similar reactions to one person, Deku. Katsuki knew that it couldn't have been a coincidence, and he knew that Deku's style of fighting is analyze and kill, not fight and instinct, so he did a little monologue and warning about his gauntlets. The point was to actually scare the purple-haired kid into running away, but then things didn't went as planned, as Ibags actually used the same scarf similar like their homeroom teacher's scarf and yanked out one of his gauntlets and then threw it in the air. But the pin was already out, so Katsuki pulled the other gauntlet pin to push Ibags away from the explosion, but he was a bit late, causing Ibags' left face side to get hit with the gauntlet in the air and left arm by the gauntlet he used to try to push him out, and Ibags collapsed on him and had to get brought to the infirmary. Ibags, we need to talk. After the purple hair guy recovered, All Might then criticized their actions and he got most of the blame for the collateral damage, even though he didn't intend to actually do it, but that's what outsiders see. He remembered one of Dezuku's saying to him. Some things are not all they seem. A villain can actually be a hero, while the hero can actually be a villain. It is based on perspective and facts. Remember that, Kachan? Now he was currently in a hallway approaching Ibags after the whole fiasco. At least Ibags was okay and they had recovery girl to heal their wounds. Katsuki knew that he didn't exactly give a good first impression and saw the scowl on Ibags' face when he faced Katsuki. Sighed, what do you want? Bakugo? Trash talking it? Didn't take you for a shitty type? Where did you know that voice from? Pardon? That voice, how do you know Deku's voice? Who is Deku? Don't F around with me. Katsuki grabbed Ibags' collar and held him by the wall. Katsuki, realizing what he did, then let go and Ibags landed on his feet. Ibags then fixed his collar before facing Katsuki again. If you give me an actual name I might remember, and that voice was my friend's voice. Midoriya? Huh. Izuku Midoriya, that's Shidi Deku's name, but sometimes he calls himself Mikumo. And as Katsuki said, Mikumo, the purple-haired kid froze, and by experience, Katsuki knew that Ibags recognized the name. But since it was almost time for another class, he decided to wait for the answer later, and as he passed Ibags he then spoke. Just come meet me at the gates after school, I'm sure we both some effin' want answers. He then left his purple gravity-defying hair classmate in the hall and walked towards his class. He knew that Deku was like a cockroach. Deku was persistent and he knew that it would take more than getting abandoned to end someone like Deku. He also knew that cases like Deku was never going to be solved by the authorities because of Deku's conditioning, so he had to take matters in his own hands. He was done with trusting adults, well, except for a few that he personally knew. When dealing with his friend, could he even call Deku a friend? Katsuki was his main bully, no tormentor for 4 years until Anti-Inko's death, ever since he tried to make amends, but every time after school Deku would just pop out of existence. The last time he actually saw him was at Uncle Hisashi's death during the funeral, but Deku was with 2 other people who Katsuki didn't know. Ever since then he never heard anything regarding Deku. He might sound selfish, but he just wants to change. Years passed and he didn't get a single lead, but then Ibags came into the picture. Ibags, better if NG be the last piece to the puzzle. If not, I will personally search for your shitty-ass Deku. Hums echoed throughout an alleyway. Seriously, what's wrong with my obsession for alleyways? That was singing an eerily tune that seemed to be a predator's final gleeful words before completely ending their prey. In the alleyway we see Toga, who still had her hair styled in messy buns, but instead of a school uniform, she was wearing a casual white turtleneck sweater and black skirt with casual shoes, who was skipping with joy while humming, and behind her we see also a white xenomorph with gray Stipes, who was wearing an orange-blue-white windbreaker jacket and blue long pants with no shoes revealing xenomorph-like feet, and Ochako, who was wearing a pink shirt with a denim jack on top and also black leggings and brown shoes and was wearing brown circular glasses. The xenomorph boy was holding several shopping bags on his arms and his tail. Ochako was a bit squeamish after their last mission, which involved a bit of dirty work. So, Himiko-kun, where do we drop this luggage? Oh, over there at the dumpster, Kurata-chan. The xenomorph boy dumped all of the contents of the bags inside the dumpster and then also threw all of the bags inside and then gave a thumbs up to Himiko, who giggled and looked at Ochako, and Ochako sighed as Himiko dragged her towards the dumpster. Okay, Uraraka-chan. Light them up. Ochako then pulled out a lighter from the pocket in her jacket and pulled the trigger, which created a small flame that was dancing. She saw Kurata-kun throwing a glass bottle inside the dumpster and resulted in the bottle breaking. Ochako then used her quirk on the lighter, making it float above the dumpster while still lit midair. Let's get out of here, Himiko said in a gleeful tone while smiling. Ochako then sighed as she and the xenomorph boy followed her out of the alleyway, and at a few blocks away from the dumpster Ochako then put all of her fingers together. Release. After a few seconds they smelled the ashes of fire and looked to the direction where they came from and saw firefighters and the pro-hero Backdraft, who was assisting the firefighters. Ochako was still looking at the scene in front of her when she heard a whistle. Damn, those guys work fast. So where we going, gals? Kurata then slung his hands over Himiko's and Ochako's shoulder as he positioned himself in the middle of the two. Ochako smiled as she remembered the first time she formally met the shy and energetic boy when they and the girl Himiko was assigned to be a team. Kurata-kun was so shy and just stood there awkwardly, and Himiko was being Himiko. Not that Ochako minded. This was her third mission with them and was currently the first job, which involved murder. How about we dine in, Kurata-chan? Ochako still doesn't know how does Himiko stays so. Himiko all the time, with ever-present blush marks, similar to hers, when she is happy and always with a smile, even though she knew that it was a mask. She once had that on. Luckily, she had someone to help her face reality back. Sounds great, but do you know any place here? No idea. You know this place, Uraraka-chan? Well, there is a cheap Chinese restaurant around here that serves great noodles, with a mochi stand next to it, but I don't really. Okay, let's go there. I'll pay. Nice, I'm in a mood for some fried noodles. Are you sure you're the one paying, Himiko? Of course. Now show the way, Uraraka-chan. Ochako then smiled as she then held Kurata's slimy and scaly claws and Himiko's soft hands, and when Kurata saw that she didn't flinch, she swore he blushed a bit, a trick of the light perhaps. She knew that both of them were discriminated because of their quirks, but deep down she knew that they both are people with a kind heart, although they both didn't really knew the terms privacy very well. She was dragging them down the street, but then her phone buzzed and was about to open it, but then Kurata swiped it with amazing speed, and saw him throw the phone at Himiko, who opened her flip phone before smirking. So, who is this, Tsuyu-chan, huh? Ochako then panicked before grabbing her phone back and saw a message from Tsuyu. After the incident with Kano-san's plot, and after dousing Kano-san's room with pumpkin scents and liquid which she absolutely hates, she and Tsuyu decided changed numbers when they both had small talk, and surprisingly they both have a lot in common and have been chatting ever since that day. And sure, they both only have met 3 times in physical, but she kind of felt that they both are actual friends, not that she was only using Tsuyu as an information source. Just a friend, Himiko-kun. Oh, no fair. I told you to call me Toga-chan. Himiko pouted while Ochako was looking at the message that was left by Tsuyu, which wasn't too out of sense. It was just one of those texts to her asking about Ochako's condition, and as usual Ochako tried to take advantage of this conversation since Intel said that today was the first heroics class for the first years, so she gestured the two to follow her, who was also texting Tsuyu as they were walking towards the restaurant. Sure, hope I can get some juicy info out of this. So far nothing but... Ochako's eyes widened as she heard a scream coming from somewhere to her left, and she saw the looks on Kurata's face and the smile on Himiko's face and knew that going to the restaurant was going to be delayed. Well, looks like we have a visit to attend to. Let's go, Uraraka-chan. Ochako then smiled as she saw Kurata scaled the building and walked through the rooftops while she made Himiko float, who skipped happily while covering a huge length with each skip, and Ochako ran to catch up with her team, no friends, while smiling. Focus on the present. Now better save the distressed person, I can get used to this working with them. Shoo, it's okay, what is it Hataru-chan? An 11-year-old boy who was in a white pajama, who had super messy green hair and was wearing a medical eye patch over his left eye and fluffy slippers was hugging and comforting a girl at the age of 6 who had black hair with green strikes. The girl was also wearing a pajama similar to the boy's and was crying out tears and sobbing. They were in a bedroom which only had a bed and a desk station beside the bed and all of it was white, seemingly like a minimalist future house. The boy was kneeling on top of the bed as the girl who was crying hugged him tight as if he was the only hope she had. Hataru-chan, it's okay, he isn't here. Hey, I'm sorry you got scared, but it's okay, everyone gets scared in their life. Hataru-chan, can you name me 5 things you can see? Sniffles. They, in my hands, your green hair, my stuffy, the white bed and water stains? Sniffles. Very good, now, what are 4 things you feel? The soft bed. Sniffles, my pajamas, the cold air, and sniffles, the tingly green thing. The girl seemed to have calmed down and the tears have stopped flowing with her grip on her hug loosening, but she still was sobbing slightly with a few tears dropping. The boy just kept smiling a reassuring smile and then after a few minutes the girl finally calmed down. The boy then got off the bed while still holding the girl's hand and gently dragged her towards the door which opened and came into view was a kitchen. Hey, I know. How about a glass of hot cocoa? The girl just stood there while holding the boy's hand and didn't budge. The boy just kept smiling and started to make 2 cups of hot cocoa and then passed one of the cups to the girl who held it and began to drink it very slowly. The boy then set the girl on one of the chairs that was stationed beside of the big rectangular table. The boy then sat next to the girl and moved his hand very gently and slow towards the girl's hair and then stroked it gently. The girl at first flinched but then relaxed into the calming hands of her savior. Silence engulfed the kitchen with just the sound of marble hitting ceramic and the sound of slurping cocoa. They stayed that way before a voice interrupted them. Izuku-sama, is everything all right? A man with white hair that was styled in a manner that was similar to the boy's hair and black eyes who was wearing a tuxedo. The man also had slight eye bags under his eyes, indication of the lack of resting. The man also yawned before the boy answered. Nothing, Fune-sensei. Just relaxing with a mug of cocoa. The man smiled as he then went to the coffee machine and made a cup for himself while the girl finished her drink. She then smiled a soft smile. The boy then stopped caressing her hair and then got up but the girl then asked. Sensei? The girl spoke in a very soft and quiet tone while looking down. The boy then kneeled down and held her face. Yes? You can ask me anything Hataru-chan. What is it? How did you dealt with your nightmares? Hataru-chan. Even I'm still dealing with my nightmares. Hataru-chan, why do you think we get nightmares? I don't know. Nightmares happen because we dwell on the past that we don't like. Sometimes it is a reminder of someone, but mainly, it's because you haven't achieved peace within yourself. Come Hataru-chan, how about I hum you a lullaby? The girl then just nodded and held the boy's hand. They both went back into the room and as the girl laid down in bed, the boy sat down on the chair and looked at the girl. Hataru-chan, is there anything in your mind? Can I dye my hair? Whoa, slow down, what was that? Can I dye my hair? Sure, but why? The girl had panic in her face and was about to deny it but then the boy embraced her in a hug while whispering in her ear reassuring her that it's fine. A mantra that he kept repeating, I am here. Don't want to be related to him. Okay Hataru, but remember that your past doesn't define you, you shape the future, and your life is only controlled by you. We can dye your hair tomorrow. For now, get a good night's sleep. The boy that began to hum a tune, one that was projecting a calming aura to those who listened to it. The boy then set the bed and the girl was slowly closing her eyes as she fell into the soothing touch of the boy, and after the boy finished the hum, the girl was asleep and the boy sat next to her and opened a black notebook which was titled Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 11. But the hero was stripped with a line and below it was the writing. Well, that checks out the calming skill. Don't worry Hataru-chan, I promise that you won't suffer again. The boy was interrupted by the door opening slowly and came out a head peeking out which belonged to a woman with yellow eyes and dark navy blue hair that was styled in a single braid that was slung over her right shoulder and reached her neck. The woman then opened the door fully and went in. She was wearing a white mini dress with dark navy blue cuffed sleeves. The dress also had 4 buttons on the front side which secured it. 1. She also wore navy blue platform short boots and white socks that only covered a small area above the boots. The woman was holding a clipboard at her left hand. Is there a problem, Maki Sakamoto? Well, there is one. But it's better if I tell you somewhere private. It's dash. We need to pick a class president. Aizawa was in his class now, and after he shooed the media away, no, vultures, and criticizing his students while giving them tips on how to improve based on their heroics class footage, he was silently impressed by the purple-haired kid named Hitoshi, but he was wondering where did he got a replica of his capture scarf. He would have to ask him later, and also, he was mildly concerned about Bakugo's behavior. At first, before Hitoshi provoked Bakugo, Bakugo was calm and calculated, but after, Bakugo became violent and shouted so much curse words Aizawa had ever heard in his life. And how did those gauntlets even got approved? Anyhow, there seemed to be some sort of tension between the two until now, something that still exists until now. He would have to see what's wrong. Finally, something school-like. And boy was he glad he was wearing his portable ear mufflers, because the entire class all tried to be picked and elected as one. The ones who didn't join the crowd was Bakugo and Hitoshi. Surprisingly, he was about to use his erasure on them, but Lita settled it down and proposed a democratic vote. Is that all right, sensei? Fine, but make sure that the one who you pick is actually capable. Now don't make any ruckus while you vote. At a different time, Aizawa would have went into his sleeping bag and let his students do their thing, but this time he was eyeing every student carefully, taking account in all of their behavior, something that was stated in the book that he got from the vigilante/villain, which was, a teacher tries to see what's wrong with their students and help them in a passive way so the student will learn and will gain respect and trust in the teacher. And many more teaching tips in the book. Honestly, he wondered if the book was actually sold or if it was an heirloom, but now he was catching a few things such as Mineta's pervert behavior by his 30 cms of thigh, a few students with insecurities, and also Hitoshi, who seemed to be deep in thought about something, and the others were fine, at least in his opinion. 0 votes. I see how it dash. Aizawa then looked at the board and found out that Yair got 3 votes and Hitoshi seemed to got 2 votes, and the majority of the class voted themselves. Based on the footage he saw yesterday and the school records, Shinso was more of a lone wolf rather than a pack leader, but whatever works, he guesses. The lunch bell rang and his students went outside to the cafeteria, but he overheard Bakugo talking to Shinso. Oi, you wanted answers, right? So, follow me, eyebags. Answers? To what? Aizawa then followed, not stalked, them and saw that after they got their lunch from Lunch Rush, they then sat in an isolated table away from the other students. He then saw Shinso gulp down a huge mug of coffee before looking desperately at Bakugo. So, who is Izuku Midoriya? A name? He is, no, was my childhood friend. Why did I ask you? Is that you used one of that damn nerd's techniques? He got it from watching someone called Eraserhead, and also, the way you fight looks like someone who had to dodge a barrage of items, am I right? Chuckles, don't remind me, it was hell. So what do you mean by was? Bakugo then went silent, and if that's not weird, then Aizawa doesn't know what's weird, since all day Bakugo had been shouting at everyone, non-stop. Seriously, he was like a combination between Endeavor and Present Mike, but this Midoriya seemed to be the one who trained Shinso, and looked like he did a great job of it too. So far Aizawa would say that Shinso could take on some of the very low-ranked heroes. And also the other thing he was nagging to find out is how did Shinso got a replica of his capture scarf? Was presumed dead, but it's because those motherfucker heroes won't even bat an eye to search for him. They just say, we have other matters to attend to, and it's bullshit. Why? Because he is quirkless dash. Discrimination. I think it was also my fault, if only I forced chuckle, told him how I really felt instead of just pushing my insecurities by oppressing him down. You bullied him. This time Aizawa noted that Shinso had a stern look as he probably asked Bakugo, looking for any lies, and how Bakugo felt guilty while Bakugo was looking down at his tray. They stayed silent before footsteps alerted Aizawa, and he saw Sora Fukuhara approaching the table. Fukuhara was also another mystery herself, considering how her quirk works, and also about her behavior in the heroics trial, which she displayed a high proficiency in utilizing her quirk in combat and her level-headed behavior. In attacking someone, he wondered, similar to Shinso, if she was trained before coming into UA too, but not with the same teacher it seems. Hey Shinso-kun. Mind if I sit with you? Sure, Fukuhara-kun. I'm guessing it was you who voted for me? Yep. You seem like most open-minded among our classmates, and you actually take others' feelings into consideration like when we were on the same team, so you make the best choice. Thanks, I guess. Anyways, what are you two doing here? We were just dashed. Suddenly the level 3 security breach alarm blared and Aizawa went through the vents and saw the press. Seriously, when did the press become invincible to the law? Anyways, it's his job to deal with this, but then he saw the students rushing to evacuate. He sighed and then told Hisashi he was about to get back inside, but then he heard a loud air horn and saw Hitoshi, who was on a platform which was created by Fukuhara and was holding an air horn and was wearing an unimpressed look before speaking. Walk towards the door in an orderly fashion. All of the students then did what was told, which surprising, but he noticed that all of their eyes seemed devoid of life. But as they lined up, in which Shinso and his table mates followed in suit, they all regained life in their eyes and was a bit weary at first, but then proceeded to evacuate like they should. Aizawa then remembered his file, which stated a mental quirk, brainwashing, but he didn't see any verbal response, which was weird to say the least, but at least he got the situation under control. The mind-controlled students then left the cafeteria in order. He then smiled as he saw a glimmer of a leader inside and smirked as Shinso turns out to be a jack of all trades. Looks like I have some searching to do. This is Izuku Midoriya, the childhood friend of Bakugo and the mentor of Shinso. Who is Izuku Midoriya? He then regrouped with his co-workers in the front gate, which was disintegrated and destroyed into ashes. He saw his boss Nedzu, who was analyzing the situation, and his boss proposed the idea of someone breaking in, which wasn't that far-fetched, but why? What is the meaning of this all? Another hero ender, a mystery boy, 2 skillful eye-catching students, and now, what is going on? Izuku's day or night, whatever you want to call it, has been uneventful except for the additional 2 hero end count that added to his overall death toll. Anyways, he was approaching a location that was sent to him by a broker named Jiren, saying that he was invited to join a League of Villains. But what Jiren didn't know is that he had been keeping tabs with the League of Villains since they appeared into the underground scene, and the main reason why he even thought to accept this so-called invitation is that rumors in the underground stated that their sponsor is the underground bogeyman who could give and take quirks that existed since the dawn of quirks. Well, here is the place. To think that a former Yakuza's base is much more advanced than the base of a 200-year-old supervillain who has more funds and experience. Izuku also knew that the underground bogeyman had more years under his belt of leading and possibly manipulation techniques compared to a person who just led a small group under just 5 years. He eyed the bar as he entered it. It was a simple yet clean bar which was made out of wood, and he saw a bunch of alcoholic drinks and a purple mist bartender which had glowing yellow eyes and a metal plate covering the man's, he assumes, neck, who was cleaning a wine glass. He also noted a TV on the top side of the bar with the text, "No signal," but he knew that someone else was listening, and he thinks he knows who. This is surprisingly dim. Either this is one of my dumbest decisions I have ever made, or a gold mine of information. Ah yes, phase 2 is at action. Chuckles internally, a reunion is due. Izuku, who was in the Blood Eye costume with, instead of his trademark dual pistols, he had a KBSPWZ 1938M slung over his left shoulder and also had 3 throwing daggers strapped into the left side of his belt. He also noted a pale-skinned grayish-blue-haired man who had hands covering his face, and some seemed to grip some parts of his body. He found Jiren, who was wearing his purple coat and pants, and sat down on a couch while had a cigarette lit in his mouth. "Welcome. Please sit down," snaps fingers. "Order a drink on me dash." Jiren didn't get to finish his sentence as a throwing knife landed on the table in front of him, and Izuku walked slowly while eyeing everything. It was also a good excuse to not get any alcoholic drinks. He then sat down on the couch on the opposite side of Jiren, and inside he was nervous. This was like a gamble, and if he didn't play his card correct, he might end up as another pawn. He knew it all too well. Cut to the chase. Jiren, now what is this league and what do I get from joining? I spoke in an orderly tone by default, and then as I sat down, I heard a sound and tilted my head to see where it came from and saw the handman, who had dust on his left hand and seemed irritated. The man then approached Izuku, who didn't seem fazed at all. "You know, as an NPC, like, you should know your place dash. Now Shigaraki," Don't sour our relationship with him. Do you know how hard it is to actually find him? Shigaraki, huh? Sounds familiar. I'll look it up later. Whatever. He just came in and acted like he owns this tavern. It just annoys me. Now as for the benefits, Sir Blood I dash. Hey. Don't ignore me. What do you seek actually? Izuku then went quiet as he then prepared his answer. Don't blame him for being paranoid. He then made a small ending intent in the air taught by his mentor and gazed with pure hatred, one that he was building since the age of 8, and one that was about to be released soon. So, seeing if we have similar ideals, huh? Well, I'll tell you, my goal is to end this hero society, but honestly, you all just seem big shots. I don't even think that you can dash. Huh? Who are you calling big shots? I am the player here. I'll show you your place, stupid NPC dash. Shigaraki then charged at Izuku, who jumped and avoided the outstretched left hand and threw his second throwing knife in a circular angle which cut one of the fingers on the hand and spewed out blood, which made Shigaraki held his wrist, and Izuku then rushed towards Shigaraki and threw him across the room and into the wall. The knife also created a satisfying thud and landed next beside the first throwing knife. Besides from having to be led by this man-child dash, that's uncalled for. What do I get in return of my patronage? Izuku then smirked as he heard a icky voice from the TV that he eyed earlier, so his thoughts were correct. He then decided to be a good little rabbit in this lion's den. He was actually excited about finding out a quirk that could freely give and take quirks at the user's will, and then it clicked inside of his head, something that he left forgotten until now. All quirks for one person. All for one, and one for all. The connection. A few research is needed. Izuku then thought about a few things and then finally spoke after reciting all about the pros and cons of asking something out, and then decided to make a temporary alliance with them and eliminate the Emperor at a future time. Let's make a deal then. You may summon me for any errands as long as they align with my ideals, and in return, you will deal with an annoyance in my side for a while, if dash. The mysterious person was probably wearing a menacing smile as they said that, similar to a child who got what they want through several unnecessary means. Izuku smiled as he crossed another thing off his to-do list. Finished. Izuku threw a card that landed on the front of the Misty Bartender, which was a black card with a red eye symbol on it and a number. Contact me when you have a job. Izuku then went towards the door and left. After looking around to make sure that there was no one nearby, he then left out a deep and long breath that he didn't knew he was holding and felt his knees wobble. Geez, that was more stressful than I thought. Well, now on to phase 2 of Hitoshi, and on to phase 0 of One for All. Izuku smiled under his hood and then looked up at the night sky once again before scaling the building until the roof. To be honest, he still had some mixed feelings for his old friend, but he knew that it was effective in the long term, and he prefers to get it over with, so he then prepared for tomorrow to meet his old bully and older friend, Kachan. Hello? Earth to Hatoru-chan? Is anybody in there? Yes, sensei? Sorry for spacing out, and we see Izuku, not going to do the ominous description except for new characters, and Hataru as they were walking down a sidewalk. Izuku was wearing a white t-shirt that had the kanji saying green in green, ironically, and a dark green jacket with loose jeans, and he was also wearing white sneakers and glasses, while Hataru still was wearing her usual clothing with instead of black hair with green highlights. She now had white hair with green highlights, and was holding a mint chocolate chip ice cream on her right hand while holding Izuku's right hand. Something on your mind? I don't know, it just feels weird. I understand, lying to yourself at first may seem a bit weird, but as you come to terms with your mind, you will find peace as you finally accept who you are. They were just taking a small stroll down the sidewalk and Hataru was still finishing her ice cream when they heard a scream and saw a convenience store getting robbed and that the villain had some sort of giant dragon mutation quirk and was breathing fire that made the surroundings caught fire, and the pedestrians were all panicking and some were even holding out their phones to record it. Typical, these days people treat attacks that endanger their life as entertainment. It disgusts me. He then saw the pro-hero gang Orca and smiled as he knew that this hero is a true one, at least one that is trying to fight against specific mutation quirk discrimination, and also, he prioritized the civilians first, which he respects. He finished the job quickly and efficiently. He saw as the hero contained the villain in about a few minutes and handled the situation, quickly dealing with the flames and finished as the police came to arrest the criminal. And then the reporters came, with flashing camera lights and crowded the hero, probably trying to find a big scoop. "Sensei, can I have his autograph?" Izuku smiled as he approached the hero and wondered if this is what his mother and father felt like when he was little and always approached every hero he could see and asked for their autographs, although it did leave a warm feeling in his heart that Hataru-chan now was more open to him and that she was asking him for things. "Excuse me, mister, but may I have your autograph?" And by the looks of it, Gang Orca was probably surprised too, considering that many children were afraid of him and his monster-like appearance, but this beautiful white-haired girl approached him with no hesitation and said that she wanted his autograph, which made him smile. He kneeled to get near to the girl's height. "Of course, miss, now what's your name?" "Nakama, Tataru Nakama." "Great to hear." Gang Orca then, after signing on a piece of paper, gave it to Hataru, who eyed the writing and smiled fondly at the hero, who couldn't resist to return it back and saw Izuku beside the girl and then patted Hataru's head. "Come on, Hataru-chan, we are going to be late, and thank you, Gang Orca-san." Thank you, Gang Orca-san. It was my pleasure." Izuku then held the autograph while Hataru finished the rest of her ice cream. Izuku then gave the autograph to Hataru so she could hold it, but then she made a small frown which piqued Izuku's interest. "Something off?" "Oh, nothing, sensei. Do you see any green dots over the paper?" "Green dots? No, but let's check it at home, K?" "Okay." Hataru had an unsure look but was quickly comforted once again by her savior's calming words that came out of his mouth. She had been seeing green dots everywhere, especially near plants. But she didn't want to make her sensei's workload full. She also knew that her sensei is a very busy man, but she just wanted to know. "Don't worry, Hataru-chan, we will find out the answer. It may just be a part of your quirk. You never used it before, right?" "Yes." "I never had a reason to. But we are going to change that. Let's try doing it at home, all right?" "Okay." As they both reached a secretive part of the town, Izuku then bent his knees to make him as tall as Hataru-chan and put both of his pointer fingers at the edge of her mouth and then pulled them apart, creating a smile. "Don't forget to smile, Hataru-chan, because your smile is what helps you make others feel safe." Izuku then took his glasses off and pulled a medical eye patch and used it to cover his left eye. He stood up and then pulled a poster down and there laid a keypad. Izuku entered 6 patterns 6 times and then the sewer gate opened and he held Hataru bridal style and looked at her before jumping down, and the poster went back up with the sewer gate closing, to disappear from the day. Sora Fukuhara was walking towards her home. Well, if you can call it home. To be honest, she never actually had a home since forever, but that's her past to share in another day. She was currently still in her UA uniform after the entire lunch fiasco that happened and wanted to walk with Shinso, but looks like he and that Bakugo classmate have something to finish and she's not sure what. I wonder what went on with those two, considering that Bakugo almost ended me and Shinso during the trial and Bakugo doesn't seem like the type of person to... Her thoughts were interrupted by a hand gripping her neck. She began to panic and breathe heavily and irregularly. Cold sweat came out from her body as she tried to calm herself and try to regain her composure, but a familiar voice called, "No," warned her. The voice she knew too well, one that has been engraved in her head for decades. She then calmed down and then began to recite everything from the beginning to the end, with no mistake at all. The mysterious person behind her was quiet for a while before releasing the grip on her neck, which made her gasp for air and fell to her knees. She was about to face the person, but she then felt her consciousness fading, but she could still hear the person's last words before letting darkness consume her. Sora found herself in a dark void of space. She couldn't feel anything, nor she could do anything. She was just there, floating. She was about to close her eyes again, but then she heard a voice that belonged to a child. "Wake up." One that was so nostalgic, but she just couldn't place her finger or thoughts on why. The voice, it's so relaxing, so soothing, she just wanted to hear to it forever. She was nearly losing her consciousness when suddenly, "Mom." She saw a woman aged 45 with long straight brown hair that reached her waist, and had those beige eyes and was wearing a white wrap dress with long sleeves and was wearing brown sandals. The woman was right in front of her eyes, but when Sora examined her, she saw no life. Her eyes were the eyes of one who has lost hope. But before she could look at her mother for any longer, she then suddenly felt water suffocating her. She knew that even if she tried, she would never survive. Better make this quick. I starts to feel water clogging her respiratory system. She has experienced this dream many times. She would always hear a girl found her mother, fed, and sometimes something else. Everything she felt like she saw it. She always forgets what it was. She just stopped trying. Time skip a few. Sora slowly opened her eyes. She saw water that was being drained out. As the water was completely out, she then saw the piece of metal in front of her slide. She was blinded by the evening light. She then saw that she was back inside her apartment bedroom. She looked around and saw a tube that she came out of and a bunch of control panels. She opened the door and looked at her living room and saw him. No, sir. It's because I haven't got the chance to dash. Sora then got thrown into a wall and felt something choking her neck, and she then felt her left cheek got cut and down trickled blood from the spot. She also saw him more clearly, a silhouette that was covered in pure black fog at every part of the outer body. He also had glowing black eyes that seemed to absorb every light around it. He had one hand pointing to Sora while he was still sitting on the chair. Sora looked down and saw a dismembered black hand with small claws holding her neck. Struggles to breathe, yes? Sora then fell to the ground as the black hand disappeared, and she tried to get back up to her feet when she felt his presence behind him, which made her froze in fear. She felt those eyes stare at her, the eyes of death itself. She didn't dare move, not 1 inch. Yes, sir? Sora spoke in a very quiet and weak voice. He didn't seem to have any remorse in his voice and just left Sora alone in the middle of her living room, still gasping for air and trying to relax herself. After the sound of a door closing, she finally felt free once again. She then opened her fridge and took out a cold, refreshing sweet drink and chugged half of it down. After the effects of glucose set in, she let herself fall on her couch. Chuckles internally. I survived, then. Sora's relieved feeling was just short relieved as she felt a sharp stinging pain on her head. It was the 5th time this had happened since she left. Got moved from the place. After that she saw the world around her fade of colors and were replaced with black space once again. She then fell unconscious, and then, as she opened her eyes, they became red, and she smiled a wicked smile. Finally, out of that stinking confinement? Ah yes. This is pleasuring. So, this is the place where you meet up with that damn nerd? Shinso was currently in Takoba Beach with Bakugo. They both still had their uniforms on except for the outer suit, which Bakugo held and slung over his left shoulder, and Shinso put his in his bag. And as Shinso traversed through the beach, he couldn't help but reminisce what had happened in a few months ago. Those 10 months of surviving the rigorous training that he went through. The training that granted him the ability to enter the biased hero course exams. Although now, he sees it not being biased at all. The person who wanted to take them just had to be prepared, with a quirk or without a quirk, mental or physical, because you can't save someone if you're dead. Yeah. Chuckles, now that I think about it. This is also the place where it all changed. The stupid nerd probably gave you all of the talk, huh? Making you question your own existence? Shinso couldn't help but snicker at that thought. Thanks to Mikumo, or Izuku if Bakugo is correct, he found out so many things about his quirk's hidden properties that even he didn't know had, such as the ability to control multiple people at once, to delay the time when he gained control of people, and to manipulate memories. Honestly, he owed a lot to Mikumo. Like so, but this is weird, he told me to meet him at this place every dash. Kachan. Shinso was cut of and saw Mikumo, who was sitting down on the same bench he sat during opening the UA's letter, but this time, Mikumo's hair had some visible green parts and was still wearing his regular baggy clothes. Mikumo was wearing a shocked expression and stared at Bakugo for a solid 5 seconds before Bakugo tackled Mikumo into a hug. Don't effing disappear like that again, Deku. The old hag was worried sick about you. And if Bakugo's change of attitude after the heroics trial wasn't surprising, here Shinso was looking at a Bakugo who was speaking quietly. And not to mention that Bakugo is actually being nice? The world has turned upside down today, that's for sure, in Hitoshi's head. Bakugo then broke the bug, but instead of a look of pleasure, he just saw a conflicted look on Mikumo, no Izuku's face. Why do you care now? Hitoshi knew that stuff was about to escalate within these two, between bully and victim. What's going to happen? Nothing good, that's what's going to happen. Hitoshi then put him between the two and then put on his smile. He confronted Mikumo with a smile and tried to start a conversation, but his mouth was snapped shut. It's probably because he never actually saw Mikumo like this before. Now that I think about it, he did mention a childhood friend that betrayed him. Now it makes sense. When the broken microwave exploded near them when I was moving it, Mikumo almost went into a panic attack but managed to keep himself together. Hey, Mikumo, how are you doing? Mikumo then laughed dryly and then got off the bench and then made space between Bakugo, him, and himself. Mikumo then took of his eye contacts, revealing green eyes, and then spit out the tube that Mikumo used to imitate a fire-breathing quirk, which made Bakugo's eyes widen, but then he laughed. Of course, you would use an item to imitate a quirk. You kept talking like that before? So Mikumo, do I call you Mikumo or? Izuku's just fine, Shinso, and no, this is not your fault. I knew that this was going to happen eventually. Mikumo, no. Izuku then reverted to his smile when Izuku was doing his prep talk at the end of every training session. Izuku then walked and Hitoshi followed with Bakugo in suit. They both were strolling down besides the side of the beach. Izuku then sighed before facing Bakugo. So, what do you want to know, Kachan? Every sheet that went down ever since you left. And why? Well, it's a long story. Shinso, you can stay here and listen, or you can wait it out. This is going to be long. I'll stay. After all, that's what friends are for, right? Izuku then smiled a genuine smile and Hitoshi couldn't help mutter two brights under his breath, but looks like Bakugo heard it and snickered but still kept a small frown. Then as they walked down the sidewalk, Izuku then started to retell the story Hitoshi once heard, but he felt like something out of place. Shinso just brushed it off. That's it? Not to interrupt you too, but how in the world did you survive that, Mikizuku? Sometimes I wonder that, too. I think it's just my luck. Bakugo was still silent as he processed everything that he heard, but what he and Shinso didn't know is that it was a well-spun web of half-truths and lies. Izuku wasn't actually orphaned and ran away, but well, they will find about it sooner. Bakugo then tried to say something but his mouth shut again. Shinso saw Bakugo's mouth opening and shutting up. Izuku then stopped at the edge of the shore. After that, Bakugo managed to speak in a quiet voice that Shinso will never imagine coming out of the loud, ashy blonde classmate beside of him. I'm sorry, but I never wanted to hurt you. I just felt insecure, right? You felt that I was above you in so many ways, that I accomplished things without a quirk, so you tried to mask those insecurities by oppressing me, making you feel strong, but it never did, didn't it? They both sat silent for a few minutes with just the sound of gushing winds around the three boys. The orange sunlight rays from the setting sun illuminated the clean beach sand. The only movement was hair rustling by the flowing air. I'm sorry. I don't think I deserve it, but not now, Kachan. You deserve forgiveness, everyone does, but not now. I might forgive you, but not until you actually deserve it. Shinso just felt a bit out of place in the conversation between the two childhood acquaintances. He was about to take his leave so his classmate and mentor/friend can clear things up, but before he could, he felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Mikumo's hand there. Mikumo then looked at Bakugo one last time before he dragged Shinso with him. Let's go, Shinsu-kun and Kachan. I'll see you later. As Shinso was dragged down a few blocks by Izuku, then as they reached a small alleyway, Izuku then broke down right there with sobbing and crying out tears. Shinso quickly wrapped him in a hug and patting his hand on Izuku's back while trying to calm Izuku down. I'm sorry. Sobs, it's so sobs, painful, seeing him change now, sobs. Why didn't he accepted me before? Cries harder. Every attempt that Shinso was trying to do to calm his friend down was unsuccessful as Izuku just kept sobbing harder and muttering a bunch of self-depreciating words, but Shinso wasn't giving up. Why would he give up on the person that helped him achieve his dream? Izuku stayed in that state for a good couple of minutes before calming down. I'm sorry. I'm such a crybaby. It's okay if you decide to leave me. Shinso didn't take any of the stuff that Izuku was spitting out from his mouth and embraced Izuku in his hug even more before flicking his hand on Izuku's forehead. I will never leave you, you idiot. And stop pushing yourself down. Didn't you say that you shouldn't let others' visions cloud yourself? Izuku laughed dryly as he ruffled Shinso's purple hair and smiled as he wiped his tears out. He was proud of Shinso, someone who managed to actually grow after his teachings. Like her? He just hoped that he won't end up like her. Using my own words against me? Chuckles, you have grown? So that makes you an old man, huh? They both laughed. Shinso then broke the hug and helped Izuku stand up, who was leaning on Shinsu's shoulder. Izuku was wearing a tired smile and Shinso was looking concerned. Thanks for not giving up on me, Shinsu-kun. Hitoshi, please call me Hitoshi. Chuckles, then I guess it's only fair you call me Izu. See you later, Hitoshi. Hitoshi was smirking as he saw Izuku ran down the street while smiling and re-promised himself to be a true hero. Don't worry, Izuku, I won't let anyone suffer the same fate like you did. I promise. Hey, Yoshinaga-kun, are you okay? Cough's blood. Don't worry, Yamashita-chan, it's not a big cough's blood, deal? Yoshinaga, who was wearing white t-shirt and long black pants, the t-shirt had the number 59 NW, he was couching and had small traces of blood dripping from his mouth, and he looks more at the age of 18. He had a few wounds all over himself and was being treated first aid by a girl at the age of 18 who had beautiful bright brown eyes, with hair that was styled in a way that separated by the ear. The back part was long and reached her waist while the front was side-swept to the left and the side had the length until her shoulders. She was wearing a similar white t-shirt with a different number which was 59 EV and similar long black pants. You're hurt, and that is a big deal, Yoshi-kun. I don't like seeing you getting hurt. The teenage girl was putting bandages over the wounds on Yoshinaga's shoulders, arms, legs, and hands. They seemed to be burns and cuts. After the girl was done finishing the first aid, she then smacked Yoshinaga's left cheek. You idiot! Why would you ever think of doing that? Ouch, in my defense. I was just trying to dash. Yoshinaga couldn't finish his sentence when he was hugged tightly by the girl identified as Yamashita and was sobbing lightly. Yoshinaga was a bit surprised at this sudden touch. Internally he was freaking out. Oh my gosh. Yamashita, what is in your head? I don't want to lose you. Yamashita spoke in a low and quiet voice. She stopped sobbing and looked up toward Yoshinaga, who was surprised as well. He just knew a few things, such as 1. He was sold. 2. He didn't know who are his parents. 3. He couldn't trust anyone here. He was here for about 1 year and has been betrayed twice, and it hurt more than he ever could describe. I can't lose you. You may not know, but I don't like seeing you get hurt. Scoffs, why do you care? You know that we are going to die sooner or later. Then why are you trying so hard to escape then? Yoshinaga stayed silent as he wondered. He also was questioning himself. He wanted to see the outside world once more. He wanted to be free of this pain. No. He wanted to remember. He wants to find answers to everything. I want to find answers. I don't remember anything at all. I wish to understand why all of this is happening. Then you won't be alone. What? Yoshinaga was shocked by the answer coming from Yamashita. He knew that he had some feelings for her but pushed it away since he didn't want his internal self to be conflicted with his teenager hormones. He tried looking for any signs of lies in the face of his roommate but found nothing except for genuine concern. What do you mean that I won't be alone? I'll help you. I'm also tired of feeling pain. I want to escape, and if you are too, then let's do it together. Yoshinaga was still deep in thought as he considered every outcome having her in his escape attempts, but was cut off by the voice over the PA system from the speaker on the top left of the room, which was a simple white solitary confinement room with 5 beds and nothing else. All subjects, please get in your bunks. Those who won't do so will be taken care of accordingly. I know that this may be sudden, but after 48 I died. I can't take it anymore, and 2 heads are better than 1, right? Sighs. Fine, Yamahian, we can discuss this later. They both went into their bunks respectively, leaving 2 bunks between them and 1 bunk between Yoshinaga and the wall. The bunks each have a number similar to theirs. After a few hours have passed, Yoshinaga carefully woke up from his bed and looked at Yamashita, who was snoring loudly, and he thought girls didn't snore. He carefully stepped on each tile, making sure that he didn't trigger the alarms, and looked at the sleeping beauty in front of him. I am falling for you, aren't I? Well, if we both are going to escape, then I'll make sure that we both do. And as Yoshinaga went back to his bunk after examining every nook and cranny in the room, he was about to fall asleep for real but heard a voice he's all too familiar with. Yeah, so what? Sheethead. Yoshinaga then smirked as the voice tried to talk him out of it with stinging headaches and pain. Yoshinaga was used to this. fighting against whatever inside his head to keep his humanity alive, and after a few minutes the voice gave up and Yoshinaga sighed in relief as he felt the grip on his mind returning to him. I'm going to escape out of this place and find my answers. Is the device ready? Yep. All signs positive. Himiko-kun, please don't mess around. Ochako was with Himiko and Kurata, who all were on top of a tall skyscraper, and around Kurata was a bunch of floating mechanical pieces. Ochako was over a bucket and Himiko was all around the machines just pressing buttons and levers. Kurata seemed to be monitoring every screen while adjusting the machinery as well. No anomalies so far on the radars. Why did we have to do this again? Why don't we just stab trash? Ochako was too busy managing her nauseousness because of over-quirk usage to explain the point of all this to Himiko. Somehow, she got assigned to be the leader of her group, and she's betting that Kano-san might have something to do with it, and Saishin gave her a mission to find anomalies in different parts of the city, and what for? She didn't know and didn't ask, so it was partially her fault. Toga-kun, if one of these things break I will dash. Kurata was about to get Himiko to stop talking and bouncing around when the three of them heard a loud beeping sound, and Kurata rushed towards the machine that was beeping and smiled with his xenomorph-like teeth. We got one anomaly. Ochako used both of her hands to shut Kurata's mouth up. Sometimes she forgets how dumb these two could be. They both are obnoxious at the worst times, such as when during stealth missions, and are great friends on some times. She then took the reading tool and saw one anomaly, and it wasn't far. Saishin did order them to recon the area, but he didn't say to not approach it. How about we find out what it is? Himiko-kun, Saishin only told us to scout using the machines only dash. And it could be a misread, so we need to check it out, right, Uraraka-san? Sometimes she hates on how persistent her friends were and how smart they could be when she doesn't want them to be smart. She sighed as she released her quirk on the machines, leaving Kurata to quickly catch every machine and press a button that condensed all of 27 machines into a Rubik's Cube. Fine, but we will just observe from afar and that's it. Yay! Ochako was about to establish some ground rules but felt a gush of wind flowing past her and saw Kurata sprinting from rooftop to rooftop with Himiko being held with his tail. Ochako let out another sigh as she popped an anti-nausea pill and used her quirk on herself. She then used her wrist grapple hook and chased after them. But little did she know that two pairs of red glowing eyes watching from the side of a building currently assessing the situation. Time skip a few minutes later. So, is it near, Kurata-chan? The tracker says so, but dash. Kurata, who was holding the reading device on top of a roof, was interrupted by a crash below him and wanted to peek but heard Ochako behind him and Himiko was nowhere to be found. But as he looked at the reader and found another anomaly that seemed to be approaching them. Kurata-kun, what were you thinking rushing away like that? Sorry, Uraraka-san, but I have another reading on the dash. He was once cut off again by Himiko, who had blood all over her. And she was carrying a big black briefcase with the red initial VJ on it. She seemed to have collected some blood as well, evidenced by the small containers that was inside the gauntlet on her left hand. I found a bunch of guys down there, so I stabbed them. She said it in a very cheerful tone as if she didn't do anything wrong, which made Ochako facepalm herself. But Kurata's interest was piqued by the briefcase. He was about to ask it but was cut off by his xenomorph senses alerting him danger from above and rushed to push Ochako away. Kurata, what's dash? Whoa. Ochako and Kurata barely got out of the way of a black thing that slammed down and created a dust cloud. The trio got into a fighting stance and made a triangle form around the cloud. Ochako was about to rush in when suddenly she felt a force on her stomach and was thrown into the wall that her back was facing and left a small crack. That might be few cracks. And as the dust settled, Kurata, who had higher speed and an immense primal instinct, rushed in and managed to get a scraw with his claws, and then Himiko followed it with a few slices on the attacker, and Ochako, who recovered from the first attack, negated gravity on herself and launched herself in the air and cancelled her quirk, creating huge kinetic energy, and did a round axe kick at the attacker. What in the world? Himiko said in fear at what she saw, a black, red and huge monster before them. It had 6 spider leg-like limbs, with a head and body which looked a lot like an armored rhino and a tail that had a spiky ball at the end. What was more unsettling was its 4 glowing red eyes and spikes all over its spine, similar like a certain prehistoric dinosaur. None of our attacks even laid a scratch on it. Kurata was deep in thought while Himiko was still wide-eyed. The monster moved with its large jaw and huge teeth. It opened its mouth and charged at Ochako, who managed to barely dodge as the maw snapped close. Ochako tried to use her quirk to try and throw the monster to the sky but was thrown away by the ball tail into the wall. Kurata, who was out of sight of the monster, rushed to perform a sneak attack at the neck, but somehow the monster knew and one of the spikes on its back detached and fired at Kurata, who dodged. Himiko took 3 throwing knives and ran to the monster while throwing one to Kurata, who skillfully caught it midair, and another one to Ochako. We have to finish this fight fast. No one should know about this. Yes, Uraraka-san. Ochako-chan. Ochako negated gravity on her knife and threw it into a wall, which ricocheted into the air while she rushed at the monster. Kurata held his knife in his mouth and took a nearby pipe with his tail. Then he attacked and tried to aim for the tail. Himiko hurled her knife directly at the monster, which attracted the monster's attention first, and blocked it with its tail, which made it flung into the air. It took the bait. Kurata rushed in and used his pipe similar to a javelin and threw it to Ochako, who threw it at him while he used his knife to stick it on the big ball tail. The monster rotated to face Kurata, but the knife was already engraved into the ball of the tail. The monster charged at Kurata, but not forgetting about Ochako, who was closing rapidly, which it countered by sending 3 spikes flying like missiles into Ochako's direction. Ochako negated gravity on herself and grappled to the top of the roof. She pulled up and saw the spikes following her and smirked. The plan's going to stage 3, now let's not mess this up. Kurata evaded another spider leg that was sent to skewer him through the body, and as he used his pipe to aim for the monster's eyes, the monster tried to counter with its tail ball, but Himiko pulled out another device and pressed one of the 3 buttons on it, which made the knife that was stuck on the ball created a huge explosion, destroying the ball made of bones into pieces, and blood was spewing out of the tail stump. The monster almost let out a roar, but Kurata used his pipe to seal the monster's mouth, stuck similar to how one would do to a crocodile. The final blow. 2 knives and 3 spikes then impaled to monster's back, and Himiko pulled the trigger again, engulfing the monster's armored back in a huge combustion reaction. As the explosion was clearing, they could see the exposed skin of the monster. The monster was about to retaliate, but Ochako came from the sky in super high speed and landed on top of the monster, creating a huge impact which broke the spine, evident by the sound of bone cracking, and crushed the heart. The monster spewed blood out of its huge jaw one last time before its eyes started to become devoid of life. Ochako then got off the monster corpse with wobbly legs and was helped up by Himiko while Kurata was inspecting Ochako for any injuries. That was exciting, chuckles. Ochako-chan. How could you say that? We almost got eaten. Nothing except for a few sprained muscles. Sighs. We sure are lucky. Wait, where's the briefcase, Himiko? Over there by the dumpster. Ochako then went to collect the briefcase while Himiko collected blood samples from the monster, and Kurata was deleting any evidence there was in the place of the battle, may it be physical or digital, as they finished and was about to leave. What do we do with this? Saishin might know something. Let's bring it. But it's heavy, Ochako-chan. How are we going to carry it to the safe place? I can do that for you 3. The trio whipped their heads to find a man, no more like a humanoid robot, who was wearing a black lab jacket and a white shirt underneath and white cargo pants. He had a name tag that stated Yi on the upper left pocket, with blue eyes and ultramarine hair that was styled into an arch, making into 2 sides on the humanoid's forehead, and had a small ponytail at the back. The hair also had 1 strip of white hair. Another distinguishable feature was gray material that composed its body and a Cerberus-like bottom jaw. I'll deal with the body, Atsushi Tagawa, head of the Acheron's Research and Innovation Branch. Now just get out of the way, you'll interrupt my work. Even though the person, he maybe, sounded rude, but the 3 complied and left as the person said so, and as they were a few blocks away, Himiko laughed nervously while Kurata released the breath he never knew he was holding. Laughs nervously. Dang, we really met our deaths back there. Yeah, that thing, whatever that is, what could it have been? Ochako meanwhile was leaning towards Himiko, who was helping her stand up. She was eyed the tracker records and the suitcase carefully. She then couldn't help her curiosity and asked Himiko. Himiko, how did you get this briefcase? Oh, I found 2 people and stabbed them. One of them disappeared into black smoke while the other I hid in a dumpster. Did you see their faces? Nope. Too dark to tell? Kurata then wrote everything that they encountered in a notepad and gave it to his superior, no leader, who smiled at him. She then flipped through the contents of the notepad. Thanks a lot, Kurata-kun, these will help a lot. No problem, leader, so now let's get you fixed up. Yeah, Ochako-chan. We don't want you hurt during our next mission. Ochako smiled as the three walked into one of the few bases of the Acheron. Ochako was very curious considering that the device tracked that monster, and the man that Himiko met, which could also be a potential monster, was only accessed by Saishin. She will have her answers later, but now she has to deal with her condition first. Hello, is this on? Looks like it. Hi. This is Anonymous speaking. You might be wondering why I'm here. Chuckles. I wanted to say thank you to all of you readers for all the support on this fanfiction. 2.4K reads and 84 votes. I don't know what to say, except for one thing. Thank you all. Until next time. This is Anonymous signing out. Chapter 18. Sensei, if people don't like getting hurt, then why do they hurt others? They do it because of reasons, Hataru-chan. May it be selfish or selfless deeds? Hataru and Izuku were having some alone time in a cafe outside. Hataru, who now had white hair instead of black, was still wearing her regular dress. Izuku was dressed in his outside attire as well, with green glasses. Hataru was drinking an ice-cold tea and Izuku was sipping Earl Grey tea from a cup. Izuku also had a book on his hand, and in front of Hataru's table was a similar book. Hataru was holding her iced tea with both hands and was sipping it from a straw. Now let's get started in a new subject. You seem to understand a lot more on this topic, so let's delay this one for now. Okay, sensei. Hataru closed her book and finished her iced tea while Izuku still looked through the contents of his book once more before shutting it and stood up. Hataru followed Izuku, who went to the counter and paid the bills. Hataru looked curiously at the cashier employee as his eyes light up when Izuku gave him a few extra yen as a tip. After she and her sensei left the cafe and went a few blocks down the street, she couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Sensei, why did he seem so happy when you gave him a tip? It's because with the tip, he could afford something that will make him happy and help him survive. But isn't money just paper? It is, but it eases people all around the world as they have a standard to change with everyday items. That's why they made money. Okay. They were walking towards the park, and as they entered, Izuku scanned the entire area to find any passerbys. He took a leaf from the ground and kneeled to reach Hataru's level. She took the leaf with both hands, looked at his sensei, and looked back to the leaf. Now, let's take a quick quirk study. Since you seem to see those green dots more on places near the park and sidewalk plants, I'm guessing that it has to do with chlorophyll. What's chlorophyll? Education for those who don't know, but I'm pretty sure all of you know, but oh well, back to the story. Izuku just kept smiling as he opened the book that was tucked in the pockets on his pants and scoured through the contents as he stopped on a page. Taru listened as chlorophyll is a green pigment usually found in plants and collects sunlight for the plant to do photosynthesis. Photosynthesis? Photo as in light and synthesis as in create, to create with light. That's why plants don't eat living things. So now, what do you feel when you try to see the green dots? I feel tingly and I feel light, and sometimes I feel like there's a sunlight beaming through. Now, let's start it with those feelings. Concentrate them and then exert it. She did what was told, and then as she did, some green parts instantly came around her and circled the leaf on her hands. She tried to stop the feeling, but the process didn't cancel, and all of the green particles visible to her and Izuku went into the leaf, restoring it into a glowing green and perfect leaf as if it was artificial. Izuku was stunned and started to mutter insanely fast for a few seconds before stopping and patted Hataru's head, who was still shocked at her quirk. She flinched a bit but enjoyed the rest of the head pats. So, looks like we found out the basics of activating your quirk. Let's continue this at base, so we won't get into trouble. Okay. No, it's not your fault, Hataru. I was the one who suggested this, so don't blame yourself, Kay. And don't forget, Hataru-chan, smile. Izuku used his pointer fingers at the edge of her mouth and made her smile, which she kept. As she released the entire feeling that she had on trying to use her quirk, the leaf then released all of the green energy, and some went into her hair, while some went back into the places it has been taken from, and a very small portion turned some green fireflies that went into the evening sky. Izuku was in awe at the sight before him. That was very pretty, Hataru. Come on, let's go. Izuku was grabbing her hand and saw a glimpse of a person who was likely watching them. He began to start to feel suspicious but kept his neutral face on to not scare Hataru-chan. He then pulled his phone to text his coordinates to Yoshinaga. He walked Hataru to a populated R to avoid the eyes of the seeker. Hey, Hataru, remember what I said about never giving up? That, giving up, is never an option to reach your desires? Yes, and that some people never give up on bad things, which is why sometimes villains exists and heroes too, but the hardest form of never giving up is never giving up on someone else. It's the hardest when you will keep on believing on someone to do the right thing. Sensei, have you ever given up on somebody? Izuku stayed silent as they walked down. Hataru, realizing her mistake, almost stumbled to apologize, but Izuku just hugged her tight while having a few tears out in his eyes. Yes, I have, Hataru-chan. I have given up on so many people, but it's because, never mind, I won't justify myself, because it's better if you get on terms with your mistakes and accepting that you have to pay the consequences. Izuku chuckled as he saw Yoshinaga appearing out of the corner. Hataru smiled as she saw one of her uncles and looked at her sensei, who just nodded, signaling the switch to her, so she approached Yoshinaga, who was smiling in his regular trademark jacket and pants without his kitsune mask on. She waved to Izuku shyly before she and Yoshinaga blended in the crowd. Izuku let out a sigh. He saw on the corner of his eye the person who trailed them left as Hataru went with Yoshinaga or Saishin. What reason does that person have for trailing Hataru-chan? Looks like a few answers are needed. So, Jiren, how many NPCs did you recruit for us? Well, a bunch, but there is someone who wanted to meet with you. Shigaraki was not having a good time. He just got his finger healed after that so-called player 2 cut it off, and now after trying to recruit a bunch of lowly thugs to attack UA where All Might was teaching so they could end All Might, who sensei told him was weakening, and it was perfect to get revenge. But now Jiren came with another glitch in the system, stating that the person has a gift for them and wanted to form an alliance with them. Better have a good artifact to share. Where are them anyways? Well, they said that they are right here. Jiren jumped out of his seat as he saw the person behind him, with almost no facial features, just a black body with red glowing eyes, wearing a black and gray slim work suit, with a black Panama hat and gray work shoes. The person looked like a man, very tall and towering over Shigaraki, who was sitting. Everyone in the bar, 3 people, well, for if you count the man on the TV, was shocked but regained their composure while Jiren was clenching his chest while sitting back on the place where he jumped up from. Sish, why'd you did that? Forgive my rudeness, but I was interrupted by a small affair. So, NPC, what do you have in store for this player one? It better be something good or else . Shigaraki was interrupted once again by a fire beam directed near to him which burned a part of a couch and saw a huge black bird with orange fire eyes. The bird was as tall as the man, with its wings being folded, seemed to be a hornbill-type bird. It stretched its wings, which had a length of 1 couch for 1 wing, and made a sound that echoed throughout the entire bar. It then started to use its beak to clean its feathers. Here's our little present if you accept our alliance. Yes, we have more of these. This is just a weak one, a trial as you may say. Shigaraki was stunned at how this bird monster looked. It almost seemed similar to the Nomus that Dr. Garaki made, but he did say that this was a weak one, so Shigaraki was pretty skeptical about it, even though it incinerated the part of the couch beside where he was leaning on. You expect us to forge an alliance with you when you gave us this weak thing? We have our own monster, and it's stronger than this Talon flame ripoff. Really? Do you think that your monster and you attack that bird? Suddenly a big bulky creature which had its brain exposed and a bird-like mouth, with beige short pants appeared and rushed towards the bird monster in attempt to smash it. The bird reacted and flew above the Nomu and opened its huge big beak, which created a huge beam of orange flames at the Nomu. But it wasn't effective as the burnt parts of flesh of the Nomu regenerated, and Shigaraki laughed as he saw the Nomu took the bird's tail and slammed it into the ground and pinned it. Ah, look at your so-called beast. It's no match for my Nomu, which has multiple quirks. And it's going to be the end of All Might. Not your oversized poultry. The man seemed to have his eyes widen at the display of the monster, but then started to chuckle, which turned into a mocking laugh. Shigaraki was confused, and the man just snapped his fingers as the bird then disappeared into black smoke and went into the suitcase that the man was bringing. Impressive, so the rumors were true. The underground bogeyman chuckles darkly, and no, that wasn't the gift we have. The man threw the suitcase in the air and voiced a spell? No more like spoke in distorted language. In the ears of the 3-bar occupants it sounded like nothing at all, except for a bunch of weird words, but then the suitcase opened and came out a black gas substance and slithered around the room before stopping and centering beside the man, and then emerged another monster. This time, it was just a huge mass of black flesh with multiple red eyes that looked similar to the sludge villain, but with many, and I mean many eyes, all over the body of the creature. It seemed to stick into the entire side of the bar. It was disturbing, and Kurogiri was in a small state of panic and despair as he saw something else to clean up in his bar and sighed deeply. This is the gift we were sending, you may call it Overseer, and I believe it will do great causes in your case. A demonstration is needed, I say. The man then looked at the creature for a while, seemingly to communicate telepathically, before the web of meat detached from the wall and circled around the floor and attached near the surface where the Nomu was standing and started to cover the Nomu with its black liquid-like flesh. What the F dash? Nomu. Get that thing off. Even though the Nomu grabbed a few parts of the flesh and threw it anywhere else except its body, the flesh kept coming, and before the Nomu could rip its feet off from the flesh, the body of the Nomu was covered in many drawings of eyes, and then they glowed yellow for a few seconds before the Nomu suddenly went stiff. Nomu, what the hell did you do to Dash? Taking over, and don't worry, it's irreversible. The pile of black flesh eyes went yellow before the ones on the Nomu turned red, and the Nomu turned into a pile of similar monster flesh like the Overseer and fused with the original flesh. It then attached into the wall and kept staring at Shigaraki while he was ranting about property and stealing and stuff, which amused the person in black. Laughs menacingly, I don't care about anything that belongs to you, so what's the verdict, man-child? Shigaraki was not a tad bit nervous or fearful, no scratch that, he was pretty intimidated by this monster called the Overseer, which defeated the Nomu that was supposed to be able to defeat All Might by Dr. Garaki, but it was completely dominated by this other monster that was brought to the table by this stranger. If I'm not being clear, we want to form an alliance. You will fund us and give extra certain needs while we give you manpower, or should I say monster power? What do you say? All for one. The static TV then changed into a screen stating audio only, and a sound came out, one that wasn't too amused and seemed a bit of irritated, but the person just stood there while staring at the TV. It looks like I have the upper hand, so yes. Good, now Dash. The man then threw an earpiece at Shigaraki and turned his back, indicating that he was about to leave, but stopped as he threw a glare at Shigaraki. Overseer will only take orders from that earpiece. A good deal is sealed. And as the man left, Kurogiri took the earpiece with his warp quirk as Shigaraki was still frozen in place as he was internally going insane to try and end the glitch in his system while Jiren was sweating nervously. It stayed like that when the TV broke the silence. How sensei? Shigaraki then rushed to the bar counter to find the card that was left by the Ender, the Blood Eye, and smirked as he held the card without his pinky finger holding it. Kurogiri was ordering the Overseer to clean the mess of the bar and was delighted as he saw the monster polishing the entire bar with cloth that it took from the cabinets and then put them back where they belonged. And even though Shigaraki was in the background about to continue his game while discussing with Sensei about teaching the stranger his place, Kurogiri was slowing, looking at wonder at his new bar cleaner while Jiren was looking a bit out of place. I'll leave now. To-do list checked. 1. Get to Phase 3 with Hitoshi. 2. Get over 5 kids out of abusive orphanages and foster homes while judging the foster parent or orphanage owner. 3. Add another end under my belt, and I lost track. Izuku, who was wearing a medical eye patch on his left eye with a shirt that had the kanji pants on it, with a green jacket over it with hoods up and blue jeans, he was currently holding a cup of iced Milky Way coffee, and no, he isn't ashamed. As he sat on the bench in a park with many children running and playing around, the sound of birds chirping and flowers blooming, it reminded him of times before it all went hell, but he knew that this was the only choice he had. Thornton, I really wish you can be with me now, but it would be selfish of me to disturb your peace. Izuku then stood up as he reminded himself that there was no point in weeping at the past. He was not in a mood to continue his work now, so he decided to go to the local arcade to cheer him up. Somehow DDR really interested him, may it be quick footing or the adrenaline that it gave him, it always helped him to take his mind off, as if it gave him a state of tranquility. Sighs internally, well after this, Yoshinaga has something to ask me, better not about love advice. Also the League of Villains might have given me an errand, and… Izuku was interrupted at his thoughts as he heard the sound of arcaded machines clinging and clanging and smiled as he entered. He was going to the DDR section when he saw a pink-skinned girl with horns and black scaras with gold irises who was dominating the DDR game. He also recognized a few faces which were the UA-1A's hero course, and all of them were girls? Except for a spiky red-haired boy, he decided that it would be better if he didn't reveal himself, considering that if he did, he would have to deal with friendship his age, which he didn't minded, but it had more downsides rather than the upsides. Mina Ishido, Sora Fukuhara, Tsuyu Azui, Eijiro Kirishima, looks like this is a hot spot, but not yet. Revealing myself is only going to hurt them. Izuku left the arcade as soon as he entered, getting curious glances from a few people, but they just shrugged it off. Once Izuku was a good distance away, he heard his phone ringing, and it was his work's phone, so he hid in an alleyway and opened the number, which was the League of Villains. Great, an errand from a man-child. What do you want, Shigaraki? We got a job for you. We need someone to be dead. And why exactly? You know I don't do things out of unearthly reasons. Whatever. Just end or teach a man with pitch-black skin and glowing red eyes who have monsters like Crash. Kurogiri, don't let that so-called overseer touch my gaming dash. Collins. Izuku just stood there shocked and paralyzed with fear. He never thought that he would ever hear that name again. The vivid memory of pieces of flesh stuck on the sides of walls, the red-eye drawings whose pupils moved, the sound of outworldly screeches that was filled with pain and disgust. Izuku shivered as he recalled everything, and what led to her. He dialed another number, which was Yoshinaga's number, while running down the street and calming himself down. Boss, I was just about to call you. I have information dash. Yoshinaga. They're back. That's what? Wait, how did you know? You knew too? I got a job to eradicate them, which I will, from the love. How did you know? Chuckles sheepishly. Well, I might have had an assumption and tasked Team 8 to recon, and Tagawa told me that they encountered a monster and it was similar to the ones that he would usually make. Wait, you're telling me that you sent the newest members into a dangerous recon mission? In my defense, I only tasked them to scout, not engage. Anyways, you aren't going to attack them by yourself, right, boss? You know that that's a suicide mission. No, I have other plans. For now, just monitor every anomaly you find and dash. Izuku should have really paid attention as he bumped into another person. Wow, so original. Which made him drop his work phone on the ground and saw a red saddlebag dropped beside him. He looked at the person who he bumped into. He saw a girl at his age who had long black hair that is normally tied into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face, with onyx eyes, who was wearing a pale greenish vivid off-the-shoulder pom-pom tassel shirt with black aeropostale. Lola jeggings. No, this is not an advertisement considering I don't know, sad face many terms of clothing. She was wearing beige wedge boots. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to dash. It's my fault, I should have paid attention here. Thanks. Izuku took his phone, which had a small crack on its screen, and sighed a small sigh before standing up and brushed dirt off his knees and then said goodbye to the girl. He continued to run and went into a seduced alleyway before trying to call Yoshinaga again, but instead of Yoshinaga, the dialer was the love. Also, we are going to attack UA to end All Might. And we might need you assistance, with a handsome price, that is. You, the what? No, the students won't expect it and they have a chance to die. But if I join, I can prevent that. Looks like Plan Endeavor is going to get delayed, again. Meeting point and time of execution. Kurogiri will pick you, just be prepared for tomorrow end's call. Izuku then dialed a Yoshinaga again, and tasking a few things before looking up to the tranquil sky. He then frowned as things were just stirring up, and as they say, it's the calm before the storm, and if he's got to be the one taming it, then so be it. So that's why you're asking me this? What else did you expect? I'm not some heartless mercenary, you know. Yoshinaga, who was using his trademark jacket and pants, was sitting beside Fune, who was also sitting on a chair behind a table with stacks of paper and a small TV on the right edge near to Yoshinaga. Fune was putting his feet above the desk while scouring through the papers and using his quirk to create smoke that could float, but was dense enough to hold very small items on it such as pens and stamps. Yoshinaga was looking a bit desperate, but Fune was wearing a pretty cheeky grin. "But I thought you threw a weights getting attached long ago, Mr. Guns and Blazing? That was when I thought that I was in a cycle of pain. But now dash. Yeah, now after you met Izuku-sama when he was a few years old and found you in an alleyway bleeding out." They were in Fune's workspace, which was a simple boss room. Fune quietly snickered as he saw his colleague, no more like adoptive little brother, began to revert into the person before he had to go through hell. Yes, hell, and boy did Yoshinaga became a true demon slayer. Reference. A warrior that can take down any monster. You know, out of all the persons that you tried to get love and dating advice, you asked me? I'm single for a reason, you know? Oh. I wouldn't ask Sakamoto-san considering she's probably going to spread the word out, and not Tagawa-san since he will probably approach it from its scientific angle, while Sanda-san. Well, I haven't been studying Giselle that often, and the last one. The last person is the one who you have a crush on. Yoshinaga was a bit blushing and was rubbing the back of his head, and Fune couldn't help but laugh a hearty laugh as he saw the old Yoshinaga returning. Well, only he and Izuku-sama fully knew about Yoshinaga's past while the others only knew parts of it, also about his crush, Azumi Yamashita, during his time in his research facility. It's just too complicated. I thought I liked Azumi, but now the same feeling is appearing again whenever I looked at her, and it's... Arg. Yoshinaga was putting his hands over his face while Fune was still snickering and then pulled out a book titled 101 Ways on How to Date and threw it, which Yoshinaga caught mid-air with his quirk making a red outline around it. Yoshinaga looked confused while Fune went back to his work. Really? Just reading through this book? I have pretty bad experiences with these things. Well, why not just ask Sakamoto-san? She's the one who was in a relationship, so she might be able to help you even though it fell apart. That's another reason why I didn't ask her. I'm afraid that I might bring up bad memories and dash. The sound of the door opening interrupted them both and saw Izuku, who was holding Hataru-chan in his hands. She was currently fidgeting with a cube and Izuku had glasses instead of his eye patch, and a few vines were sprouting around his sleeping clothes. He was pretty happy, which Fune couldn't help but return the smile he was wearing. Yoshinaga-sensei, Fune-sensei, what are you two doing here this late? I didn't give too much work, right? Not at all, boss. In fact, I think that Yoshinaga could dash. Shut your mouth. Yoshinaga stuck his hand in Fune's mouth, which earned an amused chuckle from Izuku, and Hataru just looked curiously. Izuku then let Hataru down, which made Hataru release her grip on her quirk, and the vines burst into green energy, which created some fireflies while also into her green hair strikes. Hataru then approached Yoshinaga. Kitsune-san, is something wrong? Chuckles nervously. Nothing at all, little firefly, just some grown-up matters. More like love dash. Shoo. Whispers to Fune, don't take away her innocence. When were you concerned about that? Considering that you have the most toxic mouth amongst us? What's toxic? Hataru-chan, we can learn that later. Right now let's continue managing your homeschooling first. Yes, sensei. Izuku then took Hataru's hand and held on it and was about to guide her into another room. As the door opened, he saw Uyemura-sensei, and Yoshinaga instantly fumbled around trying to find something that he could work on. Fune was holding in his laughter and Izuku just looked at between them awkwardly. Hello Izuku-sama, how are you doing? Fine, but I think Yoshinaga-sensei has something to ask you. Yoshinaga just raised an eyebrow at that while internally was freaking out as he saw his boss sold him out, which made Fune laugh. Uyemura, however, was a bit surprised, and Hataru just looked between the two now staring grown-ups with curiously. What did you want to talk about, Yoshinaga-kun? Meet me at this place tomorrow, time is attached. Okay? Yoshinaga left the room without another word, and Uyemura was a bit weirded out but shrugged it off, and she started to ask Fune about a few things before saying thank you and left the room. Fune then couldn't stop himself from bursting out laughing, while Izuku was in the room still chuckling while leaving Fune alone inside when he left with Hataru. Heh, two love doves, I wonder how those two would end up, probably dating soon. Chuckles, young love. Hitoshi was not in a good mood today. After Bakugo's meeting with Mikumo or Izuku, and Bakugo turned very quiet and surprised everyone. but thanks to his snarky toned-down attitude they just brushed it off as him mellowing down, although Hitoshi had a sneaking suspicion that Izuku springing back into Bakugo's life has an effect bigger than he originally thought, although now, he was in the class before heroics starts again. Sigh, a bit boring, but I guess knowledge is power. The sound of a pen tapping against the table and clock ticking with chalk scraping at the whiteboard was the only thing keeping Hitoshi awake now, and also the cups of coffee he had this morning, also his seatmate next to him who won't be quiet and mind his own business, Denki Kanamari he remembered, the one who had an electrification quirk, and luckily a few minutes later the bell rang which signaled the start of the heroics class. Man, what do you think we gonna do, class rep? Shut up. And soon enough Aizawa-sensei appeared and told them that they were going to have a special class about rescue with 3 teachers. Himself, All Might, and a special one who is a major in rescuing, which if Hitoshi had to guess was 13, since in the UA website she was the only rescuing teacher here. His classmates started to make a ruckus again, except for Bakugo and the elites as he liked to call them. He then took his gym costume and his capture scarf along with his voice-changing cords, which he had hanging on his neck, and saw the others wear their costumes, which made Hitoshi envious a bit considering that his was scorched by Bakugo's gauntlets. In order to get everyone seated smoothly, I suggest class rep that we file dash. I don't think the bus's layout is like that, Lita, but all please approach in a single file based on your seat number. Yes, class rep. Multiple classmates said it out loud and Hitoshi stared a death stare at them before going and preparing his classmates to enter the bus. And as they were on the way to who knows where, he was busy exchanging glances from the window and Bakugo but then heard his frog classmate, "Tsuyu Azui? Hey, Shinso, I always say what I think no matter what's on my mind. So, you look similar to Aizawa-sensei, are you two related?" Shinso choked on his spit and heard Fukuhara snickering in the background while Bakugo flashed a smirk. Before he could counter the accusation, he swore he saw Aizawa-sensei also reacted to that comment. "No, Azui? Where did you get that conclusion from?" "Call me Tsuyu, and well, you two have very similar styles such as eye bags, gravity-defying hair, like for coffee, introverted, and the same support gear. That's all just a coincidence. I do admire him but I learned the capture scarf and my fighting style from someone else." And hold up, Azui. Aizawa-sensei has an eyesight quirk, while Shinso has some sort of mind-controlling quirk, right? I don't know, figure out my quirk yourself. But man, jealous of your quirk though, mine isn't that flashy. So, you would rather have a flashy quirk but couldn't protect others with it? His red-haired classmate looked at him curiously and all of the attention, well most of it since a few of his classmates were just doing their own business. Hitoshi took it as a sign to continue his pep talk. Any quirk is fit for heroics. No matter how useless it may seem, flashy doesn't mean anything in actual heroics, because the true point of heroics is to help those who are forgotten and everyone else, no matter who you are. Wow. I never thought it about that way, thanks class rep. Although a part of Pro is also a popularity contest and my quirk dash. Shinso zoned out again as he didn't want to hear any of this conversation any more about typical flashy and so-called heroic quirks, and he was about to start getting a clear state of mind again when Bakugo had to shout again, which was both great and bad. Goo since he was getting back to normal, but bad because he can't start to meditate as his classmates started to talk again and he used his quirk again. Be quiet and get back to your seats. The ones who were talking, which almost included everyone except for the multi-limbed student, the Silent Rock, Earlobe Gal and Ice Prince. He also saw Aizawa-sensei on the edge of his sightline which he ignored and he just went into preparing his mind to start his training, since he knew, well learned from Izuku, that treating training as a real situation will help you really understand the facts that you have to learn, and so he did. Thank you Shin-so, release your hold on them, we are almost there. Time skip a few minutes later. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. Oh my gosh, it's 13. Hitoshi was slowing, regretting to not but those earplugs earlier since all of his classmates are very loud. Well, maybe loud since he once got trapped in a dark room with no sound at all and had to fight Mikumo, no Izuku during in training, so his senses had been increased to the point of almost similar to a heightened senses quirk, so he could actually even hear heartbeats in the dark of night. What I wouldn't give to get a nap right now. I would really want to, never mind. This is better than Mikumo's training regimen, although, The results are instant. I really need a cup of black coffee? Hitoshi was just yawning and half listening to the space hero, number 13, as he was zoning out to feel any sort of discomfort or tension, but saw 13 pull up 3 fingers when All Might was mentioned by Aizawa, which raised suspicions in Hitoshi's mind. 3? 3 what? Time? Hours? Does All Might have a time limit? Or All Might has something with the number 3? Too many possibilities. Hitoshi saw Fukuhara beside him, who seemed to be vibrating in excitement. He shrugged it out and just started to analyze every surrounding around him. He saw many types of zones which seemed to be representation of different natural disasters, such as floods, earthquakes, and even destroyed buildings in collateral damage, which seemed very expensive. 13 then decided to give the talk about how quirks can hurt and end, and that we use our quirks to save and yada yada yada, which Hitoshi listened carefully. Even though he did get some extra tutors from Izuku, he wasn't going to think that he managed to actually know everything. I wonder if in another world, Izuku would be in Yue's hero course, considering that he is talented and skilled and such, but, on second thought, I never asked him why he didn't enter you. I was too caught up in myself getting in, selfish me. Hitoshi was just a bit spacing out and was actually a bit excited to finally getting rescue training from actual pros. Well, Izuku's rescue just consisted of, he rather not talk about it. He was smirking and looked at his eager classmates before sighting some purple thing at the middle of the fountain. His eyes widened as he saw several people coming out. The few that stood out and made Hitoshi's instincts yell run were the one with multiple dismembered hands all over him, one a purple mist with glowing yellow eyes servant, a hooded figure who wore a classic suit with tails that reached its ankles with 2 Ballester Molina pistols holstered, and a pile of black flesh with multiple red glowing eyes all over it. Huddle targeter and don't move. 13 Protect the students. Is the training starting, sensei? Stay back. Those are real villains. Where is All Might? The schedule said that he was supposed to be here. I wonder if he will show up if we end a few kids? The handyman spoke, and Shinso couldn't help but feel fear and excitement. Well, looks like a part of Izuku's sadistic side has emerged inside, and he smiled while preparing to use his capture scarf and checked his voice modulator so it works. He scanned the area and decided that this was no game. One wrong decision and he could be dead. He knew that his quirk mostly requires brain functions, so quirks that changes the structure of the brain will delay the amount of time he needed to form a strong connection. He also saw Aizawa-sensei, who had fear in his eyes as he looked at the hooded figure, which indicated that they had history, or the specific villain was one that was high-ranked. Either way, he had to be careful. Either way, he knew that only him had the actual training to at least take out a good chunk of the villains without a scratch, so he was about to jump in when he saw Aizawa-sensei gripped his hand. Kid, stay up here, leave it to the pros. Sorry teach, but no can do. Shinsu, /class rep. Shinso ignored his teachers and his classmates yelling and rushed down to the main plaza and smiled a sadistic smile. The villains definitely weren't expecting a student to rush to them and hesitated, which gave time for Shinso to grab one of them with his capture scarf and used it as a ball and chain, knocking 3 other villains, no thugs, away. He saw some were trying to use their quirks, but with practiced ease Shinso closed the gap between them and grabbed the thug's head and slammed it down to the ground while kicking the other thug behind him at the neck, which made the thug unconscious. One of the thugs tried to grab him, but he just took their wrist and twirled it, no doubt spraining it, and did a judo backflip on the thug before using his scarf to catch the another random thug and threw him in the air and dragged him down to crash into a group of 3 thugs. Shinso admitted that he had a good time dealing with these low-rank criminals, and he didn't give any other thugs to breathe as he charged at another group while releasing a small ending intent and still had his smile. Let's see if I can take out a good number of these suckers. It was a quiet night across Muzutafu. A gentle breeze flew, carrying and eerily humming to those who listened closely.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.